Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we're getting right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void, never to be seen again. Space Fams, beautiful to see all of you here on this Sunday Funday evening. Okay, lot to talk about, but first some shoutouts. Hermetologist Young Chris, HPX123 in the YouTube chat. Arvin Trevino, close fourth. Christopher Tablante, also here. So beautiful to see all of you people on this night. Unfortunately, we have a lot of stuff to talk about. A lot of it bad. Sunday Funday. Can't promise any serious level of valuetainment here tonight. But there will be a lot to discuss. Of course, the death of Senator Lindsey Graham. Sudden and shocking to the nation. Multiple people with comments on this. Trying to get all of that. More. Including the race and what's going to happen with that seat. The primary had already happened earlier this year. Questions about the general. Also, other elections news we'll get into. A couple of Sunday Funday pieces in here. And the environment, which is as un-Sunday Funday as it could possibly get. More wildfire storms, tornadoes. Bobby barreling down on the east coast of China. And then, of course, hold on. We got more to talk about. And then, of course, we got Binface. We couldn't not do Binface on Sunday Funday, so we'll have more Binface updates and talks. And then, unfortunately, the Middle East, where things are unraveling fast. Harkening back to a few short months ago, when it was all-out war. No more claims of MOU or ceasefire. Get into all of that as well. I will try and bring the Sunday valuetainment, but I do worry today's gonna be a rough one. Sunday Funday wise, it'll be normal stream wise. Don't build yourself up too much. I just want people to be clear on all of this before we get started. All right, people, United States. America! Fuck yeah! We're going to talk about a man who died this week. It's getting less attention than Lindsey Graham in Houston, where a 35-year Houston guy by the name of Salgado Araujo is being mourned by his community after a daylight murder committed by ICE. This will hopefully be a more important story than Lindsey Graham this week. People in Houston certainly seem to see it as an important story.
These protesters in Houston are calling for justice for Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, who was fatally shot by a US ICE agent this week.
How many more people have to be killed by them before we collectively decide that we need to do something and that enough is enough?
The 52-year-old construction worker from Mexico was driving to work on Tuesday when he was stopped by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. The US Department of Homeland Security claimed Araujo had attempted to evade arrest and rammed the unmarked ICE vehicle, trying to run over an officer who opened fire in self-defense. The agents were not wearing body cameras during the incident.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was like, yeah, they say this, but have zero evidence to back it up. In fact, there's corroborating evidence, also known as eyewitness testimony, that seems to directly refute these claims coming from ICE.
And no evidence supporting their version of events has been made public yet. The lawyer representing the other passengers who were in Araruho's van says his client's accounts drastically differ from the authorities.
All three of my clients reiterated that at no point was there ever an agent standing in front of the vehicle, nor was an agent ever placed in the line of danger.
At a vigil on Saturday, Araruho's loved ones described him as a shy family man who worked in the United States for 35 years just so that he could send his sons to college.
I really hope that, he's proud of the big brother I've become, of the man that I've become today, and I will continue to keep fighting for him.
Mexican authorities have said they will be seeking a criminal investigation in the US over ICE.
It is so hard to see this guy just crying. Just like unashamedly just sort of weeping here in public over this. I don't know this guy at all. I have no idea how he is normally, but just to see, he had his father ripped away from him. Unjustly, without cause. A guy who was just on his way to work and was then stalked and murdered. And now this guy's got to try and figure out how to unpack the pieces. He's got two younger brothers and I think a sister or whatever it is. I can't remember. I think this guy had a beautiful family. Now they will be without him forever. He's not coming back. He is dead. We can't allow this to continue in this country. This shit has got to stop.
Mexican authorities have said they will be seeking a criminal investigation in the US over ICE-related deaths of Mexican nationals. Lorenzo Salgado Araújo is at least the 8th person to have been fatally shot during US President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown, including 2 US citizens, Renee Good and Alex Pretty. So far, no one has been arrested for their deaths.
Sorry. And I just want to make a point, because this is bothering me a little bit. Because this guy, whether or not by law, was just as much an American as Renee Good and Alex Pretty. And I need the nation to mourn as much for him as they did for them. Just because he wasn't a full citizen, he was actively trying to get citizenship when this happened. He had been in this country for decades, contributed who knows how much to taxes and his community, had a family, and it's a fucking travesty if we don't. This guy was just as much an American as they were. And it was the failure of the system that, legally speaking, he was not granted the same citizenship. That's why I'm saying I hope that this, is a bigger story than Lindsey Graham this week. Because, Lindsey Graham wasn't taken away from us unjustly, okay? He wasn't murdered by the federal government in broad daylight. He had a health condition, a sudden health condition. It was natural causes, as they call it. Some people might be upset about it, but it's not, you know what I mean? Like, I know people in the chat here are not representative of that, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure there's somebody out there that's sad. Like, probably Scott Jennings right now. Scott, right? Scott, of anybody like, out there in the world right now who's upset. about the situation has got to be Scott Jennings. He's known him since he was like 15 or whatever it was. But this is not an injustice. He's an old guy that died of a health condition, right? Wasn't murdered while doing his job. All right, let's talk about Lady Lindsey Graham. Declared dead a little less than 24 hours ago.
Overnight, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, one of the most powerful and prominent Republican lawmakers of the last 2 decades, passing away at the age of 71. Washington, D.C. EMS dispatched to Graham's home on Saturday night for a man in apparent cardiac arrest.
Cardiac arrest.
At 2 in the morning Sunday, Graham's office putting out this statement saying the senator died from a brief and sudden illness. Adding Senator Graham's family appreciates prayers at this time and asks for privacy during this incredibly difficult period. Graham had just returned to Washington from a trip to Ukraine, seen here meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky on Friday.
South Carolina, an open seat. At the moment, it looks like the Republican is ahead.
The senior senator from South Carolina served more than 30 years in Congress, more than 20 of them in the upper chamber, becoming one of its most recognizable members, even mounting a failed bid for president in 2016.
No one here, including me, ever expected to hear me say, I'm Lindsey Graham, and I'm running for president of the United States.
He went from political foe of President Trump's to one of his closest allies in the United States Senate, a persistent advocate for Ukraine in its defense against Russia. President Zelensky calling Graham a true defender of freedom, a staunch advocate for Ukraine, and a determined leader. In recent months, Graham also intensely backing President Trump's war in Iran.
We're comply with the law of war, but all hell's about to break loose on this regime.
Graham also instrumental in confirming Trump's Supreme Court nominees and mounting this fiery defense of Justice Brett Kavanaugh in 2018.
This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics.
Oh, what a terrible guy. What a terrible, terrible man. The most vehement defender of Brett Kavanaugh. Lindsey Graham. I am offended by this sham. Okay, lady. Well, now let's go through it. That was just sort of the teaser to get us into all of this. That was one of the first videos that was dropped online. There were rumorings on the web, the news media. I mean, we heard about this like 18 hours ago, almost exactly. I don't know how many DMs I got when this happened, but a lot of people were adamant about my knowing about this last night at like 2:30 in the morning. Oh. But this was the 911 dispatch call of Lindsey Graham's final moments.
EMS 6 responders, person intercept at 7 on scene, cardiac arrest, 414 South Capitol Street, Southeast. EMS 6 responders, person intercept medic 7 with cardiac arrest. 73-year-old male. At 414 South Capitol Street, Southeast, that channel 311-2054. BLS response, ambulance 32 responder, person injured 32 at 2492 Skyland Place, Southeast. BLS response, ambulance 32, response, person injured 32. 2492 Skyland Place Southeast, cross 24, text channel 3, down 2054.
And then 26 copy.
Air response, medical 7, medical 7, response, chest pains, 414 South Capitol Street Southeast. ALS response, medical local, Engine 7 respond for chest pain, 414 South Capitol Street, Southeast. Tech Channel 311, 2027. ALS response, medical 7 respond, chest pain, 414 South Capitol Street, Southeast. ALS response, medical local, Engine 7 respond for chest pain, 414 South Capitol Street, Southeast.
There you have it. That was the dispatch 911 call for the emergency at the residence of Lindsey Graham. Out of some sort of a cardiac event. It's still not clear to me exactly what happened, but it's not all that important to me. He was 71-year-old congressman who I disagreed with on, I think, almost absolutely everything. I don't think there was a single, I can't think of a single thing that me and Lindsey Graham agreed on. I guess we could maybe agree that the sky is blue. Quite a shock to the American political system. The loss of Lindsey. Oh, God. Everybody talk.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. R.I.P. Bozo.
Omega Star, thank you for the biddies. R.I.P. Alright, here's France 24. Everybody talking about this huge news.
U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham has died after a brief and sudden illness at the age of 71. The South Carolina senator had long been a key figure in the Republican Party, known for pushing for military interventions abroad. Seriously? Graham went from a vocal critic of Donald Trump to one of his most loyal allies on Capitol.
That detail cannot be driven home hard enough. Lindsey Graham, I think he got into the United States Senate in 2003 after being a state senator for... Like in the assembly or whatever you call it. I always forget what you fucking call state house thingy. But like after doing a state government, he went to federal government in 2003, taking over for Strom Thurmond, a terrible racist bigot, Dixiecrat. Remnants of the past, and Lindsey Graham made sure to drag that past straight through till now. But voting for basically, I think, every single military engagement, war, budget increase. The guy loved war. Couldn't get enough of it.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's a
Well, let's cross to Washington, where our correspondent Fraser Jackson is standing by for us. Fraser, so President Trump led the tributes today for Lindsey Graham. He called him one of the greatest people and senators he's ever known, because Trump has indeed lost one of his closest allies in Congress, hasn't he?
Yeah, it certainly has. A key person for Donald Trump on Capitol Hill, and it was really quite a shock when we got this news. It broke around 2:30 in the morning local time that the senator had passed away. Through a statement from his office, that's how he learned about it. The actual circumstances around his death have not been officially confirmed.
I'm glad somebody else in chat, at least actually, it looks like multiple people now are remembering Strom Thurmond. He was a terrible guy. He was the last admitted segregationist. He was a piece of shit. The fact he was still in office until the 2000s tells you so much about America. It is crazy. We need help.
You have a mental health problem.
But reporting by the Washington Post, NBC and others, which is citing police chatter, says that police and ambulance crews went to Senator Graham's home not long after 8:30 in the evening for a man suffering from chest pains, and then chatter about an hour later said that the man had been given CPR and was being sent to George Washington University Hospital here in Washington D.C. And indeed, photographers outside of the residence captured pictures of a man on a stretcher being put into the back of an ambulance. Now, we are also learning from Donald Trump, who has been speaking on Meet the Press today, that he had spoken to Lindsey Graham in the hours just before we now know that he died. And then
Yes.
Donald Trump said he received a phone call around 1.
Yes, he did. And that is where we're going to end this clip and move to that, because this is where things honestly start getting quite interesting. Donald Trump inserting himself into this moment, the death of Lindsey Graham and the vacuum of power that has created. Trump saw an opportunity. But before we get to that, I just want to, what do you call it when it's someone you hate? I was going to say reminisce, but that's not the right word. Oh, God. Let's look back. Let's look back at some of the final appearances of Lindsey Graham.
Sorry. I'm pleased to announce, as of about 30 minutes ago, we've reached agreement with the White House.
Called Ukraine very effective in terms of drone warfare. Really.
Just walks away. Great job. Great job, Lindsey.
Happy birthday. Thank you very much. Happy to see you. How are you?
Good. Older.
Good.
Older.
Older. A little.
But no wiser.
Older but no wiser.
Thank you.
Older but no wiser. A truest statement possible. That is... It is crazy. That's one of the last things Lindsey Graham ever said. Older but no wiser.
It's science.
Yes, Lindsey Graham who learned nothing in his old age. His advanced years taught him just keep being you. Just keep being you, Lindsey. That's my best Lindsey Graham impression. I don't know. I don't even know what that sounds like. Is that good? Is that a good Lindsey Graham impression? I feel like he's almost Bush. He's got a little bit of Bush. Like he does the sometimes. Now, fuck. What's her name? Why can't I think of it right now? Oh, the Meet the Press woman. What is her name? Why can't I think of her name? My brain just broke. It's because I don't watch MSNBC that much. Kristen. God damn it, Kristen. God damn it, Kristen. Okay. Donald Trump went on with Kristen Welker, Meet the Press, to tell everybody about his last call with Lindsey Graham. NBC, 12 hours ago.
Overnight, the United States lost one of its most influential and consequential senators. Lindsey Graham died Saturday evening after what his office called a brief and sudden illness. He was 71 years old. Just hours earlier, Senator Graham had returned to Washington from a trip to Ukraine. He was scheduled to join us here on Meet the Press this morning for what would have been his 64th appearance. He was one of the broadcast's most frequent guests. Instead, this morning, we remember a man who served South Carolina for more than 2 decades, who helped shape America's foreign policy, whose voice was a constant presence in our national debate, and whose death has left colleagues of both parties in shock.
I wouldn't say served. I would say failed. That's just me. That's how I would characterize it. Filled South Carolina, America more broadly, for 2 decades. That's how I would put it. That would be if I were writing the copy.
We'll look back at his life, his public service, and his lasting impact on the Senate and the country. And to start us off and do that, joining me now on the phone is President Donald Trump for reaction to the death of his close friend. President Trump, thank you for joining us, and my condolences to you.
Well, thank you. He's a tough one to lose. He was great. He was unique, and
I'm sorry I could barely get through that. First opener, but Kristen giving Donald Trump condolences is one of the, like, honestly, something about it is just so funny to me. Because you can't tell me that Trump is actually upset. He doesn't have empathy. He doesn't have, I don't think he actually, I'm not even sure he has feelings that extend beyond himself. Like, I know he has feelings, like, he gets upset, he gets emotional about stuff, but it's always because of something that's being done to him or something that he's doing, right? Like, it's like, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's just, to me, giving Trump condolences is one of the most empty possible like actions you could ever take, because there's no way that it matters. Like, he doesn't care. As so, like, the only reason Trump cares that Lindsey Graham is dead is that it's created a power vacuum that he sees as being an advantageous opportunity to take advantage of.
President Trump, thank you for joining us, and my condolences to you.
Well, thank you. He's a tough one to lose.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Every way, actually.
He was, Mr. President, and I know that we are all just absorbing this news. We are all in shock. Can you tell us, Mr. President, how you received this news and your immediate gut reaction when you heard it?
So what makes it even stranger is that I got a call last night sometime in the early evening, maybe in the 7s.
Am I the only one that's like, whenever anybody says that in the middle of a story, that like immediately like something, like some like flag goes up? It's like, wait, like, it's like, to me it's like a tell. What makes it even weirder, actually, Kristen, now that you bring it up, I actually have a point. It's like, I always feel like when people say that, it's like it's just a way to like interject something that's completely like fabricated, or like it's always going to be like, at least at the very least, like some kind of like exaggeration, and probably unrelated.
Night sometime in the early evening, maybe in the 7s, and he called and he said, we're all set for the Save America Act. He was pushing the Save America.
You see what I mean? He immediately needed, like, yeah, that's actually, Kristen, you know what's weird about it is that he called me yesterday and said he loves the Save America Act. You see what I mean? Like, it's just completely off the reservation. There's no reason to make that goddamn comment. Aside from having a goddamn agenda, which he absolutely has. It's great. It's crazy. Oh my God. Hold on. I just got to listen to that whole thing again.
So what makes it even stranger is that I got a call last night sometime in the early evening, maybe in the 7s, and he called and he said, we're all set for the Save America Act. He was
in the 7s. In the 7s, he sounds like. Actually, just they made this free on YouTube. I watched this like, I think I watched this like a couple weeks ago or something like that. He sounds like Chris Farley in Tommy Boy when what's his face goes to pick him up. He's like 2, 4, 6, 9, or in the 7s. It was in the 7s. I can't remember exactly what he called. It was in the 7s. I've never heard anybody say that before. Has anybody heard that before ever? It's in the 6s. He called it, it's like 6:15 15, 6:30 in the sixes, somewhere in there. Totally, it's like one of those things that I feel like Trump's trying to sound casual, but it's just like, it doesn't make any sense at all. It's in the sevens. Totally normal.
Last night, sometime in, the early evening, maybe in the sevens, and he called and he said, we're all set for the Save America Act. He was pushing the Save America Act like crazy. He got back, said he just landed from Ukraine. I said, that's a long trip to make. He said, he sounded a little tired, but perfect, but a little bit tired. Had a right to be. And he was a worker. He was really a worker. But he sounded great, actually. But he actually said he was tired. But
He sounded great, but he said he was tired. Now, what's fascinating about this claim from Donald Trump, in my opinion, and Kristen's show was not the only show that Donald Trump made an appearance on. But what I find fascinating about this claim is that Trump tried to get the SAVE Act passed. He's been trying to get this done for a while, like 6 months. I can't remember, maybe less. But he's been working on this all year. And it passed the House, but it never made it to the floor in the Senate. Senate Republicans refused to bring it to the floor because they think that it was going to lose them voters, right? By disenfranchising married women in red states. And they were refusing to do it. He was even threatening them. He was screaming at them in closed-door meetings about it. And holding up legislation to get it passed. Even that wasn't enough. And you're telling me Lindsey all of a sudden had a change of heart right before he died? He tried to call Trump to let him know, right? His final wish, actually. He said to me, sir,
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
He said, sir, thank you very much. I love you, sir. And I was wrong about the SAVE Act. Like, this shit is fucking crazy.
he wanted to pass the Save America Act. And
he really did.
Well, we're going to get it done, Lindsey. We're going to get it done. I'll see you.
We're going to get it done. Don't worry, Lindsey.
We might even meet today.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
That was it.
Don't worry, Lindsey. We'll get it done. If that's what you want. Don't worry. I know how much you care about this. So we'll get it done. Do you see how much of a shift this is? From going from Republicans in the Senate doing nothing to get this thing passed to Lindsey Graham calling Trump to not only tell him he wants the SAVE Act passed, but basically pressuring the president. It is quite a fiction that he's spun here.
To pass the Save America Act, and I said, well, we're going to get it done, Lindsey. We're going to get it done. I'll see you soon. We thought maybe we might even meet today. And then that was it. And that was, very irrelevant. It couldn't have been much longer. It could have been his last call. I don't know exactly, but
could have been his last call.
About 1 o'clock in the morning from one of the people at his office that he had passed away. I said, "You got it. I just can't believe it." He was like a member of the family to this first house.
Can't believe it.
It's amazing.
I was just like, wow, that's crazy. What? I just talked to him. That's really weird. That's what I said to his staff. I was like, wow, that's crazy. I just talked to him in the sevens. I was just talking to him in the sevens, and now he's gone? That's really weird. Wow. Crazy.
That's really weird.
Is anybody buying this, by the way? Is anybody buying this? Because this is maybe one of the most unbelievable stories I've ever heard. Oh, God.
I said, "You got it. I just can't believe it." He was like a member of the family.
I want to see exactly.
amazing.
Show us the phone records. Exactly, Morbius. Exactly. Show us the goddamn phone records, sir. Please. Please, sir. Please.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir. Just show us the records. Just show us the records. I'll do it. Oh, just show us the call logs. Oh God.
He was such an advocate. He was, if he wanted to get something, and he had a unique ability. He was able to deal with Democrats and Republicans. If I had a problem, a real problem, I wouldn't often ask. But if I had a problem with a Democrat, he could work it out. He was a great politician, actually.
He loved his work, Mr. President.
Yep.
I hear you saying that in this final conversation that you have emblematic. He was tireless, but it brought him such joy, didn't it?
No, there was nobody like him. He loved being a politician, and he was going to win his election. He was going to win it big. I endorsed him very
He was going to
early,
win it big.
and he was going to win it big.
He was going to win it so big. Biglier than ever before. Oh my God. Actually, that's not true. We will be talking about that towards the end of this discussion. But it wasn't clear that Senator Lindsey Graham was going to win it bigly against his Democratic challenger. It's just this. There's something about this call that is just insane to me. The Trump, within 12 hours of the death of Lindsey Graham, and I think less. I'm not exactly sure the timing of it. I'd have to look. I'd have to look somewhere, but the reports of Lindsey Graham dying were the first reports were 2:30 in the morning. And by 12 hours ago, this was posted to NBC's channel. Right? So before 12 hours ago, so before 10:45 in the morning Eastern Standard Time, Donald Trump is on NBC News selling this story to America, and I find it fucking deranged. And it just shows just how cold and callous and just mad with power this man is. He doesn't care about anybody, including one of the guys who was doing the most for him in the Senate these days. And all he could think of, I got to get in there. I got to do an NBC interview immediately. Oh, my God.
Illegal.
Oops.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I thought I changed those colors. See, this is the problem. I keep doing that lately. I don't know what's wrong with me, but let me see. I'll change the color of this right now. Sorry. I need to do this. This has been bugging me. What color? I guess this is the furthest away from anything else.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. There we go.
He just had it made, and he just loved being a politician. I said, the reason I'm endorsing you is because I got to make sure you win, because if you didn't win, I don't think you could handle life. I really don't. He was a man, there are guys that can lose and they go into something else. I can't imagine him doing anything else. I said, if you weren't a U.S. Senator, I don't know if you could live very long, and look what happens. He was going to have a big victory. And
wait, what? I said, I don't think, if you weren't a senator, I don't think you'd live very long, and then look what happened. He was still senator, sir. Okay, we're moving it along from this one. Because Trump, as I mentioned, did at least 2 live TV news call-ins. NBC and CNN. I would assume Fox News, and maybe, honestly, I'd have to do some real digging to know for sure. But he woke up this morning and just started calling into every single outlet that he could think of. Here's Jake Tapper.
Mr. President, thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, quite a shock. The senator was a close ally of yours. He referred to himself as your North Star, the Trump guy in the Senate. What are your thoughts about Lindsey Graham this morning?
Well, it's devastating. I thought he was fine. He called me last night. He just got back from Ukraine, and he had a great trip. He was telling me about the trip. He was pushing very, very hard. You probably know he wanted to do the Save America Act that he was talking about that. He was full of vim and vigor. He was tired.
He was full of vim and vigor. He called me and said, "Sir, we need the Save America Act. We need it very badly." Like, honestly, the story does not check out. It just doesn't even close to check out. Trump has been doing everything he can to make it clear that he wants the Save America Act passed. And if anything, if Lindsey Graham was so concerned about getting the Save America Act passed, he would have been calling Thune and like all the other Republican leadership, not Trump. Because they were the ones who had the concerns. Trump had zero reservations about the Save. Why would you call him the one guy who wanted it the most to tell him how badly you wanted it? It just doesn't make any sense.
He said, "I'm tired because it's a long trip," but other than that, he was fine. And he called me, I guess, just moments before, because he called me like at 6:30 or something, and the medical people got there a little bit later, right after that. What a terrible loss it is. He's a great politician. He was a natural. There are very few of them. He was a natural politician. Got along with everybody. When he didn't, he was very tough. He was a tough cookie too, but he got along with everybody.
Yeah, he had some harsh words about you 10 years ago when you were running against each other.
Did. Well, he ran against me, and he was, formidable. He was a tough cook. He was tough and smart, and that's where I got to know him on the campaign. I didn't know him before then, and I spoke to him maybe once in my life before then, but I got to know him. He was one of the 17 people that ran against me, and he was, a smart guy, and it was a nasty campaign. He was tough and nasty, but I was nasty too, and it worked out fine. And I got to know him by little drips and drabs, and then we became friendly, and there was no better advocate. He was a fantastic advocate in the Senate, and he could do things that other people, he was able to. If I had a really big problem with a certain Democrat, he could work it out.
See what I mean? Like, he's out here NBC, CNN, spitting the exact same narrative over here. Now, Lindsey Graham sponsored this bill like 6 months ago. I'm like looking at it right now. It was back in February. The Graham sponsored February 4th. It's almost exactly 6 months ago that he sponsored the Save America Act. But once again, it died in the water. It died in the water. It's not because of any lack of effort on the part of Donald Trump. It was other Republican leaders. And he knew, of all people, Lindsey Graham certainly knew that those were the people that he would need to be in contact with to get this sort of thing over the line. I'm sure that he was already talking to Trump about this sort of thing, and that Trump was doing everything that he could. Like, if anything, they were working in tandem. Lindsey Graham was one of his biggest supporters in the Senate. After, running against him, what was it, 2016? Saying some mean, nasty things about Trump, has basically done everything to help the president in both terms. Zero reservations on any of that, it would seem. Like, I can't think of a single thing he's really opposed the president on. Never. And honestly, I don't even think that Lindsey would be upset that Donald Trump is using his death as an opportunity to try and pass legislation that would disenfranchise voters, right? Oh, God. What a stupid timeline. Oh my god, I forgot about this. I was watching this earlier and I didn't think about it. Oh my god. Anybody notice anything weird about this video? This is outside the White House. You can see that they're lowering the flag to half-mast out of great respect for Lindsey Graham. Anybody notice anything fucking weird about this image? Anybody? If you look closely at the facade of the White House, they've been building out this, what do you call it? Like a vestibule? It's outdoor, though. I don't know what you call this. It's like a porch. It's like a large front porch with giant columns in a sort of Gothic, whatever you call it, style. I guess it's not Gothic. What is it? What's the word for this? Romanesque? Whatever it is, it's fucking deranged, as we all know. And yesterday, we watched them drape this tarp. Yes, that's right. You're not looking at an actual... Well, it's part of a building, but this middle part right here, this is a tarp. Is a tarp here? Wait, I need sound. Tarp here. And the tarp on the other side. Showing us what it would look like if they had finished building this thing. But they are hiding the... And by the way, from this angle, it looks completely stupid. Like there are certain angles where this definitely looks real bad. This is one of them. Like, from above, it just looks all wrong. Like, the forced perspective doesn't even kind of work. Oh, my God. It's deranged. I wonder how much that cost. Is it a portico? Is that what you call those? Thank you. Thank you very much, Chewie. All right, now let's go and see some of the other people paying tribute to the president, not the president, to the senator. Genocidal maniac Benjamin Netanyahu paying his respects to Lindsey Graham earlier on Sunday. Aww. Here's France 24 from 11 hours ago.
Well, one of the leaders that have paid tribute to Lindsey Graham is Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We can get more on that now with our correspondent Noga Tanopolsky, who's standing by for us in Jerusalem. Good afternoon to you, Noga. So we're hearing that Israel is, quote, stunned by the news. And there are even reports circulating that Benjamin Netanyahu is weighing attending the funeral.
That's right, Jenny. There are different reports, none of them completely official.
Everybody catch that? Benjamin Netanyahu may be attending the funeral of the late Lindsey Graham out of deep respect and appreciation for all of the military budgets and funding budgets that he approved. Wow. Wow. So it's not official, like it was just said, but things being rumorings, as they are, rumorings are all we got to go on, and I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked if you see BB pop his head in at that funeral. Now, to Junior Senator of South Carolina, Tim Scott. Oh, he's all broken up about this situation.
And joining me now is Lindsey Graham's former Senate colleague, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott. Senator Scott, you obviously served with Senator Graham. You were the two senators from South Carolina, two conservative Republicans. You were just on the campaign trail with him to help him get reelected. How are you doing this morning? What do you want people to remember and know about Senator Graham that maybe they don't know?
Well, Jake, gosh, America's lost a true statesman. We don't have many left, but he was a true statesman. But I've lost a friend.
Oh, gosh, Jake. Oh, the loss of Lindsey. It's terrible. Oh, God. Such platitudes. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, gosh, Jake.
It is a morning of mourning for me. It's a powerful
It's a morning of
reminder
mourning.
that life is fleeting,
gosh, Jake. Oh, gosh.
That we are not here very long.
It's a morning.
If I were to...
It is a morning of mourning. You see how broken up he is? Oh, look at him. Oh, he's practically crying. It's a morning of mourning, Jake. It's a morning of mourning.
Precision of language, please.
Stories about Lindsey Graham. One of the most important stories about Lindsey Graham is that when I was a new senator, he welcomed me in. He knew that my path was different. He understood the power of change in South Carolina and how much our state had changed. But he was one of the first folks in the Senate to welcome me in with open arms. And I will say that I do a South Carolina prayer breakfast every year in D.C. And I called Lindsey the first time, and Lindsey says, Tim, if this thing starts before 10 a.m., I'm not coming, because I'm not going even if Jesus comes back before 10 a.m. And I just laughed out loud. And of course, it started at 8:30. And who walked in the door at 8:31? Lindsey Graham.
Wow, wow, wow. What a guy, that Lindsey Graham. So many Jesus jokes.
Why can't I shut up about Jesus?
He was just the kind of committed person that you don't really appreciate how committed he was to America. I can't think, Jake, of a more committed public servant to this country. His family was his sister that he adopted when he was 19 and she was 13 because...
Okay, that's enough from Tim Scott over here. He's all fucking broken up over this. Oh, God, do you know how great of a guy Lindsey Graham was? Oh, Jake. It's so sad. Basically, Jake sat there for like 7.5 minutes and just let Tim just go on and on and on. We're not going to do it, okay? But that was the general vibes. There's more, he gets sloppy. No, I know it. We just don't have time. It's 7.5 minutes of Tim glazing fucking... we're not going to do it, okay? I almost called him Mitch McConnell. Fucking Lindsey Graham. Okay, we just can't afford it. We're already an hour into the stream somehow. And we've only gotten through like 10 videos. It's not a good pace for me, historically. Speaking of which, if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and hit that bell icon, like button. All of those things really help us out. And perhaps consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. Got Throne for physical items, which you could purchase that would then eventually arrive at my doorstep down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Patreon. $3 a month. So many space benefits.
Are you not entertained?
Okay, who's next with a Lindsey Graham retrospective? I actually, yeah, let's do this one. This one was this was an all-encompassing retrospective on Lindsey Graham. No No stone unturned. All right, probably a couple, but this is, yeah, let's do this one. Takes by Jamel Bowie. 7 hours ago.
If Lindsey Graham were nothing other than a warmonger, someone eager to spill foreign blood on behalf of so-called American interests, someone who never saw a war he did not like, who was an eager cheerleader of the war in Iraq.
So knowing what you know right now, Senator Graham, and knowing what Senator McCain knows right now, even though there were no WMD, even though there were no links between Saddam and Al-Qaeda or 9/11, you still think it was a good idea to go to war?
Absolutely. I am glad that the Saddam Hussein regime is over. I'm glad that a democracy is beginning to emerge in the heart of the Arab world.
A long-time cheerleader for war in Iran, and subsequently a massive supporter of the current war.
I'm sorry. I'm glad that democracy is finally coming out in the Middle East. Doing a great job. We're doing a great job, as everybody can tell. How'd that work out? So much democracy, it's overwhelming.
For war in Iran, and subsequently a massive supporter of the current war in Iran.
Now, President Trump, thank God he was there. He's the right guy at the right time.
It's a good intuition there. That did not age well, Princess Mouse. Agreed. I think we all agree.
War in Iran.
Now, President Trump, thank God he was there. He's the right guy at the right time. And when he heard they were that close to 10 weapons, he acted. And you know what? When this is over, we're going to obliterate their nuclear program, and there's going to be a new dawn in the Mideast. President Trump, you did the right thing. God bless you. And Steve and Jared, you literally saved the world from terrorism.
If that was Lindsey Graham's entire legacy, and you can maybe throw in his shameful performance at the Kavanaugh hearings in 2018.
I would never do to them what you've done to this guy. This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics.
Oh, yeah.
And if you really wanted to know the truth, you sure as hell wouldn't have done what you've done to this guy. Are you a gang rapist? No.
If that was it, if that was all Lindsey Graham had done, he would still be an ignominious figure, someone who we would say, good riddance. Glad he's no longer in the Senate, sorry for his family, I suppose, but as a public figure, no one who you're necessarily sorry to see go, leave the stage. But that's not all Lindsey Graham was, as we know.
So true.
Lindsey Graham was one of the Republicans early on who understood what Trump was. Graham ran in the 2016 Republican primary, dropped out pretty early, but saw then that Trump was trouble. But Graham, who never had much of an independent streak, who was always looking for someone to latch himself onto like the natural-born follower he was, Graham ignored his own misgivings, ignored his own statements, and became a loyal supporter of Trump through that first term. He even assisted Trump in the president's effort to undermine and overturn the Georgia presidential election in his failed attempt to make himself president against and above the will of the voters.
Yeah, Lindsey was on board for just about everything that Donald Trump ever asked him to be on board for. Tis true. He is kind of a bad guy.
That he had followed Trump, and this was a bridge too far.
Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it being this way. Oh my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential president. But today, first thing you'll see.
Oh, yeah.
All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough.
Of course, it wasn't a bridge too far. Not long after that, Graham was once again firmly behind Donald Trump. And as Trump made his political comeback, Graham was right there, loyal follower, eager to suck up to daddy. Last month, Graham yet again won his bid in the South Carolina Senate primary, and in his victory speech, he thanked two people, God, and not far behind, in his words, Donald Trump.
So, I want to start with a bunch of thank yous. I want to thank the big guy, God. Trump comes later. Mr. President, you're not far behind, guys, but we're going to start with him.
And so with Lindsey Graham's passing on Sunday, how should we remember?
We should remember him like that, in my opinion, as a dude who thought Trump was second to God and none other. What a sick, twisted human being. Supported absolutely everything Trump has ever done. Thank you, Jamel, for the recap on Lindsey's horrible career. Let's see how other people are taking it. Francesca Fiorentini.
Can you tell us, Mr. President, how you received this news and your immediate gut reaction when you heard it?
So what makes it even stranger is that I got a call last night sometime at, the early evening, maybe in the 7s, and he called and he said, we're all set for the Save America Act. He was pushing the Save America Act like crazy, and that was, very around the time. It couldn't have been much longer. It could have been his last call. I don't know exactly, but...
Really? Didn't he really say that? Sure, Allison.
I'm glad that Francesca is as skeptical as I am about that call. It's in the 7s. He called me, it was somewhere in the 7s, very 7:15, 7:30, somewhere in there. Totally normal call. Very strange, Kristen. It's very strange.
Exactly, but...
Really? Didn't he really say that? Sure, Allison. Is that really what Viserys said on his deathbed? Stop Latinos from voting. It's crazy. And he also said that borders aren't real, capitalism is not natural, and everyone should live their truth. Everyone is on the Kinsey scale, and he definitely is gay. Oh, and also listen to the Bitchuation Room podcast with Francesca Fiorentini. Oh, and he also said that Mehdi Taremi of the Iranian national team, Stone Cold Fox.
Wow, that is breaking news. Francesca Fiorentini breaking so many crazy things. Who could have imagined that Lindsey Graham would renounce capitalism, announce that he is gay, and all sorts of other shocking things such as this so late in his life? Now, in contrast to what the president said, all of that actually sounds very, maybe, I guess Lindsey really had a lot of stuff to get off his chest before leaving this earth. Good God. That is surprising, to say the least. I mean, do we all just get to, like, that's not what I feel that Francesca is doing, and I'm starting to think maybe we should also get in on this. I think she's making some, I don't know if she's trying to make this point, but what's coming across to me from that video is maybe we too, as the president has done, should start claiming that we spoke to Lindsey Graham before he passed and learned revelatory things of all, actually, I think Medicare for all is great. Oh, God. Open borders, Medicare for all. No more funding for Israel until genocide stops and the occupation is over. I wonder how long it would take me to rig up Lindsey. I'm not going to do it. Okay, let's go here. One last clip on the reactions to the death of Lindsey Graham. Who's this guy?
The communist. Hassan Parker.
Lindsey Graham after fighting for the top bunk in hell with Charlie Kirk. Dude, listen. Disavow. So Lindsey's NDA expires, so people are coming out about him. Just woke up to find out Lindsey Graham is law. Most of you know him as the homophobic senator for South Carolina. All in Graham, at the age of 71, relatively young, relatively youthful, for a member of the Senate has passed away. Now, today we're going to be talking about the outlets are rushing to talk about Lindsey Graham's background and how wonderful of a guy he is and how awesome he was and polite conversations. We, of course, don't do that here on the Hasanabi broadcast. We like to take a look at the true worth of a man. We like to take a look at what these members of Congress have actually done. Not.
Oh, wow. Hassan about to measure the manhood of Lindsey Graham.
Don't be creepy.
The way that they cover it in mainstream media, but instead the way what their impact is and the way it should be covered. I'll start off by saying Lindsey Graham, in a long list of demonic entities, was exceptionally bloodthirsty. A bloodthirsty, odious monster who loved war. There was never a war that Lindsey Graham did not fall in love with. Mr. Ladybug himself. And the ultimate irony of the situation is that he achieved him and his best friend John McCain's dream of Iran. He finally got to do it. And yet, the only thing he saw in the aftermath of achieving his dream, suffering from his success, was the spectacular failure it turned into in his final days. He watched the United States' century of force projection capabilities collapse. But rest easy, Ladybug, till the bitter end. You died doing what you loved, advancing the interests of American empire. And of course, we're going to get into all of that and more. I just wanted to start with that, get it out of the way. We have a big day today, of course.
Okay. Hold on. We can't watch this whole freaking thing. There is absolutely no freaking way that's happening. Is this good? Is this a good spot for you? Yeah. Come on. Come on. Why isn't this working?
Democratic Party offering a setback to further progress, including an abject refusal of younger black voices from entering the fray, and they cut it to make it seem like that he's being anti-black or something. It's a classic situation. I hate that. Anyway, let's finish this.
Yeah, I need to get picked up ASAP. Okay, I'm at the Quiznos and
damn.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's an insane fit. Yeah, I got to get on my
circle. Do you know where that is?
That was not. He's sir. I don't know if you're in our office.
He's not in. We're having a liaison, man. It's undercover. He was gonna pick me up at the Quiznos.
Okay.
Oh, they thought I was Lindsey Graham. Oh, he believed it. I know. Chicago Bish. He believed it.
That was awesome. Lindsey Graham after fighting for the top bunk in hell with Charlie Kirk. Dude, listen. Disavow. So Lindsey's NDA expires, so people are coming out about him. Just woke up to find out Lindsey Graham is law. Most of you know him as the homophobic senator.
Hassan might have to tread lightly, but I don't disavow that one. I think that one was hella funny. Oh, God. I'm just imagining it is a comedic situation just thinking about them fighting over the top bunk. I can see it now. Although I don't think that Lindsey's good, just age-wise. Although I guess when you're in hell, does that matter? How does that work? Honestly, you'd have to ask somebody more
South Carolina, but to me, he will always be the man who paid a Twinkie pre-transition college student a fast stack of cash to do unspeakable things to him in a hotel room while he wore red lingerie. It is a canon trans event to have far-right freaks bankrolling you, then turning around and voting against you. People love to judge us, but I never see them opening their wallets. Shout out to sex workers everywhere forced to humanize their enemies just to make rent. It's an absolute to me that one of the reasons I have any semblance of financial security and a lack of student loans is because of this man. At the time, I had no idea who he was, and I only figured it out because another group of twinks leaked Lady G to the media. Some queers tried to grandstand critique this, saying we shouldn't out people. I believe bigots with power deserve no peace or privacy, especially when they hold public office. I'm glad they did it. Icons forever. Anyway, if you ever enjoy what I do on the internet, I know that is in part because of Lindsey's generous donations over a decade ago. Oh my God. Because of Lindsey's generous donations, I've ever sent you dollars or something. Know that was kickstarted by the now deceased sissy senator from South Carolina. Oh my God, Lindsey, rest in hell for what you did to our community. I will continue to love queer and trans people harder than you ever hated us. I'm together and now everyone knows. Kissy face. Dude, this is going to be an insane week. This is going to be an insane week because Lindsey Graham is a demon. Like, Lindsey Graham was a demon. He was a very bad guy. I cannot, the beginning of the rise of the Antichrist. It's going to be tough to fully explain to you how much of a bad guy he was. I'm going to try to do my very best. Okay? I'm going to try to do my very best. But god damn, dude. I mean, he was such a fucking demon. Because, like, look, the American Congress is comprised of the worst people on the planet. Like, if you were to look at individuals with so much power, so much destructive capability, the American Congress is up there as far as like historical forces of ultimate evil goes. Lindsey Graham is above the fold. He is above the average level of evil you automatically subscribe to if you're a part of the American Senate. Like, he is one of the worst of the worst. A gay man who was in the closet, who was, obviously unbelievably homophobic, unbelievably transphobic. That's on the domestic side. Someone who obviously was in favor of ruining the lives of tens of millions of women. With his pro-life sentiment, all that stuff is real. As a Republican, as a regular Republican, he obviously contributed to a tremendous amount of damage here in the United States of America, right? But what makes Lindsey Graham...
No, Hassan's absolutely right. Like, he supported all of the worst, far-right agenda shit of the Republican Party for the last 20 years. All of the tax cuts to billionaires. I mean, all of that shit Lindsey was on board for. But he was also on board for every single war, every single military budget increase. He had an outsized effect on the planet in a very negative way.
Exceptional. What makes Lindsey Graham uniquely demonic, uniquely evil, is his bloodlust, okay? Lindsey Graham was always at the tip of the spear. At the tip of the spear when it comes to American war machine endeavors. Wherever there was a brown country that was waiting to be bombed, Lindsey Graham was there going, hell yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, that'd be a great idea. That'd be a great idea. I love Israel. Israel is my favorite. Am Israel high. I say it every day. I say it every day. Look, and on top of that, he was such an inconsistent charlatan. In 2016, he said, we are going to vote in Donald Trump into office, and he's going to ruin this nation, and he's going to ruin this party, and we are going to deserve it.
Sooner.
And then he puckered his lips and planted them inside of Donald Trump's ass cheeks for the next fucking decade till...
Hassan, 100% right on this one here. Hold on, we can listen to this whole thing. But I mean, I think it's important right now. Might as well take this opportunity to go over the record of this man who held power in this country for 3 decades, if you count his time in lower houses of government. What does that say about South Carolina voters? I mean, we were just saying this a second ago, but what does it say about South Carolina voters that they left a segregationist in office until 2003? Right? Like Lindsey Graham took over for Strom Thurmond in 2003. The last of the Dixiecrat segregationists. Like I mean, dude was of a bygone era, but South Carolina was fine with it.
He's the guy that did it, not Trump. I just
Straight up. So when you see the media trip over itself to eulogize this guy because he was nice to them at some point, just remember that's the kind of guy he was. Okay? Anyway, here's a little bit of a taste of what kind of guy he was. Here is Lindsey Graham at the Republican Jewish Coalition. Let's take a look.
He recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Why? Because if you got a problem with that, take it up with God. He's the guy that did it, not Trump. So I just want to say I feel good about the Republican Party. I feel good about where we're going as a nation. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes. Trump is my favorite president. We've run out of bombs. We didn't run out of bombs in World War II.
What a sentence. What an insane...
As a coalition.
What an insane fucking sentence. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes. We started a war with Iran, which everybody loves, and it's great. And now you don't have to pay taxes.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
We're cutting your taxes. Trump is my favorite president. We've run out of bombs. We didn't run out of bombs in World War II. So, as a coalition of Republicans, some Baptist, some Jewish, we organize ourselves around principles that we love and we cherish. We love individual freedom. We love entrepreneurship. We love capitalism. We love Israel. We love the idea of Israel. We love the struggle they've
How do you spell
been
that?
involved.
How do you spell that? Israel. Israel. Is that I-Z-R-U-L? Israel? Israel. We love Israel.
We love them, helping them because you're helping yourself. So to those who worry about these stupid interviews and far off places, don't worry. The Republican Party has figured it out when it comes to Israel. We understand that Israel is a friend of America.
Israel
comes to me in my dreams.
Israel.
Thank you for the 100 gifted.
100 gifted.
My friend.
100.
Thank you.
That's crazy.
Thank you so much. I'm burning over here.
We understand that God blesses those.
100 gifted of the great. Oh my God. Oh, for the love of God. Okay. Moving on from this Republican Jewish coalition speech. So much about Lindsey. We can't get stuck on any one thing. Look, it's Kristen.
Whose family and colleagues, President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will join us.
Oh, look at that. Two terrible men who are no longer with us. Kristen Welker gifting Lindsey Graham this photo. If you can't tell, it's a photo of Lindsey over here on the right here. And then, is that Dick Cheney? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's John McCain. Also dead. Sorry. And there's, that's John McCain right there. Wow. How generous. Actually, I guess I can't. Now that I'm looking at this, I can't tell who is receiving the photo. I guess actually he could be giving it to Kristen. It's not clear.
Those whose family and colleagues, President Donald Trump and
it says four. It says four.
will join
I just
us
realized.
this morning to reflect on.
I'm a fucking idiot. It literally says four. It says for Senator Graham on. Right? That says four, doesn't it? It's really hard to read that. It looks like it says for Senator Graham, though.
on his life and legacy, which they did, and we'll talk about it. Before we talk about that, here is what this Iranian anchor had to say. And there's numerous clips from Iranian state television. Lindsey Graham, the anti-Iranian senator, has gone to hell. He says, this news is so good that I wanted to read it to you once more. Lindsey Graham, the anti-Iranian senator, has gone to hell.
Oh, God.
Oh, my.
Can you imagine that being state media? Like, can you imagine CNN posting that? Oh, my God.
My God, so much Lindsey Graham content. Here,
Seriously.
there's something for everything. Here's Lindsey Graham on Cuba.
President Trump finished the job that President Reagan failed to do. I am a big admirer of Ronald Reagan, but I'm here to tell you that Donald Trump, in my opinion, is the gold standard for Republicans, maybe any president, and when it comes to foreign policy. Maduro, everybody talked about him. Well, Donald Trump's got him in jail. Cuba's next. They're going to fall. This communist dictatorship in Cuba, their days are numbered. The Iranian regime, the mothership of international terrorism, is about to collapse. The captain of the ship, the Ayatollah, is stone cold dead.
I have to apologize. I have to apologize for something. I've led you astray. For the longest time, I've led you astray. I've told you foolishly that evil never dies. And today, I recognize that I was wrong. Sometimes evil does die.
Yeah. Hassan has been misleading us for a long time. I don't appreciate that. I appreciate him at least coming clean on this, admitting when he was wrong. That's really, to some degree, what when we realize we were wrong. It's that moment, I think, is most important. How we respond to the wrongness. How we react as people to that information. I appreciate that from Hassan. Very sensible decision to alert us to this. He has actually been saying that for a long ass time. I know I've heard him say that multiple times.
Had to go through to literally create and film and all of that blackmail is now for nothing. It's all gone. It amounts to nothing. All the videos he had to edit, all of that.
So when we were faced with destruction as a nation after Pearl Harbor, fighting the Germans and the Japanese, we decided to end the war by bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki with nuclear weapons. That was the right decision.
That war crime was the right decision. Evaporating, what was it like? I can't remember the number now, like 100,000 people or something like that. One of the worst, like, individual war crimes in modern human history. That's great. We did the right thing, says Lindsey Graham. What a sick human being. What a bad guy. Had all the worst takes on all of the things.
And not only that, but he was also a hypocritical monster, too. Here's a montage of what Lindsey Graham thought of Donald Trump before he became a lackey and humiliated himself. Remember,
I want to talk.
This, by the way, is the same Donald Trump who destroyed Lindsey Graham's best friend. So if you want to know what he was truly like in person as well, like what, if you can't comprehend that the most consequential element of Lindsey Graham's legacy is his actions that he took in office, even as a guy, even as just like a regular person, if you turn around and become besties with the president who destroyed, who constantly shit on your supposed best friend, John McCain, then I don't think you're a good guy at all.
Talk to the Trump supporters for a minute. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you like this guy.
He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot. He doesn't represent my party. He doesn't represent the values that the men and women who wear the uniform are fighting for. I think he's a kook. I think he's crazy. I think he's unfit for office. And I'm a Republican, and he's not.
Oh, wow. How long did that last?
Not a conservative Republican. He's an opportunist. He's not fit to be president of the United States. He's disparaged women. He has an 80% disapproval rating among Hispanics. At the end of the day, he would be the most flawed nominee in the history. He accuses most illegal immigrants of being rapists and drug dealers.
Who's this guy? Exactly.
He plays into the idea that maybe...
Yeah. Good question, Thomas. Who is this guy? He hasn't appeared for at least a decade. I know that much.
Maybe Obama's a Muslim. 70% of us in South Carolina believe that Donald Trump is not a conservative.
He said Obama is a Muslim. Seriously, though, who is this guy? I feel like I've heard him call Obama a Muslim since then. Did he get brain swapped at some point?
Republican. We think that he's unfit for office, that he would be a terrible commander-in-chief. He doesn't have the temperament or judgment. I think Donald Trump is a political car wreck, and people slow down and look at the wreck, but they eventually move on. I want to talk...
Like, objectively, this kind of sentiment in 2026, can you imagine any Republican saying this shit in 2020?
Yeah, and actually, this is a really important point right now. Because this is kind of what I've been talking about for a while. You know, like, Trump's election to some degree was the culmination of a lot of the stuff that had been happening in the Tea Party within the Republican political space over the last, at that point, whatever it was. How long was that? 5? When did that start? When did the Tea Party, whatever it was, like for a number of years, Tea Party had been making big gains. In my estimation, to some degree, the Trump election in 2016 was the culmination of that movement, which died and became MAGA. And then the Republican Party. Lindsey Graham only stayed in there for the last decade by being subsumed by it. Right? Like, a lot of people who didn't, they're gone. Lindsey, he stayed around for another decade because he let his ideology get completely subsumed by that wing of the party. And to some degree, that's what we need to happen on the left and in the Democratic Party. But it would be actually a corrective thing and not necessarily not a toxic thing in the way that it was with the Tea Party here.
Like, objectively, this kind of sentiment in 2026, can you imagine any Republican saying this shit in 2026? This was 2015. Now, we know that they were fake and phony and they were doing the same racial agitation that Donald Trump was doing as well. It's just the difference is Donald Trump was saying the quiet part out loud, whereas these guys kept it to dog whistles. Donald Trump was not dog whistling. He was using a bullhorn, right? But like, Donald Trump made the Republican Party far more honest in their dishonesty, in their cruelty, in their senseless desire to destroy marginalized populations. Okay? That's it. And that's who Lindsey Graham is. An empty suit, an empty vessel who was single-minded in advancing America's death and destruction campaign overseas. I just woke up and found out Lindsey Graham is dead and in hell, but only for being a homosexual, so I don't know how to feel about it.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Now, I don't think we need to hear what Hunter Biden had to say about this. I do want to say this. I want to say thank you to the person who just became a member of the Patreon. That adds $3 to the galactic financing of the deficit. Here we go. Making a little progress on the galactic content goal as well. Oh shit, I forgot to actually start the galactic content goal on Twitch. Son of a bitch. It's actually a little shorter because of that. Dono and the 100 bits from Omega. Okay, we're starting goals on Twitch. Bit goal started, sub goal. Wait, no, not subs, points. 12 points. Okay. There we have it. All right. Goals started officially. Ways in which to contribute to the galactic content goal. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon memberships, as just mentioned. By the way, for the person who just became a member of the Patreon, make sure to look out for a message which will get sent your way here shortly when I get a chance regarding what name you want for your shout out at the end of the show, as well as your avatar choice. Okay, I think that's all we need. Oh shit, why did I just click that? You bastard. I think that's all we need from that clip. Or that's all I feel like we need to do from that clip from Hassan. Probably drag this out as long as we need to here. However, we can't completely finish talking about this situation because democracy is still grinding its gears away here in South Carolina. And we now have a slightly uncertain situation. Although I do now at least have a better grasp of what is going to happen now. I wasn't completely familiar with South Carolina's state election laws. And it turns out there will be a slightly different situation happening than what I thought yesterday. But suffice to say, the primaries have already happened. One woman fought her way to the top of the heap in the Democratic primary by the name of Dr. Annie. Dr. Annie Andrews was going to be facing Lindsey Graham in the general election. That now clearly not going to be the case, but this was her launch video from last year.
My name is Dr. Annie Andrews, and for almost 2 decades, I've been a pediatrician in South Carolina. Parents trust me to treat their kids for just about everything you can imagine. This is an x-ray of a kid with measles pneumonia, a condition easily prevented by vaccines. This is a kid with cancer, one of the diseases the NIH doesn't have the funding to study anymore. And this is a kid who's been shot, which despite being the #1 cause of death for children in America, is no longer classified as a public health crisis. And this kid, and there's really no other way to say this, is quite literally full of shit. And this is an adult who is also completely and unequivocally full of shit. Roll it.
You know how you make America great again? Tell Donald Trump to go to hell. I like the president. I want to help him. I hope he's successful. You know what concerns me about the American press is this endless attempt to label the guy as some kind of kook.
I think he's a kook. He's not fit to be president.
It's embarrassing, and South Carolina deserves better.
Honestly, some of the best Lindsey Graham clip editing I've seen. I'm sick and tired of the mainstream media trying to paint Donald Trump as a kook. I think he's a kook. Like the juxtaposition of those two clips is incredible. I need to hear that one more time.
Attempt to label. Concerns me about the American press is this endless attempt to label the guy as some kind of kook.
I think he's a kook. I think he's fit to be president.
It's embarrassing, and South Carolina deserves better. So today, I'm announcing that I'm running for the United States Senate to replace Lindsey Graham. But this isn't just about Lindsey or even Donald Trump. Take a look around. An unelected billionaire is taking a chainsaw to Social Security, Medicare, and veterans' health care. The vaccine-denying brainworm guy is gutting our nation's healthcare system. The wrestling lady is elbow-dropping the Department of Education. And a guy who can't even organize a text thread is running the Department of Defense. And Lindsey Graham voted to confirm every single one of these people. It's a lot. All while backing Trump's plan to cut taxes for millionaires and billionaires while raising yours. No wonder he won't show his face here in South Carolina.
I don't need a town hall to know what to do.
Lindsey Graham has been a senator for half my lifetime. And as it turns out, most senators don't get better with age.
They hate my guts.
Will winning this race be easy? No. But you can't win if you don't run. And the one thing we can all agree on is Lindsey Graham doesn't deserve a free pass back to D.C. Now, Lindsey is going to tell you I'm radical, that I'm crazy, because that's what weak men do when they feel threatened by strong women. But here's the thing. I'm literally a busy mom and a pediatrician who plays peekaboo with my patients, watches Bluey with my kids, I love Bluey, and spends most of my free time shuttling them to dance, taekwondo, and football. Say hi, kids.
Hi, kids.
So radical. I also just happen to be someone who isn't afraid of a fight. And like so many of you, I am worried about what the future holds for our kids and our state. Everything from failing schools to closing hospitals, the climate crisis and rising prices, to tariffs hurting our ports and auto industry. Worrying won't do anything, but stepping up to join me in this fight just might. A fight where we put common sense over culture wars and hope over hate. Right now, Lindsey Graham is counting on all of us to stay quiet. And that means one thing. It's time to get loud. I'm Dr. Annie Andrews, and I hope you'll join me.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, that was Dr. Annie Andrews' launch video last year for her Senate campaign, which she won a primary for and is now going to be facing someone unclear who. It will not be Lindsey Graham. In the general election in November, Donald, shock of shocks, while on that Kristen Welker interview on NBC earlier on Sunday, Donald Trump had some ideas.
To that point, Mr. President. To that point, Mr. President, it's nearly impossible to think about replacing Senator Lindsey Graham, and yet the governor of the great state of South Carolina is going to need to appoint someone on an interim basis. There will also be a special election called. Do you have, I know it's only hours, but is there someone you think he should appoint? Is there someone you think he will appoint?
I have somebody that I think would be great, but I don't want to say it now.
I don't want to say it.
Because it just, it's too soon with Lindsey. I don't want to even talk about anybody, but I do have somebody that I think is really good.
It's too soon, because Lindsey. Like, you can't even bring him to, because you can't even bring himself to say the words out of respect. Because Lindsey. I don't want to name anybody yet, but I have some ideas. Okay, Kristen? But because Lindsey, not going to say it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I don't want to even talk about anybody, but I do have somebody that I think is really good. The governor's a good friend of mine. I've endorsed him. I endorsed him early on, and he endorsed me right from the beginning as a person that never did this before. In 2016, he came out and very strongly endorsed me. And
Very sure.
I made up for it. I removed somebody from office that I didn't think was so good, moved her over to the United Nations. 95% of my doing that, because the United Nations job was not exactly tough. It could.
Okay, we're not going to listen to this whole thing. Suffice to say, I listened to this. Trump did, from what I can tell, Trump did not name anybody, but made it clear that he had an idea of exactly who he wanted in that seat. Now, The governor of South Carolina, H.R. McMaster, I think it's his fucking name. Right? Isn't it H.R. McMaster? No. Who is the governor? Who is the fucking governor of fucking... No, that's Trump's old national security advisor, isn't it? Who is it? Oh, it's a different McMaster. Henry McMaster. That's why I was confused. It's a different McMaster with an H name. Okay, that's not my fault, right? Like, H.R. McMaster, Henry McMaster, that's an easy thing to confuse. Okay, the Henry McMaster, who's also a ghoul, he's going to be able to choose an interim governor. There will be no runoff, according to, or no, not runoff. There will be no special election between now and the new, like between now and the general and the inauguration of that senator. It's just gonna be up to the fucking governor. Yesterday, I think, I can't remember if I said it, but I was thinking it, like, I thought that maybe there was a chance that there would be a forced primary, or not like a primary, like a really fast one for the seat, but nope. State governor gets to decide. A lot of states technically, I think, have this rule. Not all of them. But Dr. Annie will be able to potentially still take that seat in January if she wins the general against whomever actually runs. It's not even clear that that will be the same person as the person put in power by the governor, but you would think there's going to be a little bit of gamesmanship about that. Right? Like, I think they're going to try and intentionally keep that to being the same person, most likely. Like, partly, I think, it will give that person an apparatus that otherwise they wouldn't have as a candidate, and that's going to be hugely advantageous to whoever takes that office. Charles Booker is going to suffer from everyone thinking he's Cory Booker? Why would anybody think Charles Booker is Cory Booker? They're completely different dudes, and they're in completely different states. They don't look anything alike. Completely different policies. Cory's not even running for re-election. I mean, it's just the whole thing is... Let's hope that that's not the case. That would be ridiculous. People are out there on that situation. Down in Kentucky. Charles Booker. I'm trying to remember, what state is this guy in again? Is it Arizona? It is Arizona. Okay, let's go to Zateo. Quick clip here. I couldn't find the whole interview. I suspect it's on Zateo.com right now. But Prem Thakur spoke with Arizona candidate for the 4th Congressional District, Kai Newkirk, a guy we talked about a couple days ago.
I'll go to jail for justice again before I ever take a dime from AIPAC. We can't serve two masters. We can't be taking corporate PAC money. We can't be prioritizing the donor class and the working class at the same time.
You have filed a complaint with the Attorney General alleging that the government of Israel has been interfering in the election.
We're taking the wheel, and you need to go and, wash the feet of the orphans of Gaza for a couple of years and see what you can do to recover your human dignity. We have our first trillionaire while there's hundreds of thousands of Americans sleeping on the streets.
Would you support Hakeem Jeffries as leader?
There you have it, Kai Newkirk. Can't wait to see that. Oh, yeah, it is. There it is, right there. Watch the full interview. Oh, I almost want to watch that right now. I almost want to watch that right now. Kai is a fascinating candidate who we talked about on Friday. But we're not going to do it. Not going to do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. Perhaps later this week. Write that down. Nope, we must keep pressing on because I'm still moving damn slow. Haven't even gotten through the first page of 5 pages of YouTube clips that I have for us to go through here. You didn't realize Corey's going? No, I mean, like, I don't think he has an election. Like, I don't think he's up for election this year, is he? Oh, wait, he is, but no, I take it back. I think he is. Hold on. I think he is running, but he's running unopposed, isn't he? Yeah. God damn it. He is, yeah. God, we didn't get a primary on him. I almost forgot. Yeah, we were... I've been trying to block that out of my head. But no, if you got the impression that he was, like, resigning from Congress by what I was saying, that was not my intent. Not even close. He's going to be around almost for sure for another 6 years. He's going to hold his seat. In this climate, there is no way a Republican is going to beat Cory Booker in this. There's literally no way. Cory would have to do something fucking crazy between now and then to lose the general. It would be wild. But still, I just don't see how that's going to confuse anybody in Kentucky. Pretty sure Kentucky knows that Cory Booker doesn't represent them. I think that's a safe bet. Okay, let's go to CNN, where Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed made an appearance earlier on Sunday. The guy who has been going up in the polls ever since Mallory McMorrow dropped out, making it a two-way race to the primary.
One of the big dividing lines in your primary, as you know, is the issue of Israel. An AIPAC-funded group is spending a lot of money to defeat you, in no small part because of your pretty harsh criticism of the Israeli government. You have signaled in previous interviews an openness to there being a Palestinian state. Do you believe a Jewish state of Israel should exist alongside it?
Look, here's what I've always said. I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for all people. I believe that a free Palestinian people alongside free Jewish Israeli people ought to decide what the future of the region looks like. That is not my job. My job is to make sure that the money that we're sending over there right now to subsidize a foreign military, to do things like apartheid and genocide, is spent here to provide schools and healthcare for our kids here. I take seriously the idea that I live in a state where there are some communities where the median income is $14,000. Whatever you think about Israel, Israel does not have a right to their tax dollars. They have a right to their tax dollars.
So you don't have a view if there should be a two-state solution. You're saying you don't have a view of whether there should be a two-state solution or whether a Jewish state should exist. You don't have a view of that. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that I want people on equal terms who have rights to that land to decide together how they want the ultimate peace to look like. If they want one state, that's their choice. If they want two states, that's their choice. It's not my choice to make. What my choice to make is, and what Michiganders deserve, is a senator who's going to fight for them to keep our money here, to invest here. It's a crazy thing that we have a gigantic super PAC who spends its money with the key interest of taking our taxpayer dollars and sending it to a foreign government. And I'm just saying that I don't have the hubris as a future policymaker from Michigan to get to decide how to solve other people's problems. I just don't want the money that could solve our problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I found interesting about this, you know, how the pressing on this issue, it's a very sort of colonialist framing, like that the United States should be the one to determine like whether it's one or two states in this region, that it shouldn't somehow be the actual equal democratic choices of the people there. Because that's kind of how this framing poses it. right? Like that a senator from Michigan should be the one to decide that. And not the people. Do you see what I'm saying here about that? Like, I think it's clear just how colonialist that framing is, but hopefully, yeah, hopefully nobody's confused on what I mean by this, because it just, it is a framing that comes along with the United States, like, imperialist, hegemonic behavior in this region. It, like, sort of presupposes that we get a say there because we're constantly sending money over there to Israel, right? But it's like, yeah, technically the whole thing is fucked from the jump. Give me that Michigan fist. Exactly. Well, Michigan fist. Yeah. We were just talking about Cory Booker, too.
I want the Michigan fist.
He wants that Michigan fist.
I want the Michigan fist. I want you to punch a hole in the wall of resistance. Fist. I want that Michigan fist. We got points to put on the board.
Okay. We got points to put up on that board, people. Never forget that. Never forget that, space fans. Write that down.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
Okay. It's Sunday fun day. We gotta try for the value payment around here at least. But while we're talking about elections, we should talk about this very concerning story regarding a DOJ letter being sent out to state election officials across the country, threatening them to comply with the desires of the president.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
This next story is so important. Pay attention. The president has no operational role, none, in administering elections. The Constitution of the United States is very clear on that. Article 1, Section 4, the Elections Clause, assigns the states authority over, quote, time, places, and manner of federal elections, subject to congressional regulation. The executive branch notably does not appear in that structure at all. The old separation of powers that our forefathers had in mind. And yet, one of the defining features of Donald Trump's second term has been putting his thumb on America's election system, a system the Constitution deliberately leaves largely to the states. His attacks on our elections are not confined to campaign rallies or press conferences anymore. They're now playing out through the machinery of government, through federal demands for state voter data, through aggressive lawsuits, through legislation aimed at reshaping who actually gets to vote, and direct federal involvement, direct with local election offices. This week, the White House and their voter suppression and election interference agenda escalated when the Justice Department sent letters warning election officials in all 50 states and the District of Columbia that they could face criminal prosecution if non-citizens cast ballots that are counted in elections. This
is a blatant attempt to pressure elections officials from the federal fucking government. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. Get rid of the Second Amendment.
to one of the letters sent to a state and reviewed by MS Now. The letters give states just 5 days to demonstrate they are complying with federal voter eligibility laws. Here's the deal. It seems that the White House is in search of a problem that simply does not exist. It is illegal for non-citizens to vote, and documented cases of non-citizen voting are extraordinarily rare. Over the span of 43 years, from 1982 to 2025, the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank,
what
found
now?
only 100 cases of voter fraud involving non-citizens. Not
Wow. So less than 10%? It's almost 5% or something like that. Like 5% of all voter fraud are of non-citizen voting, and that is out of 1,620 cases. You got to be shitting me. These people are such like they just create scandals because they have nothing. They have all they have is their desire to drag us back into the past. They have nothing. Like, so they just create all these fake fucking culture wars. Oh, it's like, this is like one of the most ridiculous fucking things I can imagine. Like, we've talked about just how fake this is, but like those numbers are wild. I actually I had not seen this Heritage report, and that is crazy. That is fucking nuts. Meanwhile, Trump administration doesn't give a shit, going right ahead with all of these nonsensical measures, threats, and everything else. Yay. Now, aside from elections, the government has other responsibilities. And one of the responsibilities of the federal government is, you know, to do all sorts of stuff, right? Legislation, investigations, hearings. So, you know, like, those first two, I think we should stick on. Legislation and investigations. Because, of course, the House and Senate, both the lower and upper chamber of Congress, passed some legislation last year. Like, how long? 9-10 months ago or something like that? You know what I'm talking about.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Yes, I'm talking about the Jeffrey Epstein Transparency Act, which passed last year, both houses of Congress with flying colors. Almost unanimous vote, aside from, I think, like one or two holdouts who turned out to be in the files, I think. And then come, of course, the second part of what I was just saying. The legislation happened, but where is the investigation? Well, as we've seen, we got half-assed releases of files, and the Republican-led Congress that has brought in to testify behind closed doors and without taking oath a number of named Epstein co-conspirators. Well, actually, I take that back. Technically, well, people named in the, let's call it people named in the files and or known to have relationships with Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. However, testimony given by the ex-assistant of Jeffrey Epstein earlier this year, turns out, was filled with dirty, dirty lies.
Holy Toledo!
I know it's shocking.
Some survivors of the dead pedophile, Jeffrey Epstein, say that his former longtime assistant lied to Congress when she testified behind closed doors last month. Leslie Groff told lawmakers she never met any of the girls and young women who provided massages to Epstein and that she didn't know anything about their backgrounds, including how old they were. But in interviews with CNN's MJ Lee, multiple survivors say that Groff had access to their passport information, documents that clearly listed their dates of birth. They described meeting Groff in person and being paid directly by her. Lawyers for Leslie Groff did not respond to CNN's request for comment. We should note that Groff has never been criminally charged.
Yeah, it's an interesting detail there, Jake, because that sounds like crimes. It sounds like clear knowledge of underage sex trafficking. And actually, if she's facilitating the payments, does that count her as like a pimp or something? I don't know the law well enough, but like, like paying these women, not women, I'm sorry, girls, because she knew that they were underage. She had their passports and then handed them money after they gave Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, god damn.
With Epstein's crimes. Joining us now, one of the survivors taking issue with Groff's testimony, Marina Lacerda. Marina, before we begin, I know this topic must be horrible to talk about. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good, and we will continue to fight.
You told CNN that you first met Epstein in 2002, just shy of turning 14, and that you did interact with Leslie Groff directly over the years. Tell us more.
That is correct. And in fact, it's weird that she has said that she has never spoken with any of the survivors or has met with us. In order to get to Jeffrey Epstein, in order for you to even speak with Jeffrey Epstein, you had to go through Leslie Groff. So I find that very, very hard to believe that she never spoke to us.
Yeah, this is some I mean, she's clearly, if all of this is true, clearly committed crimes. And back when she did that testimony, like, I was like, there's no way this woman is telling the truth about stuff. Claiming to have no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's doings as his personal assistant. Just like with his lawyer, in my opinion, at the time, and now more so than ever after hearing the testimony of one of the survivors. It is fucking laughable to suggest. And it's the same exact, it's like the way, like what she said basically lines up exactly with what I was thinking about this. It was like, how as an assistant or as a lawyer, somebody who's dealing, like with either his finances or his day-to-day, how can you not know? How can you have no inkling? Were you born yesterday? Are you blind and are you blind and deaf? Are you Helen Keller? What is going on? How is it possible that you don't know what's going on if you're on the property all the time? You're literally ensconced in Jeffrey Epstein shit. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's your job to defend him legally and you don't know what's going on. You're his accountant and you don't know what's going on. Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking right. And then when it comes to the personal assistant, if what she's saying, and I have no reason to doubt what she's saying here, like, if it is true that every one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims basically went through her, she has no legs to stand on here, and it's crazy that she's not being indicted right now.
And she has met myself quite a few times and has handed me over envelopes with money, with Broadway shows. We have definitely met and we have definitely spoken.
What was your reaction when you heard what she had told the committee?
I was in shock because this is the only person that we were expecting to go up there and to bring true accountability to this whole cover-up. And it's really sad that she wasn't able to just be completely honest about it.
Are there any other interviews by the Oversight Committee that you've heard about that concern you?
I mean, there are some interviews I think that they're lining up that will be coming up. Haven't heard much, or I've heard some. Don't really, I don't want to.
Okay, I think that's where we're going to leave this. Oh, actually, wait a second. I take it back. I forgot. There's a little bit more I want to hear. Because she also says, what they want out of the Attorney General, Todd Blanche. This guy.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
We really, really need to see investigations, we need to see investigations actually to be, to start here. We have no investigations that haven't started yet. We have all these names that have been released on the Epstein files, co-conspirators along with perpetrators, and yet not one investigation. We also need to see, we have Todd Blanche coming up, turning to be, or, acting as the Attorney General, but also going to be the Attorney General. And we are hoping that everybody will vote no on this. Blanche has failed the survivors all along. He's responsible for the failure of the redacting of our information to protect us, but also responsible for failing to investigate the co-conspirators and the perpetrators. So we need everyone to stand with us on this. And
absolutely. And that's what we've been saying needs to happen for so long now. I feel like everybody in the country wants that, aside from Donald Trump and the people in the files. And not including the victims, of course. But it's like, or right, I think people get what I'm saying here. Like the victims and everybody else aside from Donald Trump and those people named in the files, co-conspirators and otherwise. Like everybody's that's why this, like, Congress was able to pass it so fast and so unanimously, because they knew that the public wanted these, like, to be investigated. But we've seen nothing. And in fact, the DOJ came out and said no investigations needed. Will Todd Blanche somehow open new investigations into all of this? I think it's very unlikely, because from everything that we've heard, Donald Trump doesn't want those investigations. And he is Trump's prosecutor. He's not the prosecutor of the United States. I mean, he's acting as such, but his behavior, like on paper, he's America's Attorney General, but he's actually Trump's personal prosecutor. And he's not going to prosecute Trump and his friends. So I think we're going to need some real changes in our government to get any of that. I'm honestly very skeptical, very dubious about any action being taken by the DOJ under Donald Trump. Because the more that we hear about this, like especially in the wake of the Maggie Haberman, Jonathan Swan, I almost called him Jon Snow, the Jonathan Swan book, like some of that stuff just made me realize just how insulated they really are keeping things, and just how much efforts are going in by this administration to avoid exactly that. They held a fucking Situation Room meeting to figure out how to deal with it. I have zero confidence under this government for any such thing to happen. Now, one woman has been fighting to stop abuse. Not of this variety, however. It's of the abuse of young kids being sent to a now closed boarding school in Provo. I am, of course, talking about Paris Hilton, who has for, I think, months now been waging a fight against a boarding school she was sent to in her teens, which left her emotionally scarred. Whoopsies. I didn't mean to hit that. Sorry, Paris.
That's hot. It's truly horrific what happens behind closed doors at Provo Canyon School.
The girls' campus of the residential youth facility Paris Hilton was sent to as a rebellious teenager ordered to shut down.
When we spoke to you in the past, you said that it was a living nightmare. Do you feel like this is allowing you to wake up from that nightmare?
Definitely. This is something that's haunted me since I was a teenager, where I would have severe nightmares, and it just felt so real. Ever since I've been doing this work, those nightmares have went away.
Provo Canyon School claims to treat troubled teens, but Paris says she faced unspeakable abuse there.
Do you feel vindicated? Do you feel heard by this decision?
I definitely feel heard, and so do all the survivors. To hear this news is incredibly healing.
The order.
That's hot.
Okay, and actually, honestly, I'm on Team Paris with this fight. And the things that have come out about this school are fucking horrifying. Her recounting of her time there is, and like all of the things that I cannot believe what has been coming out about this place. I mean, she claimed that male staff would watch them while they showered, examine them cervically. It just these are not doctors, right? Like, these are just people. Like, it's crazy that we're talking about people sending their children to this place. Like, I don't care how privileged fucking Paris was growing up. That shit is fucking unacceptable to anybody. I do not care. And this is like one of these places very similar to like Outward Bound. I don't know if everybody's heard of these sorts of programs that sticks kids in the middle of nowhere, intended like it's supposedly, like, you know, bad seed kids, unredeemable, that need extreme measures to correct their horrible behavior. And you know, like some of these kids are being put into honestly like abusive situations. Some kids who are already leaving abusive home situations are just being thrust into separately abusive situations with strangers. Here, I'll let Paris speak a little bit more on this.
Of schools, wilderness camps, and these schools, a lot of them have no oversight or regulations. So people don't even know what's happening.
It was there that she says she suffered shocking abuse.
The people who work at these places were just evil, and it was terrifying, and going through, you know, emotional, physical, psychological, sexual abuse.
She says the most traumatic was Provo Canyon School in Utah.
What type of abuse do you remember from Provo?
Throwing us against walls, strangling, hitting. Late at night, they would take certain girls into a room and do cervical exams with male and female staff. And it was not like something that was a doctor. Like, these were just them doing this late at night to girls.
Did that happen to you?
Yes.
Invasive searches and stuff?
Yes. I think that was just another way for them to have that power over us, and also I think that a lot of them enjoyed it.
You said they would watch you showering?
Yes, male and female staff would watch the girls shower.
Paris says at one point she was placed in solitary confinement. Paris sharing this photo on Instagram, showing her just after leaving those schools when she turned 18, writing, "I can see the pain in my eyes. I was so traumatized that I pretended everything was okay, trying to block out the painful memories."
Yeah, nobody deserves that kind of treatment. It's disgusting. And I'm glad this school, that's not school, this camp, or whatever you want to call this, was shut down. Honestly, we need to be shutting these sorts of places down. Unsupervised adults basically being there to like scare kids straight. I don't think scared straight has ever been proven to be an effective method of, like, what do you call it? Like corrective punishment, or whatever you want to call it. And like that kind of shit just needs to end. We need to find more supportive and constructive ways of improving our teens' mental healths and or whatever else. You know, and this is certainly not the way to fucking. This is the opposite of that. This is doing more damage than help. Oh, it's just a disgusting. Oh my god. I've been loosely following this for a while, waiting to see what would happen. All right. Let's keep this moving here. Let's talk about the difference between right versus wrong. With Mike Ehrmantraut. I'm sorry. What's his actual name? I can't think of this guy's real name. Jonathan Banks from the Better Call Saul / Breaking Bad television universe.
June 9th, 1954. How many of you remember that day? Yeah. Right. Well, I do. I was in elementary school, and we had one of the first televisions in the neighborhood, which would have been great if it was tuned into the Lone Ranger. But my old man wanted to watch this boring show called the Army McCarthy hearings. Bunch of guys sitting around talking into microphones. If you've never heard of Joe McCarthy, look him up on the whatever. He was a United States Senator, and he was a real peach. He'd lie, he'd bully, destroy reputations. He would hurt people without a thought. And everybody was afraid of him because he was rooting out communism. And let me tell you, in America in the 1950s, you did not want to be called a communist. My old man hated commies. Hated him till the day he died. Fought him in Korea. A communist. Believe me when I tell you, he had zero use for that particular philosophy. And yet, there we were, June 9th, 1954. And on the television, a man named Joseph Welch stands up to this bully McCarthy. And Welch says, "Have you no sense of decency, sir? At long last, have you left no sense of decency?" And my pop, my commie-hating pop, mutters to himself, "About damn time." No, I'm confused. I say, "Pop, I thought you and McCarthy were on the same side." And my father looks at me and he says, "There is right versus left. And there is right versus wrong."
Yes, indeed. I found this to be a very powerful story told here by Mr. Banks. Stories that, you know, are held by our more advanced in years citizenry, such as him. I mean, goddamn, that's an old story. I didn't know he was that old. I mean, he's so tough on the shows, you know, but yeah, I mean, goddamn, you got a story from the 50s. He must be at least in his late 70s or something like that. But yeah, and of course, we should mention that, of course, not only is Trump trying to usher in a new era of McCarthyism, his, was it just with the H? Roy Cohn, Donald Trump's former lawyer, who is now passed away, was at the center of all of these hearings. Well, not the center, but is very central to them You can see him with McCarthy, and plenty of photos here, sitting at the desk, making arguments. Look, I mean, look at all these different photos. There's literally a book called McCarthy by Wobegon. I think he literally wrote the book on him. And if you've watched The Apprentice, the movie, I finally got a chance to watch this. And Roy plays a very central role to the formation of the man that we know to be Donald Trump today in that movie. I don't know how accurate it is. I know it's some like semi-historical, but I know there's also some embellishments in that film. But this is who this is who is running our country now. But even Donald Trump's, his own admission, thinks he would have been a great communist.
Thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. Iris Tao with NTD, with a sister media with the Epoch Times. Okay. On communism, you've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism. And now you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. China! But, look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got...
It'd be good as Lenin. Everybody's saying it. Great question. Thank you, Ouija. Really smart, strong question from you. You're right. Communism's been coming for America and the EU. And I would have been a great communist, okay? Look, just like the great Lenin that everybody knows. Everybody knows him. He's the father, some people say. Some people say he was the father of communism. You call him Communism, Mr. Lenin. The great communist. Fucking, he's a psycho. I swear he's a psycho. Like, he's actively starting a new McCarthyist era while also claiming to be better than... I would have been better than Stalin. I would have been better than Mao. Okay? I'm like the orange Castro.
This is the very definition of
Never be Che. I was literally debating whether or not to say Che or Castro. I fell on Castro. I was thinking about it though. I'm like the orange Guevara.
Cyclone Cheeto.
He certainly has the pomp and circumstance down. Covering the White House in... Covering the White House in... gold shit, his name, and whatever else he could find, including these tarps intended to block vision of the construction happening. You wouldn't want people to think it looks ugly. Can we get it so that it looks exactly like it's going to? Great. Don't worry about affordability. Just make sure that the White House looks like Versailles. You thought it was a Michael Che reference? Why would Michael Che be involved in this discussion? Like Lenin, Stalin, Castro, and of course everybody knows him, Michael Che.
Could you drum up?
The great communist Michael Che. Twitch McConnell. Good evening to you. Twitch McConnell. I like that. It's a good name. Well chosen. Speaking of Trump's projects, he's been struggling with executing his priorities as of late. Those poor executions have been piling up, and CNN's been keeping track of them. Oh shit, I've got no sound. Whoopsies.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Hold on, Jake. God damn it. Shut your stupid face hole. Take two.
We're just about 1.5 years into Trump's second term, and I'm hearing criticisms from Democrats and Republicans of a pattern of poorly executed priorities that's emerging. President Trump said the new Air Force One, an unconditional gift estimated to be about $400 million, was, quote, appropriate for a president with, quote, all of the different bells and whistles. But today we know that there were security concerns that prompted Trump to leave behind that gift plane and fly back on the older presidential plane when he left Turkey yesterday, because it didn't have the required bells and whistles for security. And this keeps happening. That big ballroom project. President Trump initially said this.
And it's being paid for 100% by me and some friends of mine, donors. Rich people and people are putting up the money, zero taxpayer dollars.
In May, the Republican-controlled Senate Judiciary Committee requested $1 billion taxpayer dollars for funding that could go to security related to the $400 million ball.
It's got to be secure.
President Trump wanted to beautify the reflecting pool on the National Mall, paint it American flag blue. His administration hired a company in a no-bid contract, paid them $14 million, only to have the pool quickly turn green from algae, and the paint started peeling off the bottom. The administration blamed on vandals. The pool was drained again on Sunday.
Illegal.
Trump surged immigration enforcement into Minnesota to allegedly catch the worst of the worst. Federal immigration officers ended up shooting and killing 2 Minnesotans. Shootings and alleged cover-ups by Trump's Justice Department that led several prosecutors to quit. Trump started the war with Iran, citing an imminent nuclear threat after he spent months last year claiming the nuclear program had already been wiped out.
Those targets were obliterated. Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there, absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished.
Trump also said the Iran war would be over
As
quickly.
everybody knows, you can't move
That
rocks.
hastiness could have
Everybody's
contributed
saying
to
it.
rushed.
As all people know, rocks cannot be moved. That's science.
It's science. Iran war would be over quickly. And that hastiness could have contributed to rushed decision-making and bad intelligence, leading to the horrific strike on the Iran elementary school, killing more than 160 innocent children, according to Iran's count. One could argue this is the logical result when an administration is staffed with ride-or-die loyalists.
Lots of failures piling up over here. The Trump White House. I'm not going to listen to any more of this, but I felt that was a fairly decent montage to use for my own purposes here for this here spacecast. Exactly, famously unmovable ground. Everybody's saying ground cannot be moved. If it's under it, if something is underground, you cannot move it. That's just how it works. Now, if all of this is bumming you out about your government and discouraging you from engaging, let's not forget that it can be fun too. You know, it's not all bad. Participating in your government is what you make of it to some degree. People proving that in New Jersey this week. Here's News 12.
A township committee meeting in Cranford ending with a man being arrested.
More you ignore
Third
me,
time.
the closer we get.
Third time.
You're wasting your time.
Your time is up. Turn off the sound system.
Cranford police say William Tilley refused to stop speaking and, well, singing after his time was up and ignored orders to leave. When officers were escorting Tilley out, he deliberately fell to the ground and apparently hurt an officer's knee. Tonight, Tilley is facing multiple charges, including aggravated assault on a police officer. But that's not the strangest thing that happened at last night's meeting. Right before Tilley, Cranford officials had their hands full with this guy. The person who went by the name Bongholio began singing his saucy rendition of a Lizzo song before walking off. Cranford's mayor, Kathleen.
Well, there you go, Space Sam. You see what I mean? It's about what you. It's to some. It's that's what's so great about freedom. Okay, the process is what you make of it. You have as much fun to some degree as you make happen. All right, never forget that.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
Okay, now we're going to move into some of the Sunday Fun Day portion clips here. And if Bongholio left your mouth dry, wouldn't recommend going to Erewhon for hydration. As a new beverage released by that company is costing people $12. Water for $12, come on.
Come on!
This is ridiculous!
Wow. Looks like Big Daddy Erewhon might have heard tell of a gourmet gas station in Beverly Hills that's opening up and said, wait a second now. We can't have somebody beating us at our own game.
What now?
What if we did something like insane, like sold a cup of water for $12? That'd be like absolutely wild, wouldn't it? Introducing the $12 cup of water from Erewhon.
No.
Yeah, sort of. Consider it more like a mixed coconut tea.
Oh.
It's a blend of grape juice, coconut milk, coconut water, jasmine tea, basil, anise, cardamom, and raw honey.
A lot.
Ah, not actually water. Still, though, there's no way that's worth $12. You know what is worth $12? Or any amount of money, really? The news. And perhaps this galactic spacecast. To those of you watching, don't forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. And you don't have to spend $12 to get valuetainment. Any amount of money always helps in the production of this stream. Still got some progress needed to be made on the galactic content goal today. So do consider if you have any extra funds. Consider helping old StreamLord out. Keep the lights on around here. Keep the stream from ending suddenly. Now, it's not just us humans who need refreshment on these hot summer days. Humanity's best friend. I know I'm not talking about the duck. They too need refreshment. Something to cool down when it gets too hot. One Maryland dog's sweet tooth is taking the internet by storm.
And sometimes a little ice cream can be a big reason to keep going.
Meet Edward, a 12-year-old dog in Maryland who has a very special motivation, that is vanilla ice cream. I don't know if it's special. I think it's a lot of motivation.
It's my motivation.
Yeah, me too. Now, his family says Edward has faced serious health challenges. There you can see Edward on your screen. But when he hears the ice cream truck coming, he finds the energy to make his way across the lawn for his favorite treat. Edward first came to his family as a foster dog with a tough prognosis, but he kept showing them that he still had plenty of life left to live and a lot of love to give.
After more than 2 years of beach trips, holiday costumes, plenty of love, he was officially adopted by his foster family.
That's so cute.
I love.
Well, there you have it. Who's a good boy? One dog, an interesting summertime obsession. Vanilla ice cream. I'm not sure how healthy that is for the dog, but he seems to enjoy it. Now back to human treats. In California, where one farm decided to open up its trees to the local community and anybody willing to pick free fruit as a result of a rather contentious legal battle. Here is CBS 47 from 12 days ago.
New tonight here at 11, a Fresno County farmer is going viral on social media after he says a dispute with a large ag company is keeping him from selling his fruit. The Reedley-based farmer says if the community doesn't come pick his nectarines, they will rot.
It's stone fruit season in the Central Valley. But Reedley farmer Cesar Mora says he's not selling or even picking his nectarines.
It's been really frustrating dealing with a large company like they are.
Mora says an ongoing legal dispute between him and agriculture company Guiamara Brothers Fruit Co. is keeping him from selling nearly 125,000 pounds of fruit for a second year in a row.
Solid stone pit.
And that was here from last year?
Yes. This is all from last year.
He says he entered a contract with Guiamara Brothers in 2017 to grow a specific variety of white nectarines. He says they claimed ownership of the variety, so part of that contract required him to pay royalties and only pack and market his fruit to them. However, he now alleges the company doesn't have the legal patent or any proof they own this fruit. He says because of that, he stopped taking his fruit to Guiamara, and now they're suing.
True. I feel that contract was all based on a lie and a misrepresentation. So I don't see how I could breach a contract that was built on lies or fraud.
And he's suing back, saying he's barely getting by, only able to sell his peaches and plums on his small farm.
My future's at stake. I don't see a future for myself in farming if I lose this court battle.
Documents obtained from the Guiamara Brothers lawyers show they believe they have the exclusive right to this fruit and that Mora breached their contract by not selling.
Because of all of this back and forth, Cesar says that since he couldn't sell the fruit, he decided to have the community come out and pick it themselves.
Honestly, those white nectarines are delicious. Like nectarines in general, I mean, are a delicious stone fruit. And I wish I was in California so I could go and pick those. Ah, boy. And one guy deciding, you know what, let's not let the fruit go to waste, giving it to the rest of the community. That's the kind of story we can watch here on Sunday Fun Day. All right, back to discussions of beverages. This one is shocking. Couldn't believe it when I heard it. But after 177 long years, Wisconsin and the rest of the planet, America certainly, is going to have to say goodbye to the beverage that made Milwaukee famous. That is Schlitz. PBS Wisconsin with a farewell toast from 9 days ago.
It's a bittersweet start to summer for beer lovers as Pabst Brewery taps out on production of one of its most iconic brands, Schlitz. Some of the founding family continue to have ties to Wisconsin. Tonight, Merv Seymour takes us inside their private collection and to a southwestern Wisconsin brewery that has gone back in time to honor Schlitz as it ends production.
It is a long history that's almost 180 years old.
To learn the story of Schlitz, we went to the Milwaukee neighborhood blocks from its earliest beginnings.
The Schlitz story actually starts with out anybody named Schlitz. Was a young German immigrant, August Krug.
Welcome to the never publicly seen Schlitz archives.
My God, look at the history of Schlitz. Who knew just how far back it went? Look at these old-ass books. Holy shit.
The Schlitz Archive is really an amazing collection of artifacts, advertising, photographs,
old films, cassettes, original Schlitz artwork. It's all part of the private collection of the Eline family who helped give birth to the Schlitz brand.
Yup. And Schlitz is officially ending its production. Nearly 180 years. American brewing. Ending suddenly. Shocking the nation. Lovers of budget ale. Beside themselves. Let's go back in history to one of the oldest commercials I could find on the internet for this beverage.
Some grand opening. Well, still early yet. Even our friends didn't come. Well, there's nobody home. I guess this must be the wrong place. Let's get together with a glass of Schlitz. The one great beer in Schlitz.
Okay. Oh my gosh. What a shocking turn of events. Now, as it turns out, you know, Schlitz was the future. You know, they had robots in their commercials back in the 70s. I'm just realizing, am I allowed to? You know, I think I'm going to have to stop watching these. I had a plan, and now I'm just like, you know, I don't think I can do this. That one was low enough quality. You probably can't even tell what the fuck is going on. Fuck. I think, God, I don't even have time to check. But suffice to say, it's only one of the Schlitz brands. Schlitz Premium Ale, or whatever it's called, I think is getting shut down. But but Schlitz malt liquor, 40 ounces and things of that nature will still continue to be made. Apparently, so certain aspects of the Schlitz brand will continue to exist, is what I'm trying to tell you. And that you can continue to pour out one for the homies. For now. You don't have to be a Keegan-Michael Key. For those who know, you know. All right, now to other business-related stories. I'm sorry, I had 2 more clips, but I think I actually have to not do them because of Twitch's rules. I could be wrong, but I just don't want to even get on the wrong side of things. Let's go to Buffalo, New York. To video game lovers. Reaction to the decision by Sony, the parent company, the manufacturer of the PlayStation. Many games that gamers love and or hate. People are upset, suffice to say, about the decision of Sony to end its production of physical copies of its games. Which they will apparently be doing immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
WKBW-TV, 10 hours ago. A real betrayal. Local business owners and customers react.
Switching gears tonight, a new decision by Sony causing a major shakeup in the entertainment world. The company announcing that starting in 2028, it will no longer produce physical copies of their games, moving towards digital-only content. This move could result in a big blow to businesses that rely on physical media, like one resale shop in Jamestown. Our Southern Tier reporter Adam Bean bringing us the store's owner, who is worried about the announcement.
The days of physically owning the media that you love may soon become a thing of the past. An announcement by Sony last week is not only set to impact consumers, but the businesses that provide it to them as well. For businesses like Gamers Haven in Jamestown, the name of the game is physical media, whether a video game, movies, or music. But a major shakeup in how customers consume that entertainment could pose a risk to this business and others like it.
Yeah, businesses like this basically just became antique shops overnight. Not quite, because it's only one company. But if this is in fact, and they're not the only ones who have talked about doing this, like if this is the direction that all the other companies go, Nintendo, Microsoft, those are the two other big players in this space. That's it. All of a sudden these game shops are antique shops. Holding vintage stuff only. It's a completely different business. I mean, to some degree, they've all kind of moved to selling like vintage stuff as well as new stuff. But it's like a nail in the coffin here.
Last week, Sony announced that starting in 2028, the production of physical copies for their games will be discontinued.
A lot of the digital services only have so much on them. From what I'm seeing, they're showing that they're raising the prices of the digital market games, while at the same time not producing a physical copy, which gives people less options.
Everything going digital.
Yeah, it's fucked. As a person who's done a great deal of gaming, but stopped buying consoles, but I still feel I still feel a great deal of solidarity with these people. This is stupid. If I were still buying games, I'd be personally pissed off, right? Like this is whatever, sympathetic anger, but like this is bullshit. Go fuck yourself.
Come on!
Although people like Steam, companies like Steam continue to do very well. And have never once sold a physical copy of anything, aside from the Steam Deck, which, as we all know, has been quite a kerfuffle. Or some of us probably know. Well, while we're talking about things of a nerdish variety, let's go down to New Orleans, Louisiana, where a bunch of people's lovers of all things nerd showed out, dressed up, and ready to party. GalaxyCon wrapping up here in the South earlier on Sunday. WWL-TV.
And if you're a fan of comics, sci-fi, anime, gaming, or cosplay, GalaxyCon New Orleans is taking over the Montreal Convention Center. Today is your last chance, though, to meet celebrities, hear from your favorite stars during live panels, grab those autographs, and snap professional photo ops. There's also an expansive exhibit hall filled with comics, collectibles, artwork, and exclusive merchandise. Plus,
I don't know why that gives me so much pleasure. But watching that stormtrooper wave us on, wave WWL-TV on is fucking hilarious to me. That's commitment. That's commitment to the role, and
comics, collectibles, artwork, and exclusive merchandise, plus contests, gaming tournaments, and plenty of family-friendly fun.
We got just a plethora. We had the biggest selection here of lightsabers and helmets. We've got these new Iron Man helmets in that are sensor activated on. You never work a day when you do what you love. You know what I mean?
think I do know what you
Everything
mean.
kicks off at the Convention Center this morning at 10 with today's events continuing until 8 p.m. At last check, tickets for today are still.
Oh, sorry to say, Space Fams, if you weren't there, you missed it by a couple hours, at least. But it looked like a blast. Whoopsies. Okay, I need hydration, so I'll be right back. Leave you all here in Detroit for some artistic appreciation of a sort of interesting variety. Pixel art made of keyboard caps.
Well, happening today in downtown Plymouth, Art in the Park wraps up its 46th year with 400 plus artists, live music, food vendors, or something for everyone.
Exactly. And if you're looking for a really cool family event or you just want to add something to your home, this is the place to go. Now, Micah's Nikki, she's been out there all morning long. She's had, this guy's already speaking my language. I see those pictures behind you there. What have we got going on here?
Okay, but Jay, when you're looking at those pictures, can you guess what they're made out of? Because I thought it was little tiles, but if you take a closer look, I don't know if you can see,
zoom in.
but they're actually keyboards. They're keyboards, recycled keyboards.
Keyboard keys.
Isn't that so cool?
That is really cool.
Isn't that so
Wow.
cool?
That's amazing.
And I'm here with the man behind it all, Eric Jensen. Now, Eric, I think everyone's just shocked when they see art like this because I've never seen anything like this before.
Well, I kind of came up with the idea with the college assignment that I take something that people don't want to make it something you want to get about 11 years ago. And this is all I do for a living and it's fun. And I've done 1.4 million keys recycled into artwork, but you can't really recycle the keyboards. So I take all the beige ones, so they're this color, and I soak them in dyes. It's like a transparent dye, like Easter eggs. If you stay it for a long time, it gets darker, shorter, they're lighter. And that's how I get all the colors, and the black, white, gray are natural. And there's also hidden words, so like Mario, there's hidden stuff spelled out in all of them. So they're like Easter eggs, so people like to try to find them.
Yeah, it's so fun. And I know you have a huge display behind you. I know the light's kind of hitting it kind of funny, but this Campbell's soup can is so cool.
Yeah,
Tell me a
so
little about this.
it's about 60 keyboards that I've recycled, and I take all the tan ones and the reddish from that. And there's hidden words, so it's called undo soup. So it's undo a bad day with a bowl of soup. There's hidden stuff spelled out. So
There you go. Whoever thought to do that? Well, apparently this guy. Turning it into a profession. Keyboard art. It is brilliant. It's also eco-friendly, because he's only using old keyboards for his art. It's genius. And honestly, those things go for nothing. Like those old keyboards, you know exactly what I'm talking. The one you may very well have one that is so deeply discolored. It's probably brown at this point, sitting at the bottom of a drawer somewhere. Maybe late 90s, early 2000s, when your keyboard's still directly connected to your computer with a physical I/O that no longer even, like, really, I don't think they even use that I/O any. I'm pretty sure they don't even put that on motherboards anymore. It's like those things are dirt cheap, like free. Like, I'm pretty sure you can basically get those things for free. Yeah, probably a nod to Andy Warhol. It's a good instinct. He's one of the greats of the pop art, and that's certainly sort of in that wheelhouse. All right, we're going to take a galactic intermission soon. I'm going to try and get at least 2 in here tonight. Now, perhaps cosplay, pixel art, video gaming. Perhaps none of these things are value-taining to you. Well, how about music? Because in Seattle, Edmund's Porch Fest was going on all Sunday with an expected 80 different musical acts appearing for the public to enjoy.
It's one of the summer's annual music festivals that also features some support for small businesses. Porch Fest Edmonds gets underway this afternoon from 1 to 6 p.m. in downtown Edmonds. Joining us right now are Liz Morgan, Edmonds business owner and the host of the event, and CJ Migas, a local musician. Thanks for both being here.
Thank you.
Liz, let's start with you. What can people expect if they head out there today?
If they head out to Edmonds today, they expect over 80 musicians and 33 host locations where those musicians are going to be playing at from 1 to 6 p.m.
And CJ, you've played during Porch Fest for 5 years in a row, is that right?
Yes, this will be my 5th year.
What's most exciting for you?
For me, it's just being able to play and be in the community. You make music and you want to be able to share it with people, and the community really comes out, so it's really fun to play and have people listen.
And you get to maybe meet other local musicians that maybe you haven't crossed paths with either, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
That's really cool. Liz, why should people go to...
Now, that all looks like a good time. Music, community fun, I assume some food and drinks too. Why not? Now, while we're out there on the streets walking around, you assume, to some degree, there's other people around you watching. People watchers, whomever, just passersby noticing you. But that's one thing. These days on American streets, we have another group of watchers, I guess you might say. Not necessarily of a human variety. I'm, of course, talking about the prevalence of flock AI-enabled street cameras. However, society has been pushing back against these devices that nobody asked for. Here's NBC from last week.
It's a debate intensifying across the country.
Your community is telling you that we don't want this.
I think we should completely remove them.
Here in Pasadena, California, residents and city leaders grapple with what to do about Flock, the leading manufacturer of automated license plate readers, or ALPRs. The cameras are installed at intersections and capture detailed vehicle data, which AI can analyze to identify people and alert authorities who say it's an important crime-fighting tool. But critics argue the cameras have created a mass surveillance network that's been tapped by federal immigration agencies like ICE to surveil protesters and monitor individuals.
The battle over controversial Flock cameras in Troy is heating up.
It's playing out across the country, from Troy, New York, where the mayor declared an emergency to keep the cameras running after public pushback.
Get the Flock out of Troy. Thank you very much.
To Dayton, Ohio, where authorities took to covering its cameras.
What a piece of shit. What kind of mayor is that? Declaring a state of emergency to prevent the citizenry from pushing back against something? Wow. That's a special kind of corruption.
What looks like garbage bags after the city voted to suspend Flock. Across the country, at least 57 municipalities have canceled or let their contracts with Flock expire over the past year, with 15 more rejecting proposed Flock contracts due to community pushback, according to data compiled by NBC News.
So this is above and beyond the license plate detection, and you can see that it sort of follows him in the shot.
Yadi Yancey and Nick Rabb are co-founders of DFlock Pasadena, a grassroots organization hoping to pressure Pasadena to cancel its existing contract with Flock. What's the biggest concern here?
I think the biggest concern is that if these technologies were used and the data got through to ICE and led to a raid or was used by police for a wrongful conviction, then basically ruins someone's life.
Yeah, and as it turns out, they've been using this information. Actually, they talk about it right after this. Okay, never mind. Hold on.
ruin someone's life.
There needs to be more community input and consensus and consent before deploying this and any other mass surveillance technology.
DFLOC activists requested public records reviewed by NBC News, finding that Pasadena's database was requested by various law enforcement agencies in the summer of 2025. In dozens of those requests, the reason given included FBI or ICE.
Yup, these are being used by the federal government to surveil the citizenry.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
And that's why we should all be against these things. Get rid of them. Got enough surveillance. Speaking of streets, take a quick gander at this. The road leading up to, what is this, Miami International? Which one is this? One of the Florida's airports. I can't remember which one it is. Palm Beach International. Of course it is. Palm Beach International will no longer be known as such. Instead, this.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
That's right. Palm Beach International being renamed while President Donald Trump is still in the office to President Donald J. Trump International Airport.
This is ridiculous!
It's fucking so stupid. When I saw this, my brain melted. My brain fucking melted when I saw this. I swear to God. Like, we don't need any more of this clip. This is enough. This is... this is crazy making.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
This is the definition of authoritarianism. I swear to God. Or as President Trump would say, totalitarianism.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Oh, great nasty totalitarianism. It's coming for America. Supreme Leader having airports renamed after him. Oh, boy. What a time to be alive. All right, that's 3 hours. I'm going to take the first break. Do not worry, though. We'll be back right after these brief galactic messages. All right, everybody, hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon, too, if you want notifications, and like the stream. Really helps out. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and of course Patreon. But right now we still have to complete the Galactic content goal and the financing of the Galactic deficit. Could make a dono on Cash App, or PayPal, or become a Patreon member, as all three of those ways count towards both goals. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is coming to an end, so you'd better get those butts back in those seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss the rest of the stream.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. We're back. Time for more Galactic Stream. Before we get started, I'm just going to check to see if we made any progress on the Galactic content goal during the break. Nothing yet that I can see. All right. Let's get to the environmental news. Oh shit, somebody upgraded their membership. Somebody just upgraded their Galactic membership just now. That counts. That definitely counts towards the Galactic content goal. See, this is, and also it counts to the deficit as well. Going from benefactor to philanthropist. My God. That's an extra $6 a month. That's crazy. That's crazy. You're crazy. Okay, there we go. Okay, well, that makes us a little bit closer to completing the Galactic content goal. How much is that? We're like 25% of the way through, I think. Maybe. We'll call it that. We'll call it 25. Moving slowly tonight. It's okay. It happens. All right. Let's start in Canada. We're in BC, the furthest west Canadian province. Wildfires have been burning out of control in multiple regions. We just got done talking about one yesterday. Here's global news with more on these wildfires from Friday.
Buckets upon buckets of water, doing little to deter the growth of a pair of fast-moving wildfires stretching across some 20,000 hectares of BC's southern interior.
The earth is burning. Jesus Christ.
Deter the growth of a pair.
That is wild. It looks like a volcano. What is happening?
Fast-moving wildfires stretching across some 20,000 hectares of BC's southern interior. The Brunswick Creek Wildfire Complex burning on both sides of the Fraser River north of Hope near the village of Boston Bar, forcing the closure of a portion of Highway 1.
They had sprinklers all the way around there, and didn't matter.
Devouring structures in surrounding areas, along with months of peak season revenue for Shane Finley. Now sifting through what's left of his livelihood the Blue Lake Resort.
You can't have people in here to start cleaning up until the trees are gone. And then you can clean up the hazardous material, and then.
And then we have those sustained winds and those high and steep slope and alpine areas. It really is sort of the perfect combination to increase fire behavior.
Fueled by strong winds and hot, dry conditions, the flames and the smoke are uncomfortably close to the Nicola Valley, where the stage is set for thousands of festival goers descending on near desert-like conditions for a 4-day music festival in the city of Merritt.
Jesus Christ. You can see it, actually. I think you can see it from this vantage point. That looks like smoke to me. Right there. Good Lord.
This is ridiculous.
Who said let's just... Nah, don't worry about it. Let's just have the festival. No big deal. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It'll probably be fine. It's a disaster waiting to happen. How did that not get canceled? Like, how do you not cancel that festival? Don't worry about it, bro. Mother Nature totally, like, avoid any kind of, like, confrontation, man. It just seems just deeply irresponsible. Okay, just slightly south from BC, across the border to Washington State, where at least 3 major wildfires have been burning. Here's Kiro 7 News from yesterday on this developing situation.
Fires burning across the state. There's now a $25,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of the person who started the deadly Chelan Hills wildfire. The good news, that one is nearly completely contained tonight after burning more than 9,800 acres. In an update, officials say the B&O fire near Okanagan was human caused. That one burning almost 3,000 acres, still at 0% containment. And we also know several people lost their homes, but officials still working to get an accurate estimate of the damage there. And near Vantage in Kittitas County, officials say there were no injuries from the ryegrass coulee fire, but several homes and structures were lost. It's burned more than 500 acres, now sitting at 100% contained.
Yep, some serious movement on the containment of fires, but what was left behind was destruction, not only of the earth, the environment, but also human property. Structures, homes, lost. Some untold number of people now probably facing sudden displacement from their home. You haven't been following the fires? Yeah, we've been talking about them for like the last week at least. Maybe a little longer. It's just all, like, the whole West is just getting worse and worse. We looked at the National Drought Monitor map yesterday. It's a disaster. Like, I can't give like an exact but in my estimation, it's got to be like 30-40% of the country is under extreme drought condition, and just a huge portion of it's like most of that is in the West, like almost the whole West, excluding, I think, what was it, Oregon? I think excluding Oregon was like all drought. It's just like all drought. Washington State, Idaho, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, California, everybody, no water. And of course, as we know, it's been crazy hot. Those combined with, weather events and other human activities, you got yourself a bad situation. Now, one fire we've talked about in the last couple of weeks was the Cottonwood fire in Utah. That burned over 100,000 acres, I think, if I'm not mixing up my numbers in my head. Finally, people starting to be able to get a look at the devastation that was left behind by this massive blaze. Caused huge amounts of people to flee their homes in Utah. This is from Thursday out of ABC 4.
So fire crews making progress on a wildfire that's burning here in northern Los Angeles County. This is a mid-hour heat wave. It's called the Summit Fire. It's now 8% contained, but it's scorched more than 2,600 acres as of this morning. And that fire is burning along the LA County and San Bernardino County line in the Antelope Valley. Now, firefighters responding aggressively. We've seen quite the aerial assault, even a military C-130 aircraft assisting, as well as a dozen helicopters and fixed-wing aircrafts dropping water on those flames that are burning into the Angeles National Forest. Well, it's also impacting surrounding communities as nearly 600 people are under evacuation orders or warnings, and officials say one home was damaged and one structure was destroyed from the blaze. At this point, one firefighter was also injured, but fortunately, officials there say the injuries are minor and they're expected to be okay. But look, all of this extreme heat and dry conditions that we're facing out here, Gio, are just making it that much more challenging for fire crews. Gio?
Well, there you have some of the updates here in Utah. Wait, I'm sorry. What am I talking about? Am I a fucking idiot? How did I do this? Oh, because it says ABC. God, I was like reading. I wasn't even listening to what she was saying. I was just reading chat. Ended it with what I was expecting to end the other one with, and then realized this is the wrong video. This is the Summit Fire in goddamn California that we talked about last night. I don't know how I'm... I
made a huge, tiny mistake.
Look, I'm not perfect. Clearly, and 3 hours in, bound to at least make one serious mistake. That was the fires... The fire that's going on in LA County, which we talked about last night, which broke out last night, still going, approaching 3,000 acres burned. That could turn into a whole thing. I'm trying to monitor that. Sorry, something's wrong with my brain. Okay. What do you mean there's no water? The Rio Grande is still a... Oh, yes, that's a good point. You still... All right. When I said no water, I was being a little bit inflammatory. Inflammatory with my rhetoric. Perhaps I was exaggerating a bit. You're right, you do have some water. Rio Grande is just at like a near historic low. And a near historic level, low level of rainfall across the west. That's a good combo. That's a combination. I would describe that as no water. But I can see how some people... Yes, hyperbolic. Yes, thank you. That's the correct word. Hyperbole. Hyperbolism. Okay. Everybody trying to come at me over here.
Precision of language. Please.
Which to some degree I always appreciate. I just strive to be as accurate as possible. Really. My main focus when doing this stream. Entertainment second. Space, leftist space communism, always of course in the background, in my mind. As a parallel running goal. More fire news, now to that Utah wildfire, the Cottonwood fire, which we have talked about over the last week and a half that it's been burning. Swear to God.
Welcome to ABC4 News at 5, everybody. I'm Sarah Murphy.
And I'm Brian McElhatton. Good to have you with us this evening. Well, firefighters continue making progress on the Cottonwood fire this evening. The damage left behind is only now coming into focus.
And today we're getting a glimpse of some of the hardest hit areas. Our Southern Utah correspondent Kenan Seacrest takes us inside the burn scar.
Today is one of the first times that we've been able to get this close to some of the areas that have been hit the hardest by the Cottonwood fire. And the damage here tells a story that's hard to grasp until you see it in person. The drive up Highway 153 is a constant reminder of what this fire left behind.
There's so much devastation from this thing. I was wondering, we got little glimpses into this, but the area has been basically off limits to people for quite a while, so that the fire crews can be getting done what they need to get done. These images are crazy. This looks like Mount St. Helens or something. Has anybody ever seen the photos of Mount St. Helens after the eruption back in, what was it, the 80s or whatever it was? This is what it looks like. Just devastating. It just looks like fucking, what's it called? Mordor.
Highway 153 is a constant reminder of what this fire left behind. Burned power poles, charred hillsides, and thousands of trees reduced to blackened trunks. Even the river running through the canyon now flows black, carrying ash down the mountain. But some of the worst damage is here at Eagle Point Ski Resort.
We had my daughter's first birthday party when I first moved to Beaver to run the resort in that building. She's 16 years old now, so.
That building, the Canyonside Lodge, is now just a pile of rubble. And as you move across the mountain, the fire's path is hard to explain. Some buildings were reduced to ash, while others just feet away were left standing. Tanner Larson has lived here for nearly 6 years, and he lost his home in the fire.
We could see the flames coming over the ridge into the next basically valley down, and that's when it hit me, is like, oh my goodness, this is for real. It might get here.
We lost 145 families, lost their homes or condos. That's more than half of the community up here, so that's probably the toughest part of it all, is to lose the community that we worked so hard to build.
Yep, half of the community in this quiet Utah area wiped out. Just gone. Not the people, but the buildings. The homes. Rebuilding will certainly take years, if people decide to do that. Rebuild in the ashes. Oh, some of that kind of was giving me like LA 2025 vibes. We're not quite done with the fires yet. Let's go to Colorado for the update from Saturday morning, Denver 7. As we know, there's like there's at least last couple weeks, there's been a whole bunch of different wildfires. Like a half a dozen of them.
We're continuing to cover the wildfires that are burning throughout the state. The Aspen Acres fire, that is now burning nearly 100,000 acres, destroying at least 850 structures. Jesus. Containment for that this morning is at 34%, so up 6% from yesterday afternoon. A bit of good news there. Nearly 2,000 crew members are still working their very hardest on trying to extinguish that fire. On Friday, I got our very first look at the devastation left behind in the community of Beulah. While some homes and some neighborhoods were decimated, others were left seemingly untouched by the flames. The firefight continues to be a personal one for the 27 volunteers who make up the Beulah Fire Protection and Ambulance Service, because about 1/3 of them actually lost their homes in that fire. The fire captain told me those crews did everything they could to protect their community and are still out on those front lines right now, despite not having homes to return to.
That is what's crazy, is like, these are the sorts of stories I feel like I hear about firefighters having, like, in these moments, like, where we have just insane wildfires happening, their own homes getting burned down, they just keep going. Like, it's got to be pretty tough to just accept it, but people continue to try and protect their communities from more damage. Wild to think about that, just being like homeless and fighting back against these wildfires in that moment.
We've all cried together. The pride that we have in our firefighters and where we're at, they all said, All right, that was just stuff. We got to go save somebody else's. And that's what they're here for.
And the incident command team has set up so-called dip sites throughout and near the Beulah community for aerial resources to pick up water to continue dropping on that fire. Now taking a look.
Yup. And that's not the only fire burning, it's just one of many burning in Colorado. There's got to be well over 250,000 acres burning across the state right now. We have seen an utterly horrible fire season so far, one that honestly is exceeding what were already really bad expectations that I had expressed going into the year. Like, truly, I can't express how much like those expectations that I had are being exceeded. It's quite worrying to me, honestly, especially knowing what we know about El Nino, how long that's going to last. It is giving me chills just thinking about it. Even though I will certainly be sweating as a result. But the heat, the extra heat as a result of the El Nino is going to continue to fuel this shit well into the fall, from what I can tell. And it's going to, if anything, it's just going to get worse. Things are just going to keep getting dried out more and more. And we'll just be begging for storms. And we'll get those too. But I don't think it's going to be enough, especially because Atlantic storm activity is way down. I think you're going to wind up seeing some crazy shit in places like Florida, maybe Georgia. Like, Florida and Georgia right now are the two states in the East that are seeing the worst of the drought right now. Florida's already been having a hard time with fires this year. Like the Miami area, we've covered a few different fires that are happening there. Broward. And of course, last weekend was July 4th. Weekend for tourism and things like that. I don't know the date of this particular video, but one man, tourist in Wyoming, was met with rather jolting reminder that nature is quite volatile. Getting an uphand peek at that. By the way, trigger warning, this is quite disturbing video. This man and his wife were here in Yellowstone National Park watching for the wildlife. Cameras out. Actually, I don't think that's his wife. I'm just realizing that might be a kid or a grandkid. I was watching. I did not pay attention to very much to this person because this guy is the subject of this video, the main character, if you will. Getting real close. Some would say too close to the wildlife. And then the buffalo said, no pictures. I'm going to stop it right there. But the buffalo does make contact with this man. And he went, let's just suffice to say he went flying. It's all over the fucking internet. You can find it if you want to watch it. But this guy goes 10 feet in the fucking air. He's running. Buffalo's way faster. I don't even know if in this guy's prime he would have been able to outrun them. I'm pretty sure he would have struggled to outrun that buffalo even in his prime. But in his advanced age, he was not able to get out of the way of that buffalo. And has apparently sustained some injury and is in the hospital now. I hope he's okay, honestly. Initially, I was planning to watch this whole... I thought he was fine. Like, when I first watched the video, I thought he was fine. But turns out, not fine. In the hospital. Yeah, probably good advice to not go tempting bison at all. They're enormous and have horns, and they literally smash their skulls into each other for dominance. Like, these guys, like, bison are not fucking around. It was like the size of a vehicle. It's like getting rammed by a slightly more agile Toyota Prius or something. With horns, once again. And technically some amount of sentience. A sentient horned Toyota Prius with a fucking... with a real problem. Like, you don't want to get on the wrong side of that. You see what I'm saying? Don't do it. Think twice. Think twice, America. For the love of God. Speaking of which, think twice about perhaps your effect on the environment in other ways. You know? July 4th weekend, you go out there, you want to have fun on the lake. What have you. Maybe clean up after yourself. So others don't have to. But people in Minnesota at Lake Minnetonka took up the call.
It is cleanup day on Lake Minnetonka. The state's busiest lake is wrapping up the busiest weekend of the year. Susan Elizabeth Littlefield was on the water for the trash and treasure hunt.
It's the calm after a storm of people. Year after year, July 4th on Lake Minnetonka means playtime, and on Big Island, party time. But July 6th is smooth sailing.
One of the best, most beautiful bodies of water, and you just got to respect it and keep it just as nice as we saw it when we first were here.
So he's chartering his Electric Shores boat for a cleanup run with the help of Life's a Beach divers.
Or maybe my feet have just gotten stronger.
And the Lake Minnetonka Association.
We've been doing this now for, I've been with them for about 10 years.
What are we looking for?
Anything and anything that's floating or on the ground. The best thing that could happen is we don't find anything out there, So let's see what.
Well, there you go, people picking up the lake, the trash from lake partiers on July 4th weekend. Wow, strong feelings about Lake Minnetonka in the chat. Is it the richest stretch of water in the entire state? Do you mean by like income and wealth when you say that? Or do you mean in rich, beautiful nature? This is not entirely clear. Wow. People driving stakes into the ground over Minnesota-based lakes. Okay, didn't realize I had hit some sort of a chord here. Lake-wise. Didn't even know that was a possibility. All right, let's go down south to Iowa, where the weekend heat was ramping up. KCCI from yesterday. Actually, yeah.
Time now is 5:48. Taking a look outside, Sloan. Sunrise just happened a few minutes ago, and we're going to warm up quickly now. Waking up in the 60s, but that's going to move up soon.
Yes, exactly, Bo. We're going to warm up, but right now we are on the cooler side, also pretty foggy in some parts of Iowa. Not everyone is going to see this fog, but especially in Boone over Seven Oaks, you can see a lot of that fog coming through over that sunrise. So pretty beautiful shot. The reason for this fog is because we had clear skies last night. We had calm winds, and that allowed that fog to set in. So again, cool right now.
Now, here we go.
Right now on top of the state of Iowa, so that's going to keep us dry for the next few days, going to allow us to heat up, going to allow that sun to shine through as well. So take a look at our temperatures over the next week or so. We're going to be in the 90s, especially as we get towards the...
Wow, hot in Iowa, 90s for the whole week going into Saturday. Making 87 degrees this Sunday look cool and balmy. All right, Minnesota's the land of 10,000 lakes. That's true. That's true. Thank you, Sasha. That is true. Good reminder. I just didn't realize there was any sort of like lake rivalry. Like lake on lake gang violence or something. I had no idea that I had tread onto this territory. This territory war of lakes. Had I known, I might have approached that story differently. My God. Did we just watch the local weather? Yeah, we did. Look, this is the Galactic News Network. God damn it, Boku. We cover a lot of stuff. Sometimes I throw little things in here, like the local weather report from Iowa. Especially when it's like that. 90s all week. Very hot. Just for, you know, just to keep people, it's just like, it's like an immersive weather report, you know? You get a sense of everything that's happening in the country. Speaking of which, the Midwest was hammered by rains over the last couple days. A state of emergency was called over the weekend due to dangerous flooding, which left hundreds stranded.
We begin with a flood emergency in southeastern Missouri, hit by more than a foot of rain today, with more rain expected over the weekend. Dozens had to be rescued from rushing floodwaters, and for several hours, a group of campers was missing, but they're all safe and sound tonight. Missouri is not facing this rain threat alone. More than 20 million people in at least 14 states from Colorado to Pennsylvania are under flood watches through tomorrow. Meteorologist Rob Marciano leads us off tonight with powerful images from the flood zone.
An early morning deluge in the Show Me State, turning streets into rivers, campgrounds into waterways, and sending people scrambling for higher ground. From the side there. Campgrounds throughout the state evacuated. This group of campers standing on the roof of vehicles. In Reynolds County, south of St. Louis, emergency responders conducted more than 90 water rescues. The flash flooding posing a danger to first responders, too.
That's scary. No!
This video appears to show state highway patrol officers abandoning their boat after it struck a submerged power line.
Oh,
Authorities say they're still searching for people after a building collapsed. The number of missing could fluctuate in the coming days. The sudden of rain overtaking this dam in Missouri's Black River.
Damn.
An aerial view shows the widespread flooding across the river's banks. The flooding has led to several road closures, and the water is reaching the rooftops of some homes.
This is ridiculous!
All these one-story ranch styles in the Midwest here. Nowhere to run but the roof. Jesus, it's just water everywhere you can see. It's supposed to be ground. Yeah. Unfortunately, there were deaths as a result of this flooding here. I don't remember the exact number that I heard. I did hear that some number of people died. New York Post here has some footage from a helicopter of the area. You can see just how bad it is. It's insane. Now, I feel like I point this out a lot whenever we look at these videos, but water, traditionally not supposed to be where trees are, right? Unless you're in like the bayou or the Everglades down south, right? Up here in Minnesota, trees don't grow out of the water, okay? And all this water here, not supposed to be here. Wherever you see a tree, water is not supposed to be there, but it is. And it's clearly filled with silt and other debris. Looks like chocolate milk. Like Nesquik or something. Actually, I think it's more Yoo-hoo colored. Either way, it's the wrong color and it's in the wrong spot. That's floodwater. And it's taken over the entire goddamn area. And apparently at least one person died from this flooding that I'm aware of. That number may go up. I don't know for sure. Now let's go north to Canada. Talk about the crazy tornado season that the Midwest of Canada has been seeing. Or whatever you want to call it, the plains, Alberta, seeing, I think, double the number of tornadoes that it saw at this time last year. Recent tornadoes this week sending at least 3 people to the hospital. And I only found out about all of this today somehow. But apparently, it's been going on now all tornado season. Here's CBC News from Friday. No, I think Thursday.
A tornado in east central Alberta last night sent 3 people to hospital, 1 in serious condition. Witnesses say this tornado struck quickly.
I was leaving our camper, and then you could just see the clouds turning really weird. So I'm like, "Okay, we got to get out of here." I went to go exit, and there was a huge tornado in front of us. And then I got around, went to exit out the other way, and I thought it was the tornado back in front of us, and there was trees flying at us. One hit us. I thought it was gonna go right through, through our vehicle. So then I turned around again and I got through, but there was people trapped under trees, and I felt so bad leaving them there. But I had to get out. I had my kids, and the scariest thing ever.
Here's some more videos taken by people who were there last night. The campground is inside Dilbury Lake Provincial Park. That's near the border with Saskatchewan. 57 tornadoes have been recorded so far this year in Canada, 45 of them touching down in the prairie provinces. CBC's Morgan Black joins us now from Edmonton. And Morgan, tell us more about the experience of people who are camping where that tornado hit.
Yeah, campers describing a really harrowing experience that happened yesterday evening. CBC News went to the campground today to speak with them. They describe watching the sky turn nearly instantly, this big black cloud that kind of overwhelmed them, and then the winds pick up, and suddenly people are running, as Miranda mentioned. We know that the cleanup continues. Environment Canada confirming 2 tornadoes tore through the area on Wednesday evening, at least one hitting that campground in Dilbury Lake Provincial Park.
This is a super high number of tornadoes for Canada to have in this period of time by June. I mean, by the end of June. Like, that's crazy. Canada does not historically have a ton of tornadoes. They have some, but is not like because of the conditions that create tornadoes usually happen, or at least historically have happened in what we used to call Tornado Alley. But Tornado Alley, as a result of climate change and other things, have been shifting, and it's also been going further north. We've been seeing that trend happening over the last couple of years, and it's getting bad. It's getting really bad. People are seeing some crazy shit up here in Canada.
You can see trees ripped up, snapped like matchsticks. We saw RVs and trailers torn apart or flipped in some cases. The feeling of terror really comes across.
It was just what to do. Like, all the windows blew out of my other truck just about. It swirled, I'm sure, right past me. And yeah, it was just helplessness, like just what next kind of thing.
RCMP giving us an update this afternoon. They said 3 people were taken to hospital, one of those people in life-threatening condition. We also heard, again, those stories from people saying that they were rescued by first responders. They really activated quickly. They spent many hours just kind of searching through the campground, making sure that everyone who was registered was accounted for.
And you know, Morgan.
Apparently, some of these tornadoes Canada's been seeing have been registering on the enhanced Fujita scale. EF1, EF2 at least, according to experts.
Brian Danilou was enjoying an evening out at his nephew's cabin out on Dilbury Lake when an emergency alert got his attention.
It was like a train coming at us, and then it was done. It was quick.
According to RCMP, a reported tornado touched down in the provincial park around 8:30 Wednesday night.
We looked out the back door and realized that the sky was black, and then we could see the funnel cloud coming up. And as it was approaching, the wind was getting stronger and stronger.
While the cabin sustained some damage, there was more concern for the campground close by. 42 of the park's 83 sites were occupied when the tornado touched down.
It's really hard to see in the state.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a campground. That's got to be scary as shit. You're staying in like a tent or something. And that's like a tornado ejection pod or something. You know, like that's just begging to get lifted off the ground and like sent flying if you get hit directly by a tornado. I don't even. What do you even do in that scenario? It's not like you got a basement to the campground to get in under. Oh.
A lot of trees down, a lot of campers destroyed.
Dylan Bremner's parents were staying on the grounds, but were not at the site when the tornado hit. His family returned Thursday morning to survey all the damage that occurred in just a matter of minutes.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, let's keep talking about these tornadoes. Another clip here from Global News, I think. Up next, this one from yesterday.
Well, the prairies are well into severe weather season, and Alberta, like our easterly neighbors, has seen quite a number of tornadoes, most recently near Edgerton and Dilbury Provincial Park on Wednesday. Here to break down a bit more of how that all unfolded and how our season is going so far is Dr. David Sills, the director of the Northern Tornadoes Project. Dr. Sills, thank you for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure to be here.
Now, for those who maybe don't know, the Northern Tornadoes Project is, or are the ones who investigate tornadoes after they happen. What have your team uncovered so far about the tornado activity in Alberta this week?
Right, so we've got a team active in that area right now. They've investigated the entire track that went through the Dilbury Lake Provincial Park, and there was some really significant damage there. Trailers thrown, boats thrown, lots of trees down, that kind of thing. And the track extends right into Saskatchewan. They've completed work on that track, and now there's a second track up at Paradise Valley, and so they're working on characterizing that track. Also, some big damage along that track as well. Mobile home that was completely destroyed, that kind of thing.
So based on the damage that you're seeing, can you give us sort of a preview of sort of the severity rating that we might be looking at?
Sure, yeah. I mean, at least EF1 and likely EF2. We'll be making that determination probably later today or early tomorrow, final determination.
Okay. One more clip on the extreme weather that Canada has been seeing here this week. Then we will move on to other stories that we've got to talk about still. And boy, oh boy, it's been a very busy week. Honestly, 24 hours, 48 hours on extreme weather events. Today's list for this is kind of fucking crazy to me. Like, we've really hit fire. Everything's on fire or underwater season at this point. There's no denying it. Like, it's crazy. We are in the thick of it.
The prairies have been pounded with severe weather this summer, including tying a one-day tornado record in Saskatchewan. 10 touched down north and east of Saskatoon Friday. David Sills is with the Northern Tornadoes Project.
The average, 30-year average for the prairies is 34, so we're way above average, and we're only halfway through the season.
Storm chasers have come from around the world to track storms as they...
I hate that photo. What is that? Oh my God. What the fuck? Is that a Sharknado?
What?
We're only halfway through the season.
Storm chasers have come from around the world to track storms as they batter Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, earning the moniker the new Tornado Alley. Experts aren't sure why the region is so tornadic.
Part of the reason we collect all of this data in the first place is to try to get a better understanding of all of these connections between global weather patterns, regional weather patterns, and then what actually happens on the ground.
Yep, shit pretty crazy here. There's not just tornadoes, extreme heat being seen across multiple Canadian provinces as well.
Reporting in real time.
Often deadlier than storms, heat, something Manitoba and Saskatchewan will deal with for days.
We're expecting to see really high humidex values over this weekend and into early next week.
Temperatures in the low to mid-30s combined with a blanket of humid air can feel as hot as 45. And that combination means more tornadoes are possible.
It all depends on where the weather system's set up, where the heat and...
Okay. Suffice to say, things pretty crazy in Canada. Now back down to the United States. Take a look at this cloud. Seen in Pennsylvania. I think this was last week. Yeah. Actually, this is a little over last week, but this got posted to AccuWeather's channel. This is from July 3rd. Look at this and tell me that this doesn't look fake. I mean, they're saying this is a real phenomenon, but what in the is a seed cloud? It's like extreme, what do you call it? Like evaporation? But look at this. This looks wild. Look at this shit. It looks fake. It looks like something out of a movie. which is the literal title of this fucking clip. I still look at it and I'm like, dude, are you telling me this isn't a video game? No, because we have multiple angles of it. Look at this shit. That's crazy, dude. That's some weird shit. AccuWeather using Gen AI. I know, it looks crazy. It really does. Some very weird shit. Still don't fully understand it. Anyway, I just figured that was a Sunday Fun Day clip, no doubt. I don't think it was like at all dangerous in any way. But it's just so strange. I just needed us to all look at that. BCat, thank you for the puppy snack. All right, let's stay in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia, seeing flooded streets after severe storms over the weekend. Here's the AP from earlier on Sunday.
Jack Harper went out to get something else.
Look at this. I mean, you can pretty clearly tell over here that these cars got moved by these floods. Like a lot. Right? Like they're just too close to each other. Like the way that they're parked and all these, like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like right? Like the Jeep is literally pressed into the truck behind it. You can also see like the sediment that's moved around, stuck to the vehicles. Like this must have been a really powerful flood. I'm surprised nobody got a photo of it a video while it was happening. It must have been really fast. Now, here is some good advice that you can learn as a result of a video clip. Which I actually don't even know how this is distressing. It's not clear to me. But never do what this person does. If you see a down power line, do not try to drive over it. That is a bad idea. Never do that, okay? Oh, God. That is one of the dumbest things you could do. as you can see from the result, causing a massive explosion in the transformer. You do not try to drive over power lines. You do not touch power lines. Actually, there's a good lesson. Never touch power lines ever. Unless you're a qualified technician or electrician, do not touch them. There's no reason for you to do that. That's somebody else's job. That's danger time. That is danger time. And even if you think it's not live, do not touch it. I don't care. Don't let whatever you're touching touch it. Just use all available energy to avoid touching down power lines, or any power lines for that matter. It's true. Even the ones attached to your house. Was it distressing to you? I'm sorry. The fact is, to me, it's not distressing because I can't see the person. Like, I can't see, and honestly, they're fine. Like, they're probably fine. But, I mean, they fucking blew up a goddamn transformer because they're stupid. Don't even piss on the third rail. Exactly. Don't do it. Don't think about it. Coax cables are a different story. That is not carrying the required power to, provide electricity to your home. In fact, I don't even know if there's electricity in a coax cable. That's not clear to me. There might be a little bit. But that's not the same thing. We're talking about very different things. Danger noodle is distressing. It's a danger noodle. That's exactly what it is, though. It's a danger noodle. Do not touch danger noodle. I was once holding a ladder for somebody when they touched a main line going into a home while we were working on trying to fix the siding. He almost fell off the ladder. Dude almost died. He's lucky he didn't die just by touching it. All right, let's go across the pond to the United Kingdom. An unfolding situation that we talked about very briefly yesterday, seemingly getting worse. Wildfires and the exceptional risk of them in multiple parts of the UK. Here's Sky News from earlier this evening.
A major incident has been declared in North Wales where emergency services are dealing with a large wildfire near Sychnant Pass on Conwy Mountain. The public are being urged to avoid the area, and residents have been advised to keep their doors and windows closed. This comes as experts warn huge swathes of the UK, particularly southern England and the Midlands, are at risk of exceptional wildfires in the coming weeks due to the ongoing heat wave. And Natural England's Fire Severity Index shows the area of exceptional risk is set to increase and spread to the southeast and east of England by the middle of the
Immediately,
week.
if not
Most
sooner.
of the rest of England and Wales is at very high risk over the coming days. Well, joining me now is Dave Swallow from the National Fire Chiefs Council. Thanks for joining us, Dave. I mean, hearing these warnings of exceptional risks, how worried should we all be?
Well, the exceptional risk for us and the fire severity index gives us an indication of how difficult fires are going to be. So if they don't start, then they're not a problem. But where they will start, they'll be extremely difficult for us, myself and my colleagues, to extinguish. And that's down to the weather conditions we've got, in particular the stronger winds that we're going to see over the next few days.
So, yeah, I mean, I was thinking it's kind of like a perfect storm, so to speak. You've got dry weather, the vegetation's dry. I mean, it hasn't rained for a while. But you're talking about wind as well. Wind makes it much worse, does it?
Yeah, and you can see, and I was mentioning this yesterday, but there is some serious wind here. You can see the presenter, the reporter that was on the ground at the fire that we were looking at. I think this might actually be the same one. I can't be sure. But you could see that the smoke, as it is in this picture, was lying flat to the ground, which usually means that the winds are at least like 30, 40 miles per hour. And that's exactly the kind of fuel fires love. Now, this is a BBC article from 11 hours ago. Major incident declared in Wales as firefighters tackle wildfires across the UK. Large-scale wildfire in North Wales has been declared a major incident by emergency services as firefighters tackle fires across England and Wales during the record-breaking heat wave. Residents near Conwy Mountain and the Sinchnan Pass have been evacuated, while members of the public were warned to avoid the area. In Greater Manchester, fire crews are working to contain a moorland fire near a reservoir, while in Camberley, Hampshire, crews are extinguishing a large heathland fire. Wildfires burned in County Durham, Derbyshire, East Sussex, West Sussex, Devon, and Somerset over the weekend during a warning that parts of the country were facing exceptional risk for fires. North Wales Fire and Rescue Services said in an update on Sunday afternoon that it was working in challenging conditions, quote-unquote, in order to contain the Conwy Mountain fire, with operations expected to continue for some time. Residents in the village of Kapalulu, near the mountain, were advised by the town council to leave safely and follow the instructions of the emergency services on scene. Not good. Not great. Meanwhile, in France, they, of course, have been seeing their fair share of wildfires as well, more than their fair share. Also experiencing effectively the same conditions that the UK has, droughts and heat, record heat.
He is ensuring the fire is out. It's a mammoth task for the 150 firefighters still on the scene in the Pyrénées-Orientales department in southern France.
I've been here a while. We have been working hard for over 36 hours. It's difficult.
Work began 7 days ago.
Frank, do you want us to do up there as well?
This other volunteer firefighter is also on the front line.
It's exhausting to drag hoses around in the heat all day. It's pretty tiring. And then there's the fact we're constantly on high alert. At night, we're not really sure if we'll have to head out, if the fire will flare up again. So we're tired, but then again, we know why we're doing it.
Yes, indeed. Firefighters working hard here in France to battle these blazes. Meanwhile, tourists battling with a sense of loss as a result of the closure of multiple French tourist hotspots like the Louvre, the Eiffel Tower. This has been happening for weeks now and is continuing. Disappointing. All sorts of people from across the world hoping to see French history themselves up close. Oh, by the way, thank you for the dono on PayPal. Orb of Rumor, creatures of the universe unite for the survival of all intergalactic species. 20 bones getting added to the galactic deficit financing goal and the content goal. We're definitely making progress. Speaking of which, we've just gone over the timer. I will add another hour to the countdown clock. But we gotta make more progress still. Even with that generous donation on PayPal. We are, let me think, only 2/3 of the way through the goal. We're close, and we are making progress, so worry not, Space Fams, and don't forget that every dollar counts and helps out. It is through crowdfunding of viewers like you that we were able to continue this work. All right, to the Tour Eiffel.
It's 37 degrees Celsius at the base of the Eiffel Tower.
That's hot.
This family from the north of France had planned on ascending the monument during a visit to Paris, but found it closed.
I'm so disappointed. We can't go in the Eiffel Tower just because of the heat.
Tourists unable to climb the tower instead have to be content with photos from the base, and they spread the word.
Today is closed because of the hot weather.
Because the Iron Lady can expand several centimeters in the heat, it is closing at 4 p.m. this weekend for the safety of visitors.
I think I'll try tomorrow again to see if it's going to be open. If it's open, I'd love to go up.
Right now, we're going to move up part of our schedule. We have things that we had planned to do. So right now, it's Musée d'Orsay.
But it will be closed at 4.
Well, thank you for telling me that.
Did you see the look on his face when he heard that?
It will be closed at 4.
Yes. Tourists left shocked, disappointed by the closing of important French historical locations, I guess you might call them. But as I've been saying, since we continue to refuse to do things adequate in tackling climate change, we don't deserve nice things. We don't deserve any of that. I mean, really, I can't be more clear about that. Like, we just don't. Like, I've done the math, and we don't deserve nice things anymore until we start doing we really start adequately tackling climate change. Like, we can't expect the environment to continue to suit our needs, the needs of humanity, if we refuse to do the things we know, according to all the science that we've done.
It's science.
We just can't. What's the word? It's paradoxical, is what it is. It don't make any sense, okay, Space Fams? Just write that down. Oh, it don't make any sense at all. Okay. Stretch. That was a necessary stretch. Been sitting too long. You would argue that we do have lots of nice things. See, that's what I'm saying. Well, we don't deserve them. That's all I'm getting at. See, we have nice things. We don't actually deserve them. So when we don't have them as a result of climate change, we should look inward. Societally. Not on an individual level, which is what we've been sold for so long, of course. That's bullshit. You're not going to solve climate change. I'm not going to solve climate change. It's only society. Because it's society who's done it. All right, while we're talking about the fucked conditions of Western Europe, we may as well quickly talk about the Spanish wildfires that are still technically ongoing. Though I don't have any new updates on it, suffice to say, still not great. At least 12 killed, 23 missing as of Friday.
The tragedy near Los Gallardos seems to have started when a loose power cable fell down on dry vegetation. Firefighters initially responded to what seemed to be a small roadside fire, but conditions quickly changed.
It looks like it may have originated from a power line, and initially, with firefighters responding as it was a verge fire, it ended up spreading really quickly with really strong winds, and all of this at an extraordinary speed.
The strong and shifting winds, combined with the landscape, including many ravines, have made the blaze extremely difficult to control and to escape. Evacuations are carried out when authorities believe there is enough time for people to leave safely. On Thursday, authorities instructed residents to remain sheltered in their homes in several areas, but some, fearing for their lives, tried to escape. Several of them were killed.
The troubling times we're living in, Space Fams. Very troubling. Whoa, I've made crazy progress in the last, hour and a half. Probably because all these environmental clips are really fast. The Sunday Funday ones are pretty fast, too. But wow. Hour and a half did over 30 vids, I think. Maybe more than that. That's not bad. Let's see. Where are we? All right, right. Yeah, let's leave Europe for Asia, where they have, of course, been dealing with storms. And really bad ones at that. However, before we talk about the storms, I just want to talk about an environmental conservation effort.
Now it's time for Perspective from my guest on the program today.
A wildlife conservation effort in India. Here's France 24 English from Friday.
Now it's time for Perspective from my guest on the program today. Is quite simply one of the world's leading multi-award-winning environmentalists. Kriti Karanth is a conservation biologist and CEO at the Centre for Wildlife Studies in India. Now, she was born and grew up in India, leaving to study in the US, but returned to her home country in her early 30s to continue the fight. That fight, of course, long and hard, but also deeply rewarding, I'm sure. Well, Kriti Karanth joins us now from New Delhi. Great to have you with us on the programme today. Thanks for joining us. Tell us about some of the projects. I mean, that's obviously the best way to talk about this, isn't it? I mean, one of your latest research projects to do with Asian elephants.
Hi, thank you for having me. I think the biggest challenge we have with wildlife conservation globally, not just in India, but all parts of the world, is large animals, whether they're elephants, tigers, leopards, wolves, and bears, are coming across people, and this results in losses of crops and livestock and occasionally injury to both people and the animals. And so the vision we have at Center for Wildlife Studies is, how do you keep people safe? How do you keep animals safe? What are a bunch of research and conservation projects that can help you reconcile human needs with animal needs?
So part of it, I suppose, is going out there and actually trying to do that yourself. And part of it is about research as well, yes?
Yeah, so I think the research plays in terms of understanding what the problem is, what are the animals involved, what are the financial extent of losses, what is the emotional trauma that people face. And the other piece, of course, is then we have now designed 6 award-winning conservation programs that work in 100 parks in India, where you're trying to solve these problems, whether it's conflict, whether it's poaching, whether it's getting Indian kids to fall in love with Indian animals, and making sure that you have short to long-term ways to balance this huge challenge we have.
There we go, Dr. Kriti Karanth, conservation biologist, working to protect the wildlife in India, both through research and community outreach, and other sorts of conservation efforts. Speaking of wildlife, wildlife has been witnessing the floods, same as everybody here in China. Scenes like this, commonplace in recent days. I still think the dichotomy of this, like the like where you can see like the dogs, they're fine. It's a perfect spot. The dog's perfectly fine. They're in the water. I mean, they're confused, and they're clearly, you know, probably not having a great time. See some alarm on these dogs' faces, although I might be imprinting, or whatever it's called, projecting. But you can see all the cats are way up here, hiding under the roof, just screaming for their lives at this animal rescue. Hiding out on whatever drive spot they can find. Begging to be saved. Unfortunately, the humans are wading through the water too, kitties. Now, let's see some of the other effects of the storms that have been seen in Southeast Asia recently. Because it's not just Typhoon Bobby that's been coming through, but also the remnants. Like, there's been a lot of storm activity generally that's being generated by the typhoon, but aren't actually part of the typhoon. And unfortunately, Philippines seeing a ton of rain, which led to deadly landslides and floods. Here's Wyon News from 2 days ago.
Now, East Asia is bracing for one of its biggest storms in decades. Typhoon Bobby is barreling towards Taiwan, Japan, and China after triggering some deadly landslides in the Philippines.
Oh shit.
Thousands have been evacuated, flights cancelled, and emergency teams are on high alert across the region. The first impact has already been felt in the Philippines, and at least about 15 people were killed after torrential rains triggered deadly landslides on the southern island of Mindanao. Rescue teams are searching through the mud and debris for those who are still missing as more heavy rains are forecast through the weekend. The storm is now moving towards Taiwan, where the authorities are preparing for its strongest impact.
I don't know who remembers this, but I said this was going to happen in the Philippines. This is bad. Philippines has had so many devastating floods in the country, and it's been creating a great deal of anger against the government. I feel like this one, I don't know, I can't say for sure, but if I feel like this one's going to break this will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. To some degree, it's the fault of the government. They have misappropriated funds that were intended for flood prevention, Some have accused them on using it for corrupt purposes. But the Philippines is also very... some of these regions are very low-lying, and with climate change, these sorts of floods are almost certain to continue if serious intervention isn't taken. Like, the government should have been, and certainly can still, shore up infrastructure and other things like that to prevent scenes like this. But some of the effects of this storm are just the result of fucking climate change.
Images show the residents taping windows, stacking sandbags outside of homes, and shops and supermarket shelves being emptied as people stock up on essential supplies. The thousands have been evacuated from high-risk areas, while schools, offices, and hundreds of flights have been cancelled. Forecasters say that Bavi could, of course, become the largest typhoon to hit Taiwan in more than 3 decades. The storm is expected to bring some powerful winds, waves reaching 9 meters and up to 1 meter of rainfall in some mountainous regions. And more than 28,000 troops have been placed on standby to support relief and rescue operations. After passing Taiwan, Bavi is expected to make landfall along China's southeastern.
All right, I have one more clip in the Philippines. Just 15 people dead here in the Philippines as a result of this storm. And take a look at this river, which is overflowing as a result of this rain. Look at this shit. Look how powerful the water is. It's clearly like gone over the banks. You can see like a little shed down there or something. Good God. That is crazy how powerful that water is. It is not shocking to me that 15 people have died as a result of this storm. You could just be minding your own business, have that come down the river. Now, Taiwan, it was missed mostly somehow by the storm, even though the path was headed directly at it originally. But still leaving over 100 people injured in the country.
The strongest storm of the year has come and gone in Taiwan. Over 100 people were injured due to Typhoon Bavi, but so far there have been no recorded deaths. The storm brought intense gusts, pouring rain, and towering waves to Taiwan over the weekend. Bavi was initially categorized as a super typhoon as it approached the country, prompting many local authorities to cancel work and school both on Friday and Saturday. As the storm came close to Taiwan, its intensity tapered off slightly, but that didn't mean the public could rest easy. Thousands were evacuated as a safety measure, and safety supplies were doled out. Images of the typhoon blowing through cities and countryside across northern Taiwan flooded into social media. Up in the mountains, heavy rain caused landslides, bringing down entire hillsides.
The entire hill, exactly. It's the entire hill just gone. Wow. Just in a flash.
Up in the mountains, heavy
Good God.
rain caused landslides, bringing down entire hillsides.
Some crazy shit coming out of this region as a result of this storm here. Typhoon Bavi eventually made landfall, I think, somewhere around midnight in mainland China. Overnight, well over 1 million were evacuated. I think 2 million actually, something like that. Here's Al Jazeera English from 18 hours ago. Jesus, look at that water. Looks like ash.
Typhoon Bavi made landfall in China at around midnight in Taizhou, a coastal city in the eastern Zhejiang province. It brought winds of up to 144 kilometers per hour, which rattled buildings and uprooted hundreds of trees. Torrential rain flooded streets and triggered waves up to 8 meters high along the region's coastline. Emergency teams cleared rocks from roads and are on alert for landslides and flash flooding. Bavi is the most powerful typhoon to hit China this year, affecting 10 provinces that are home to hundreds of millions of people. Nearly 2 million were moved to safety from vulnerable areas.
Since before the storm, we organized evacuees into groups and have been monitoring the storm closely.
Thousands of flights have been cancelled and rail services suspended. People have been told to shelter at home. Bavi began as a super typhoon and swept across the northern tip of Taiwan. More than 100 people were injured there. The island has issued red alerts for landslides and debris, its highest warning level. Bavi is weakening as it moves inland towards northern China. It's been downgraded to a tropical storm, but authorities warn powerful winds persist near its center. Parts of the country's south are still reeling from the devastation brought by Typhoon Maisak last weekend. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera.
Ay. Okay. I think I have one more on the effects being seen in China. Then I think we go to Bangladesh after this one. Here's ABC News Australia from 20 hours ago on the effects seen in China as a result of Typhoon Bavi.
Bavi batters China's eastern coastline, waves smashing into the shore as the superstorm makes landfall in the province of Zhejiang. Destructive winds up to 150 kilometers an hour ripped trees from the ground, while torrential rain turned roads into rivers and rivers into raging floods. Officials had been bracing for the worst, evacuating about 2 million people. No deaths have been reported so far, though dozens have been injured. And the threat isn't over. The massive system, about the size of South Australia, is expected to dump hundreds more millimetres of rain across China.
And even here in Beijing, the highest level rain alert warning has been issued, with tens of thousands of people evacuated, including at least 70 nursing homes.
Bavi is the second typhoon to hit China in the space of a week. The southern province of Guangxi still picking up the pieces after catastrophic flooding from Typhoon Maisak, where at least 39 people were killed. Alison Horn, ABC News, Beijing.
Oh, God. And apparently there were like 25-foot waves slamming into the coastline. Like, can you imagine? That's like 8 meters, I think. I mean, look at this house. It's on the, look at, I mean, oh my fucking God. Can you imagine living in there? What in the shit? Like, honestly, I'd prefer not the windows. Like, I'm sure they're great when the weather is nice, but it's like being able to witness from all sides, like, your potential, like, impending doom. I know they must have lived because they got the video out, but what in the actual fuck? Like, right, like you can see it that side, then you look up and you can see it on top of the fuck. Like, fuck that. Like, fuck that. That's, oh God.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
What am I looking at over there? Okay. Now, one last environmental news story. Before we do that, I just want to say thank you to two different people. Dark Sparkle over on PayPal. $4 contribution to the Galactic Deficit financing goal and, of course, the Galactic Content goal. As well as a very patriotic, incredibly patriotic donation from MD of $17.76 for fire suppression.
That's hot.
What is that? Let me do the math. 6 plus 4. That's, yeah. Well, that's got to get added to this. The deficit goal. Making serious progress finally on that. Oh, we are running deep into the month. Serious. You still got to make serious efforts between now and the end of July. But that helps out big time. That's enough to get the Galactic Content goal completed. Yes, indeed, Space fans, we've done it again, completing another Galactic Content goal. Ensuring that we get all of the sweet, sweet stream that I have planned for us tonight. Could have ended at any time, but thankfully, that's been averted. Yes, we can rest easy knowing that the Galactic Spacecast will be continuing until I run out of stuff to talk about. Alright. Gotta get back to it. Can't just sit around patting ourselves on the back, although you should be patting yourselves on the back. It's a great job. But gotta get back to talking about all these crazy things happening on the planet. Alright, to Bangladesh, a place that didn't need any more problems. Seeing extreme weather as a result of Typhoon Bobby. Extreme weather that's claimed at least 50 lives so far. Here's global news from 10 hours ago.
This is ridiculous.
At least 51 people are dead in Bangladesh following days of heavy rains, floods, and landslides.
God damn it. God fucking damn it. Like, this is the exact thing I've been saying for so fucking long. Like, the poorest in society will be the first ones to see the effects of climate change. And even on a microcosmic level, right? Like, in a microcosm here, in this one photo, right? Because, like, there's a big refugee population in Bangladesh right now. It's also a very poor country. But, like, you can see how it's affecting different people. The people who have been forced to live on the banks of the river and build in places where they probably never should have to begin with are literally underwater, while other people are fine. Oh, pains me to look at these things.
Are dead in Bangladesh following days of heavy rains, floods, and landslides. More than 1 million people remained stranded on Sunday, according to the country's disaster management ministry. Several homes have been destroyed, highways are submerged, and key routes have been blocked as torrential rains continue. Volunteers are working around the clock to assist affected communities and distribute emergency supplies to stranded residents. However, locals say many remote areas are yet to receive adequate aid.
This one really pisses me off. You know, Donald Trump cut off aid to Bangladesh. We've talked about this, I think, at least a couple of times, but like the USAID program being shuttered meant that aid going to the refugees in Bangladesh right now it just was completely cut off. People who were already struggling to survive on that existing aid that is now no longer going here. Like, people have already been struggling so much. Like, there's a massive population of Rohingya refugees from Myanmar living in Bangladesh. It's like a million or something, or like 500,000. I don't remember exactly. They sort of went to the left and the right, Myanmar and Bangladesh and to why can't I think of the other one? Laos? Is it Laos? God, my brain just broke. Oh, but suffice to say, there's a population of people living in. I don't even know what this guy, it's like ethnic identity is. But like the point is, like, is already like a population of very impoverished people living in Bangladesh, and then you throw in this ethnically cleansed population there that are living in literal huts put together with like sticks they find on the ground. People are now like literally like I'm sorry, I'm not done with this, but they've been literally just like forced out of the makeshift like refugee camps that they were already living in. Like, it's crazy.
কমিউনিটি আছে তো আমার ক্ষয়ক্ষতি প্রায় 20-30 মতন মানে 30,000 মতন আর কি তো আজকে 3-4 দিন পরে একটু পানিটা অবনীত হয়েছে ওই আমার বন্ধু বান্ধব বা প্রতিবেশী মিলে আমরা ঘরটা পরিষ্কার করতেছি প্রায় আমরা এখনো কয়েকদিন ধরে খেয়ে না খেয়ে আছি
We have been semi-starving for the last couple of days. The situation is very bad. Jesus fucking Christ.
This is ridiculous!
Are you sure the aid money is not going directly into Trump's account? I'm not a forensic accountant. I couldn't say for sure. Oh, good God. Floodwater washed away most of my belongings. I managed to get a few things out with me. The rest was gone or damaged by the water on all sides of the house. It's ruined. Fucking hell. Lady Lindsey. We covered the Lady Lindsey situation earlier, Jerry. That was the very beginning of the stream. We're long past that situation. But I think the thing that I have taken, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say it that way. But yesterday, the happy accident that we managed to go onto the Wikipedia while Lindsey Graham was named, I think it was Lady Gay.
Every single person on this planet is gay? Yeah.
Like, that was a happy accident, I guess you might call it. I certainly couldn't have planned it that way. I gotta clip that, honestly. Like, I really do have to clip that. I gotta go back to yesterday's stream and clip that shit. And I can't even remember where we were in the stream. It's gonna take me a second to find that. But like, no, that's not from today. That's from yesterday's stream. That was from yesterday's stream, Jerry. Not today's. Somebody make sure that Jerry knows that in chat. Someone typed to Jerry that was from yesterday's stream, not today's. When we first found out about it, it was breaking. It was within like 20 minutes of the news that we started talking about it. And it was like 20 or 30 minutes within the news of it happening. So that happened at 2:30. You could probably find it. I don't know what time we started yesterday. It's probably like 4 or 5 hours into the stream. But it's not on today's stream. Like, we talked about it today, but the Wikipedia situation with his name only happened yesterday when we were doing a little crab dancing in the chat. All right, to the space news. Another successful rocket landing from another Japanese space agency. Yesterday it was China. Today it's Japan.
China!
Kind of crazy how everybody's figuring out how to land rockets all of a sudden. Excuse me. Oh. Yes. I didn't eat today, did I? I gotta say, when I saw that, I was kind of impressed. It was like, wait, wow, that was groundbreaking. That was genuinely groundbreaking. I know it doesn't seem like it, but that was some sci-fi shit right there. Exactly, Jerry. The reason why this is important is, like, we just witnessed in the last 48 hours China do a self-land and Japan do a self-land, while both Blue Origin and SpaceX continue to fail over and over at doing that. They've had some real problems with that. Although I think there's been at least one success as well. But still, like, it's quite interesting. They just sort of popped up out of nowhere, like, look what we can do. It's like, oh, impressive. Exactly, Jerry. We literally talked about that landing as well. Yes, a lot of stuff happened yesterday's stream. As always, trying to cover all of the important news of all varieties, aside from entertainment news, which I basically have given up on entirely. It's like, I mean, once in a while we'll do it, like big award show or something, but it's just like, no, can't, no, not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
See the things you miss when you don't watch the Galactic stream. By the way, it's good to see you lately, Jerry. You've been missing from streams. In fact, I've been looking for you at the majority report. I feel like I haven't seen you there either. I was getting worried about you. I was getting concerned. Okay. Wait. Did I remember to do this? Hold on. I think I forgot to update this, didn't I? Am I a big stupid head? I did. Alright. It's Binface time. From space news to galactic news of the Earth variety. And since it's Sunday Fun Day, we're going big on Binface again today. Honestly, I need the Binface. It's bringing me great joy. What can I say? Now, Binface has been a fixture of UK politics to some degree, one or another. At least the guy who plays Binface for the last 10 years. And I'm sorry, what guy? I'm sorry. Binface is a real person. Not person. Entity. Human. Non-human entity. It's been in UK politics for 10 years. And, you know, it's not just this election that he's stood for. It's multiple. I'm not even sure how many at this point. From local elections to London's mayor's race. I got a couple of clips from a live show in Leeds last year. Prime Minister's Questions time. Prime Minister's Question time. Yes, the PBQs.
Question number 1. When you're Prime Minister, how will you deal with Elon Musk? And a few people have actually said exactly the same thing, so it's quite a pop.
Doesn't he have a title? He does. Count Binface. Yes, correct. And I just call him Binface. You know, we're both galactic warriors, and I think I feel comfortable enough to call him Binface. Not just count. And I think that, you know, he should feel comfortable as well.
It's a hot potato. Well, I think I'd like to basically take him at his word. And he transformed Twitter into X. So why don't we turn Musk into an X-Musk? How do we do that? He's so keen to go up to Mars, I'll lend him my fucking ship.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Can't say further than that.
So the second question is, should Joe Wicks run the Department for Work and Pensions?
Joe Wicks?
Joe Wicks.
The Department of Wicks and Pensions? I think everyone's had enough of Joe Wicks, haven't you? Yeah, I think I might be mean in 15 and tell him to piss off.
How rude.
2 policy points here. So
Excellent.
The first one, please can you restore chocolate bars to their original size, i.e. from the 1970s?
How will Binface tackle shrinkflation? A scourge that has been affecting all of us.
I thought this might appeal. Interesting, as soon as you say, have you guys got is it things like Toblerones are annoying you? Yeah. Shall I invade Switzerland? Force them at pain of death. Sorry?
Chocolate oranges.
Chocolate oranges? I could fire chocolate oranges at Switzerland until they obey. That would do it probably. The Swiss have no weapons. It'd be easy. There you go, I think we've got a plan.
And the final policy of the evening, introduce a 4-day weekend.
I like the way you said that, with a bit of so introduce a 4-day weekend. Which day should be the weekend? That's the question. Would you rather work on a Monday or a Friday? Neither. There we go.
Split the difference.
I believe what you're saying, Leeds, is that you would like a 7-day weekend.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And they wonder why productivity is up the shitter.
time for Binface. Yes, it is. It's Binface time. Big Binface time. All right, now to Aussie land. That's right, the cheap seats. Australia. They've got questions for Count Binface as well. This is from 2 weeks ago, I believe, during the Makersfield elections.
Andy Berman has only just been elected to the British Parliament, beating, among others, Count Binface and a fox. It's an amazing election in the UK. The masked candidate is coming soon. So all eyes on Andy Berman. He looks set to be the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. And in a cheap seats exclusive, we are so excited to say, all the way from London, would you please welcome Count Binface!
Hello, good evening, good morning, whatever time of day it is. It's a pleasure to be on the cheap seats.
It's a pleasure to have you with us, Your Excellency, Count Binface. Thank you for joining us. Now, for those who might not know, you're not from our planet, are you?
No, I mean, appearances can be deceptive. You might think I'm a local boy. Plenty of bins in your world, but no. No, that's quite right. And indeed, I'm not in London, just to correct you. I am, of course, back up in orbit, on my starship, the Alvaretto, on my way home to my home world of Sigma 9 in the Sigma Quadrant. It's a beautiful world, which we happen to not be destroying with climate change. It's lovely.
Commissioner, you were beaten by Andy Burnham by just a few thousand votes. Where did it all go wrong for you?
Ouch. I mean, I would say, where did it all go right for me, mate? I mean, firstly, as you say, I was a mere...
It's like fake indignant, like just like dripped it like in multiple layers of sarcasm. Like honestly, it works.
Ouch. I mean, I would say, where did it all go right for me, mate? I mean, firstly, as you say, I was a mere 25,000 votes away from victory.
Exactly.
But I scored what I call a Dolly Parton. 95. That's a huge score for me. Love it. And just one shy of a reverse 69, which is what I experienced with Boris Johnson in a previous election. And indeed, I was only 68 votes away from the Liberal Democrats, one of the so-called main parties in the UK, yes. And I didn't even bother visiting the constituency.
Okay, how about that? We would love to know what you campaigned on. What were your policies?
Well, I mean, I hope that's a rhetorical question and that you've done your research, but I'll let that slide. No, well, I'm for some very key policies, like I will cut...
He's so fast. Like his wit is. Oh my god! Like Melanie gets utterly trounced by him, and like he's like, I'd like to assume that you've done your research. And this is all purely rhetorical.
About that, we would love to know what you campaigned on. What were your policies?
Well, I mean, I hope that's a rhetorical question and that you've done your research, but I'll let that slide. No, well, I'm for some very key policies, like I will cut your taxes and raise everyone else's. I will build at least one affordable house.
Wow.
I will nationalise Adele. Wow. And people who use speakerphone on public transport should be conscripted. It's stuff like that, you know. These are vote winners time and time again.
Well, Andy Burnham looks set to become the new Prime Minister. Here's the question. If you were Prime Minister of the UK, what would life look like under Prime Minister Binface?
Well, good question. Good question. I mean, the first thing I'd do on entering Downing Street would be to increase the size of the door frame. You can't actually get inside. A bit of a problem. So we'd have to have a little bit of DIY. But after that, well, I will enact my manifesto. So there we go. But then, of course, the word manifesto, I'm sure you understand, comes from two root words. Manifest, meaning very clear, and O, meaning nothing whatsoever. And that's how the other part is doing. But not with me. What you see is what you get.
We are so grateful that you've been on our show. You've got a national Australian audience. Have you got a message for the good people of Australia?
I can't wait to see you guys when I make it over. And, of course, in the meantime, could you please stop being quite so good at cricket, because it's breaking English hearts and they can't stand.
Well, it would break your heart because we use your compatriots, bins, as stumps. So
yeah, that is a policy of mine. That's got to stop. Yeah, if we could come to some kind of arrangement, maybe we could have some subsidised stumps so that you guys could play properly. But then that would make you even better, which would be terrible. So there's a bit of a cricket paradox going on.
You know, it's nice to see Binface coming up with solutions on the fly here to things. And, you know, sensible and even a little selfless, you know? As technically a British bin, an alien British bin. You know? Selflessly saying, look, you gotta stop using bins. Get you some real wickets over there. It's honestly, what a guy.
Aren't I a good guy?
I don't think you're ready for governing, Count Binface.
What's going on?
Well, then I could say I don't think you're ready for television presenting. We have our different views.
Hey, Count Binface, you are one of our favourites. Long may your reign continue. We hope to see you keep popping up in by-elections in this galaxy and others. Would you please thank the wonderful Count Binface?
Yes, Count Binface. He's been making serious waves in the media landscape lately with his latest runs in Makerfield and now in Clacton. This was from 12 days ago, before any of this happened in Clacton, vis-a-vis Nigel. The Daily Star, a British rag tabloid journal. I would probably compare to the New York Post, I suppose. A British Post, a British New York Post. Here they are. It's making the rounds.
I am here with Count Binface of the Count Binface Party, who is standing in the Makerfield by-election this week. Hello, Count Binface.
Hello, Meg, and hello, Daily Star readers, and indeed viewers in the multimedia age. It's a pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Why Makerfield? Why have you decided to stand for election there? What's your connection to the place?
Well, the reason I'm standing in Makerfield is that's where the election's happening.
Right.
So, if I stood in a different area, it wouldn't be much fun right now. And also, everyone is trailing this by-election as being the most important in British history and could well determine the identity of the next Prime Minister. So I say, count me in. I'm having a bit of that. I'm supposed to be the exotic novelty candidate, and I'm sitting here, and genuinely, if the British public were asked who would they rather have as their Prime Minister, Keir Starmer or Count Binface, it's going to be a unanimous victory for Binface. Run that poll, I say.
So, you are from the planet Sigma 9, are you not? How does that compare to Makerfield?
I mean, the gravity's different for starters. We have to be sort of weighed down on the ground, whereas some people in Makerfield have had enough pies in buns that is not a problem. But in terms of the wonderful geography of the place, I would say they are equally beautiful. And I'm not just saying that because I'm trying to garner votes between now and Thursday. Not a bit of it. I love every single part of Makerfield, from the Three Sisters Racing Circuit to Hindley Centre to Ashton in Makerfield and the Liverpool Road, which, as you know from my manifesto, I will rephase the traffic lights on to ease congestion, because that's the only blight on the landscape.
What's hilarious to me is that it was quite clear that Binface actually did the research on the local politics and memorized it. Oh God. An intergalactic politician extraordinaire.
I don't think anybody could argue with that.
They can't.
Turning back to your manifesto,
Yes.
you've said that you will cut my taxes and raise everyone else's. How much tax can I expect to pay?
Yeah, well, let me just clarify that. I will cut your taxes and raise everyone else's. Make that absolutely clear. They're not just yours, Meg. It's for everybody. This is a blanket thing. I will cut your taxes and raise everybody else's.
Okay, so how much will I pay?
A reasonable amount, but just less than everyone else.
Okay, and how much will everyone else pay?
A little bit more than you.
Okay. What do you make of the recent moves to ban under 16s from social media?
Good question. I mean, I would go further. Now, some people might say that under 16s should be banned from smartphones. It's not just the software, because they're not stupid. Whatever you ban them from, another app will pop up like a whack-a-mole and take the place of Snapchat. And you get your VPNs, blah, blah, blah. The thing to do is to actually remove from them the hardware, the phones. But I would go further than that, and instead of some people saying you should ban smartphones from the under 16s, I would ban them, Meg, from the under 61s.
Now that is bold, isn't it?
It is. I don't believe you or anyone in this building who is under 61 uses your social media in a healthy way.
Oh, wow. Wow. Phones banned for under 61s in the UK. That is a shocking policy.
Uses your smartphone in a healthy way and is destroying your one shot at life on this remarkably lovely little planet. And instead of staring at that horrible screen and giving yourself a bad back in the process, why not get rid of them all? Because I'm going to punish the over 61s, don't you worry. The pensions triple lock is going, and I think voting should be capped at 80, because it's not going to matter to them much, right? So, in return, they can have the smartphones, they can have Wordle, they can have whatever they want, and piss away their lives on a screen. Until that point, why not enjoy your lives and, dare I say it, improve the economy?
You've talked about getting rid of the pension triple lock and replacing it with a double lock with a bit of chain on the side.
Yes.
I don't understand.
Well, do you understand the triple lock?
No.
And that's my case.
Okay. You mentioned a few times national.
Okay, I actually had to look it up, and it is incredibly convoluted. It's a way for the government to attempt to do cost of living adjustments for seniors, but it's honestly, you look at it and it's like, do I understand what's been said here? And it seems like a lot of people are confused about what the triple lock is.
Adele.
Yes.
How is that going to work?
It's very simple. The Treasury would have to have a meeting with Miss Adele's record company.
By the way, I love this interview because it allowed us to get deeper into some of these policies and how Count Binface intends to enact them. The nationalizing of Adele was one of the ones I was most concerned about. But as you'll see, he assuages most of our, I think, at least my concerns vis-a-vis the Adele nationalization here in this answer.
Adele.
Yes.
How is that going to work?
It's very simple. The Treasury would have to have a meeting with Miss Adele's record company.
Right.
They'd come to some agreement.
Yep.
Then the British taxpayer would buy out her
Right.
contract, so she would become Britain's first national pop star. She hasn't done a record for a while. You know, when she does the next one, it's going to be mega. So get her while the stock's low. Then the record comes out. Boom, bang, a bang, Meg. We are all quids in. And then actual British assets could be making coin for actual British people instead of great big US multinationals. Where's the problem? Where's the problem with that? I don't get it.
Have you spoken to Adele at all?
Not yet.
Okay, let's move on, shall we?
Yeah.
Oh, God. That one still is killing me right now. Have you spoken to Adele yet? No. Let's move on. It just that interaction, those three very short sentences. Oh, God.
I think we should.
So you've talked a bit about getting the trains to have working Wi-Fi and also just to work.
Yes.
How do you propose to do that, seeing as so many other people have tried to do that and it just seems to be a curse?
Yeah, but that's a really good question. I would hire electronics experts who know an iota of knowledge about Wi-Fi networks, which is more than the train companies have done so far. They very cleverly got as far as allowing humans to click on the Wi-Fi and say, yes, I would like Wi-Fi, but not going so far as to then actually supply the Wi-Fi. So I just think we just need some humans of moderate intelligence to go that next step and provide some, shall I say it, Wi-Fi.
No, I'm not familiar enough with the British tube system to know at a personal level, but his explanation of this certainly evokes a certain imagery, a frustrating one, no doubt. My God, how much money was put into this situation? Oh God. Am I from Sigma 9? No, I am not from Sigma 9. I'm from Earth. I'm a galactic Earth Lord, right? I came from Earth, but I'm in the process still of expatriating myself and going intergalactic. We're still in the fledgling stages of this, but one day perhaps I'll make it to Sigma 9. That'd be nice. I'm sure it sounds lovely. All of Binface's descriptions sound great.
Be nice.
It would be nice. It would be nice as well that when you get on a train, it actually takes you from where you've been to where you'd like to go. It sounds complex, I know, but other countries are able to employ humans to maintain, drive, and manage railways. So I would say try and do a bit of that.
I feel like it just doesn't seem realistic.
I don't think that's too much to ask. You might disagree. Let's let the voters decide.
Now, there was something that you wanted me to ask you about, and I don't know whether I have yet.
No, you haven't.
I haven't. What would you like me to ask you about, Count Binface?
It's in my manifesto, Meg. Simply put, why is it Count Binface? I'm asking my own questions here.
I will ask it again if you like.
No, I don't mind asking it myself. Why, Count Binface, in your manifesto, you pledge to move the hand dryer in the Crown and Treaty pub Uxbridge to a more sensible position?
Where would you like to put it?
Slightly further away from the urinal.
I see.
It's a death trap.
It's a death trap.
As you can see, I believe in this so strongly that I put it in my manifesto in Greater Manchester, just like 2 years ago I put it in my manifesto in Richmond and Northallerton, North Yorkshire, and got my highest ever score.
I see.
308 votes. Because the people of North Yorkshire appreciated, just like I am sure the humans of Makerfield will appreciate, that this is a national issue. I am trying to...
Yeah, and honestly, though, it is true. And we've talked about this before, but just to point it out again, this is a death trap, as pointed out by Binface. Why you would put this here, in this location, I will never understand. Just based upon its geometry.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. So GSL has ancestral connection to Sigma 9. How big is the Sigma 9 community on Earth located? In London?
Are you paying attention right now, Columbiarican? I just said I was not. I said I was not related to Sigma 9. I said I would like, it sounds like a lovely vacation spot. That one day, if I am capable of intergalactic travel. Right now, we're stuck in the Milky Way galaxy. And in the solar system, mostly. But like, thank you for the bits. But look at this. This is a minefield. Can you imagine a crowded pub late at night? Oh, God. Might as well just leave the hands dry. But then, of course, you might wind up running into someone you know and forced to shake their hand with a wet hand. Which one's worse? Oh.
Improve the geographical spacing of public toilet facilities in the process.
So have you been following the World Cup?
I have. Very much so, because, I operate on every time zone, so it doesn't bother me in the same way that it must be bothering you humans. Particularly, I'm dismayed by the fact that not only are the matches on late at night for British humans, but that they are adding these hydration breaks, even when it's not hot, which are clearly surreptitious advert breaks for the Americans, to make the matches even longer for poor British viewers. So I would firstly do away with those, unless it's 35 degrees centigrade. Otherwise, they can just carry little bottles with them. Or maybe those tourist hats with little sucky straws. It's still the World Cup. And as much as everybody should be boycotting that horrible Fanta Fiora, Mango Mussolini, Donald Trump, even so, it's football. It's the universe's game. And I'm all for England and Scotland doing as well as they can. And Curacao, or however you say it, because I'd never heard of those guys. And I'd like to see them have a bit of a pop. So it's nice to see new kids on the block, just like in Parliament.
Yes. Is there anything you'd like to say directly to the viewers?
Well, thanks for sticking out this far, if you've watched the entire thing. Also, if anybody out there is a dab-handed air conditioning, this studio could really do with some, because it's absolutely perishing in here. And, whether you vote in Makerfield or beyond, I hope you will continue to celebrate British democracy while you've got it, because...
It's absolutely perishing in here, he says. Oh my god. Honestly though, you guys have no idea how hot these helmets are. All of your head heat just gets stuck in the helmet. Very oppressive. Oh, you've been phased out yet? Well, I hope not, because we still got a few more clips. We're going to bring it back to the current state of affairs, because, of course, all of these clips we just got done watching were from the Makerfield election all the way back to over a year ago. Now, let's get to talking about this race in Clacton. I always forget if it's on sea or by sea. I know it's near the sea. That much I'm aware of. Navarra Media get us going on this 3 days ago.
Most of my national policies will remain. Building at least one affordable house, nationalising Adele, bring back CFAX.
I've never had any fixed political loyalties being a journalist, but I suddenly find myself with a strong penchant for Count Binface. Go Binface. Binface versus Binjuice in no contest. We've got to see that win. Wouldn't it be beautiful? It would be sheer poetry. What we see is this world-class grifter who has claimed all along to be the voice of the common man, the man and woman, the ordinary people in the street. I'm with you. I'm a good guy to have a pint with. And, we knew this guy was just making money hand over fist by all sorts of weird means, including his bizarre and often outrageous cameo videos. But now we know that he's been receiving all these undisclosed payments, including £5 million from a billionaire, crypto billionaire based in Thailand, as well as all sorts of donations and in kind from a convicted fraudster, George Cottrell. And the fact that he failed to declare these, the fact that he's taking them at all, in my view, is pretty scandalous. But his failure to declare them shows that this is a man who has a lot to hide, that he's even less trustworthy than most of us assumed, and that he shouldn't be anywhere near our politics.
Yes. And, of course, those aren't the only reasons to think that Nigel Farage has no business being involved in UK politics or just broadly. So, of course, he's a terrible bigot as well. Can't forget that. All right. Sky News Australia yesterday on the latest developments in this race. Why is she in the United States?
A high-profile
never
UK
mind.
by-election involving prominent politician Nigel Farage risks descending into farce. That's after all other major parties refused to run against him, leaving Mr Farage to face one confirmed candidate, a man dressed as a bin. Our correspondent, Stash Butler, reports.
Mr Nigel Farage.
It's a high-stakes gamble by one of Britain's most influential MPs. Aiming to defuse a scandal over alleged secret donations, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has announced he'll quit his seat in Clacton-on-Sea and then run in the same seat again.
No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election.
But Mr Farage's move may backfire. The major parties have called it a stunt and refused to take part. It leaves the resurgent right-wing leader facing potentially one candidate.
Well, I have to come back in sharpish because this thing ain't waterproof.
A man wearing a bin and a cape. Comedian John Harvey, otherwise known as Count Binface, has been a mainstay of UK elections for almost a decade.
Tris, do you want a picture with Binface?
Yeah, sure. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
The Count runs on outlandish promises like building one affordable house and...
Oh, look at Binface fighting for the young Brits.
Count runs on outlandish
Oh, God.
promises like building one affordable house and nationalising
This is my
Adele.
favorite story. I
Issues
don't know if
that have
anybody-
pitched him again.
I don't know if anybody's picked up on this yet, but this is my new favorite story. It's the one thing that's bringing me great joy, repeatedly, over and over again. I am not even close to tired of this thing yet. Swear to God.
Former Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, London Mayor Sadiq Khan,
In
and
fact,
most recently against Andy Burnham, who's
In fact, the more that the mainstream media takes it seriously, the more, actually, the less tired of it I get. Like, the more into it I become, I'm like, oh, actually, this thing's got legs. Let's keep this going. Let's keep the Count Binface going.
to become the next Prime Minister of the UK.
Do you live in the constituency?
I do tonight.
Well, it sounds as though you don't.
What do you?
No, of course not. I don't live here, no.
So why should I?
Well, a lot of candidates like to boast that they're local. You're obviously not too concerned about that.
Well, I'm looking at the putative Prime Minister Nigel Farage. He spends more time in America than in Clacton.
The race there now looks to be the Count's most high-profile one yet.
The only opponent it had was, I was reading in an English paper, would be a dustbin. Now, some people may think that's appropriate. I don't know.
What is your appeal going to be to the people of Clacton?
Well, I'm not Nigel Farage.
Yes, indeed. The great pitch heard around the UK. I'm not Nigel Farage. Let's go to that Today program interview with Count Binface, which I have here now.
Now, the interview of the morning. Count Binface has confirmed that he is going to run in the by-election in Clacton if it takes place. This is the by-election that the major parties are saying, as we've heard from them all this morning, they are not going to run in. So who better to talk to about this? Joining us live, Count Binface himself. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, Today listeners, Planet Earth. It is a pleasure to be here.
I should say you are, I can see a video link of you. You appear to be in outer space and wearing your bin.
Well, what else would you expect, mate? You know, I was on my way back home to Sigma 9, bit of R&R, and then old Nigel throws his toys out of the pram, has a hissy fit, calls an unnecessary by-election. I got wind of that. I've turned around the Starship pronto. How about that? Lovely.
What is your appeal going to be to the people of Clacton?
Well, I'm not Nigel Farage.
It's a full manifesto.
Yes. So I'm
some degree it
assuming
is, though,
from
isn't
that
it?
that you are
Not
going to be
being Nigel
sparse when
Farage.
it comes to policy.
I mean, Nigel Farage represents a whole lot of stuff. Being not him, one would think it's quite a change when you think about it.
Promises.
How dare you? I've got a full and costed manifesto, Justin. It's just that, I like to tailor it to each constituency. I mean, some of my national policies will remain. I pledge to build at least one affordable house. I will nationalise Adele. I heard your bit about the water, and I'll make water bosses have to take a dip in British rivers to see how they like it. I'll price cap 99 flakes at 99 pence. I think the Clacton folk will like that one. And so it goes on. But if you'd done some research, you'd know that.
Can you win?
Probably not. But then, my job is to celebrate and defend the wonders of British democracy. And look at this, eh? The fact that you're interviewing me on the Today programme, because all the other parties aren't standing, says more about them than it does about me. Are they running scared from old Binny, or do they think that Nigel's running a cunning stunt? And I pronounce that carefully at 8:55 in the morning.
Do you now, moving swiftly on, call on Kemi Badenoch, Sir Ed Davey, and other major party leaders to back your fight for Clacton?
No, I don't need them. I mean, they can do whatever they want. I think they're too busy trying to shore up their own positions, wouldn't you say, Nick? In the face of such trenchant questioning from you. When, of course, you're not celebrating Manchester United. But, I'm game for anything, just like I'm game for the fact that your lovely people got me on for 8:45, and I've been listening to taped bits of your debate, and now you've got me in the crazy roller coaster spot where the pips might come at any minute. I'm game for anything.
Well, there you have it. Today program interview with Count Binface, a man, perhaps the only being with the ability to take down Nigel Farage right now. And everybody is starting to ask themselves, will the bin win? Jonathan Pye, 19 hours ago.
What I do love is that the fact that Farage has set himself up as the anti-establishment candidate.
Yeah.
Weirdly, if you really are genuinely anti the establishment, a vote for Binface is pretty much an anti-establishment vote.
This is literally what I was saying yesterday. When we were talking about this yesterday, I said this. I was saying it somewhat ironically, but it's hilarious to hear Jonathan Pye over here literally repeating the thing I said last night. He is the anti-establishment vote. And Nigel Farage came out, declared that it was the people versus the establishment. And what occurred was, in fact, that, but not in the way that he described or thought at the time. And that is what is so fucking amazing about this. It's just such a self-own, or as Brits would call it, an own goal.
It's this comedian who completely takes the piss, does not give it any weight or seriousness whatsoever, and in doing so exposes how ridiculous the establishment or those political kind of norms are. He is an anti-establishment vote, and if I was in Clacton, I would sort of not just vote for it for a joke. Like I say, it's like that bit in Brewster's Millions where he runs a campaign. It's like, I vote for none of the above. It's an interesting part. It's like the fact that we can spoil our paper. It's an interesting exercise in democracy, spoiling your paper. Turn up, but then don't vote. I don't know. I think it's slightly more interesting than the comedic conceit itself.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
No, it does. But I do think it's deeper than that. I think 1 week of this, hilarious. 6 weeks of this, he won't have as much to say. So he might need another joke policy. Maybe that
Maybe Weatherspoon should have to sell actual spoons. This is what he's going to need.
Yeah,
he's going to need new stuff to say.
I've looked at his manifesto for Macclesfield, and he did put out something that it will be evolving. But there are a couple of weird points about, like you say, the 99 flake. He wants to make the 99 flake 99p.
Yeah.
Actually, if you look at that policy, if that were to be implemented, what he's doing is bringing down inflation.
Exactly. It's kind of crazy. Like, even some of his joke policies technically are, in theory, the sort of things people need right now. Even if they're joke policies. Like, if you follow the line of reasoning to other things, he could actually be a good candidate, right? Like, that's what's fucking crazy about it. Now, people are claiming that he might have to no longer don his helmet and or space armor. I think, as has been proven, been a lot of leeway granted on the rules of Parliament. And I think you should, it's a bit Binnist for them to try and force him to relinquish that were he to win. What has Nigel Farage said about this? Well, that is an interesting question, because I have been trying to figure that out myself. And it doesn't seem like Nige has had anything to say about this, because I think he's struggling to figure out what to do. He assumed everybody else would run candidates. And now he's running against a joke candidate in a Tet Bin race, It's like, it's fucking crazy. It really is such a self-own. He really put himself in the place that he finds himself in. And I am so here for it. Brexit through the gift shop. Well played. Well played. Farage is a has-been. Wow, lots of jokes coming out of chat today. You guys are full of it. Okay. That's it on the bin discussions. We must move forward. Suffice to say, a small but bright, shining light coming out of the UK. Of galactic origins. Mono Abino, yes. Farage needs dumping. See, look at you guys. Look at you guys go. Out of control. Out of control, Space Fams. All right. Speaking of out of control, let's talk about a group of young British engineers looking to take on the old sport of soapbox racing. BBC News, 13 hours ago.
Soapbox racing. It's been around since the 1940s. Kids, homemade cars, and a dream. All for the love of going downhill faster than the next racer. Fast forward to now. And this is the Red Bull Soapbox Race London. Over 50 teams, 420 metres of downhill chaos, jumps, obstacles, and builds that would blow the 1940s kids' minds. But here's the thing, those old wooden crates, they're long gone. What's replaced them is something else entirely.
The builds of today are in a completely different league. We're talking about powerful suspension, computer-aided designs, and some seriously smart steering systems. They have to be under 80 kilograms, be no longer than 3.5 meters, and be powered by nothing more than a push and grab.
Yes, indeed. We've all seen the Red Bull soapbox racings. I'm sure the clips are all over the internet. Now let's go to the team of young engineers looking to make their mark in this race. There we go.
One stood out.
Hey, Brook Sixth Form, how we all doing? How we feeling?
Today, honestly, I'm just buzzing. Like, first time, we're the youngest here as well, so we're in it to win it.
They've got a metal worker, a driver, 2 builders, and a designer.
It's recording, guys. What was that?
You're putting the top bit in first.
It's taken them months to get to this stage in an after-school club. Cutting, grinding, welding, and riveting in a workshop.
We decided to base the car off a Ferrari F1 1950. I designed a whole entire 3D model of the whole thing.
What can you tell me about this braking system?
Okay, so it's salvaged from a bike handle, right? We connected a long cable to the back of the axle. There's a brake disc in the back. Then we got the steering system. What we decided to do, we just had 2 steel rods connecting to the wheel pivots, so we could just very easily turn it from here. The suspension we put on the front, because the front's going to be the first thing that hits the ground once we get off the ramps in the race. We don't want it to break down midway. So yeah, suspension should help out a lot with that. So yeah, hopefully we win. Okay.
Well, let's see how they do. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit more. To the moment where these young people got to test out their handiwork.
You're the youngest competitors as, you know, future engineers. Ultimately, we're here to win it.
We're going to teach the old folks how it's really done, you know, because we're the next generation. We're here to, like, outclass everyone.
Confident words, but first, they've got to put a show on. A good score, but the performance was just the start. The real test is about to begin. The build looks solid so far, suspension's doing its job and everything's holding up. Then the track hits back. With help from the team, she was back up and running.
Immediately
until the next crash. But she never gave up.
Never give up. Never.
After the race, we found the team to get their take on how it went.
Getting 10 points across the board was one thing, but for Nisha to actually get to the finish line is actually another thing. And getting to that final push to the final point, even though she crashed, getting to that last bit and never giving up is just unbelievable, honestly.
So any tweaks for next time?
There you go. Bunch of young Brits here. Putting on a show, doing everything they can. Take down the top prize, coming short, but learning from their experience. From political races to literal ones. Here today, Space Fams. Now to other competitive activities. The World Cup. It's the only World Cup update we're going to get tonight. England to face Argentina in a tense semifinal. France 24.
Well, it's time now for our daily roundup of all the latest from the World Cup, and I'm joined by Emily Boyle. Emily, we have 2 quarterfinals to go through. Let's start with England.
Yes, England through to the semi-finals after their game against Norway. They won 2-1 against the Norwegian Vikings, and it was a tense game played in extreme heat and humidity. The Norwegian Vikings opened proceedings and went ahead after 36 minutes as Andreas Schelderup whacked in a cross-turned top bin stunner, which fooled Jordan Pickford. England needed to get back into the game, and it was Jude Bellingham who came to the rescue in first half stoppage time when he was fed a beautiful pass by Anthony Gordon. And
well, suffice to say, England took down Norway 2-1. The World Cup quarterfinals, sending them back home.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But apparently, Nordic fans just glad to have been there, to have made it this far.
Completely be seeing eye to eye, but the English fans are all on the same wavelength. Let's have a look at the English celebrations after the final whistle.
I guess I'll let them do this, but I didn't mean...
Look at the English celebrations after the final whistle.
I could have sworn that I put it in the right spot.
London.
We were awful, but we're so lucky. It was coming home. Jude could be the sexiest man on planet Earth.
Jude is the future. Jude's the future. He's the future, man.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
Yeah.
Yes, British fans were incredibly excited at this win, now facing off against Argentina on Wednesday, supposedly. But let's just check in with those Norwegian fans.
Lost despite their brilliant performance at this World Cup. Fans also gathered in Oslo for one last row as they looked back on their historic World Cup performance.
As a team, they have written history. Either way, if they lost or if they would have won. So that's a great thing as a nation.
I didn't expect that we would come as far as we've come, so it was very exciting.
This summer has been filled with so much football, and it really has united the nation. So grateful for the games that we have won, and even though we lost, we played a great match.
Now, what about this second fixture of the evening? Switzerland up against Argentina, and I'm guessing you haven't slept much.
I haven't slept much.
Well, there you go. Clearly disappointed, but glad to have made it as far as they did. Norwegian fans heading home after a punishing loss to England. Okay, let's see. Yes. Speaking of big competition, in London, Pitbull fans broke a world record over the weekend. Here's the AP from yesterday.
Congratulations, you are officially amazing!
We did it, Bowdies!
So we're taking some records titles very seriously, of course, and today we're looking for people to be wearing bald caps for an entire minute. The hair needs to be tucked in at the front and the sides, and they need to be on top of the head securely.
I say it to the baldies all the time in shows. When y'all put on them bald caps, you know you're about to have the time of your lives.
There we go. Pitbull and some crazy number of people. all coming together to to set a new world record for a number of bald people in the same place. Bald cap world record set. Pitbull fans united, making history. Mr. Worldwide, yes, correct. I believe that's correct. All right, now before we leave discussions of British things, we should talk about one British man who's making a American television debut. Well, soap opera debut, at least. We all know him. He's on the TVs. But John Oliver is going to be playing a character on, I think, the longest running show on American television, General Hospital. A look inside the making.
Someone is demanding to see you.
Demanding? How exciting.
It's gonna be great. At the end of my life, say, hey, remember that time I was on General Hospital? It was pretty cool.
Good morning, Agent Jackson.
Here?
I am indeed. It's packing all of it in one go. I get off a helicopter, shoot someone. I'm making clumsy passes at women.
Are you hitting on me?
If I were, is it working?
I got to smack John Oliver.
I wanted to be slapped. I think my staff want to see me slapped. I think my staff want to slap me.
We've been talking about the character Z for weeks, not knowing. None of us really knew for a long time.
I'm not gonna lie. I watched this earlier today, and I was like, you know what? I might have to watch General Hospital for the first time since, I don't know, I saw like a tube TV in a living room.
I nom de guerre.
It's a big secret, but boy, what a shocker. And how cool.
He showed up and nailed it. He really did.
You're going to be charged with multiple crimes and will likely face the death penalty.
Right to jail, right away.
You can work for me.
I'm gonna be that annoying guy tomorrow and see if I can get a selfie for my mom.
I'll say this. The speed at which this production moves is absolutely head-spinning. Shooting 100 pages a day is, to be honest, slightly shaming. As someone who also works in television, we do not work this efficiently, and please don't tell HBO that.
Then you go, she said
That's right. That's right.
He gave you the eyebrow.
So good.
They work a lot harder than we do. Don't tell HBO that. Oh, John. What a guy. Like I said, I think I might have to watch General Hospital now. I don't know how to even get access to General Hospital. Like, is it on TV? Is it on YouTube? That was their YouTube channel. But I don't know. I just got recommended that randomly this week and thought, this is Sunday Fun Day. This is right up our alley. Oh. Okay. Now back to the seriousness. Of course, this week, Donald Trump was in Turkey, Ankara, for the NATO summit, threatening EU leaders, nations, with reduced troop levels at U.S. bases, based upon one metric in particular.
more U.S. troops out of Europe? If so, how many and where specifically?
I haven't made that final explanation. A lot's going to depend on Greenland, and a lot. I think, you know, it's going to make a very good deal on Greenland. And if we don't, maybe I will.
Greenland is of course not for sale.
Yes, Greenland is of course not for sale. Correct. It's insane. But he's come back. It's like the second that he loses attention on one thing, he's like right back to thinking about Greenland. He's got some weird freakish obsession with like territory grabbing. The guy is a lunatic. He's the Orange Alexander the Great.
Cyclone Cheeto.
You know, he's tangerine colored. I just thought I lost the name in my head just now. Oh my god. Whatever, you get what I'm saying. He's sick. He's a sick man who needs help. And we need help. We need to do something about it, honestly. Like, this is out of hand. This is out of control. Like, this guy, he's just... Every single day, he just seems to be saying crazier and crazier things. And I think that might be the dumbest metric possible to use when it comes to EU troops at U.S. bases, like U.S. troops in bases. Like, it's just why? Like, why? What is? Like, he is fixated on Greenland and is driving me crazy. Was it Elon? I think it was. I blame Elon, honestly.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
It feels a little bit, and not just a little, like a lot of bit his fault. Like, I think he's the one that was in his ear about this, and that is stuck. He just continued to think that that's the greatest idea possible. Most ill-conceived plan ever. Yeah. Now, before we leave the EU, let's go here to the BBC News. Talk about something happening sort of right in the middle of Europe. On the Danube? Where is this again? Hold on. What's it called again? Liberland. Yes. Let's talk about this fucking fever dream. Let's talk about this fever dream getting cooked up. Founded by a bunch of right-wingers, libertarians, crypto and tech billionaires. On the, I think on the border of, I think it's Croatia and Serbia. What a great place to put a country that doesn't have any laws. There's no way that this goes wrong. Yes, libertarian dystopia getting cooked up here.
Liberland was founded by libertarians, and libertarians hate taxes, regulations, and big government.
How much taxes did people
Instead
pay?
of trying to fight the government in their own countries, the Liberlanders realized they could use blockchain technology to just make their own, replacing pesky politicians and laws with compliant computer code.
Liberland represents a bold vision for the future. One where...
Before we go any further on this, because I found this aspect of this fascinating, Justin's son is deeply involved in this. Now, you may remember that name and or face from last year after Donald Trump was elected president and after he was actually in office, he held a crypto summit at the White House. Justin was one of the people who bought up Trump coin so that he could be there and be on the short list of people to get a not one-on-one, but close as you possibly can to the president.
Represents a bold vision for the future. One
administration and like U.S. billionaires. I almost left it in the U.S. coverage. That's how fucking tied up America is in this project. And there are people who have had some sort of relationship with the president.
Has attracted the support of around 30 billionaires, many of them from the world of crypto.
We're building the first decentralized autonomous government and also the freest country in the world.
When Liberland's president, Vit Jedlička, found a muddy bit of land in the Danube River, unclaimed by neighboring Serbia nor Croatia, he spotted an opportunity. Thus, Liberland.
Like, the sort of... Like, am I the only one? What did I just do? Oh, shit. Didn't mean to do that. Does it not look like a cabin that like a horror movie's about to happen at or something? Am I the only one that sees it? Like a murder is gonna happen any second.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So we're all in here, yeah?
We're all in here.
I guess it takes a while to build one of these communities into it.
These guys are so obsessed with this longevity shit. Like, and by the way, the one dude who's most obsessed with longevity, anybody hear about this? Let me just pull this up. It's from the USA Today last week. Biohacker Brian Johnson disclosed incurable illness. This was the guy who was going to live forever. And now he's got an incurable... God damn you. God damn you with the ads. And now... he's got an incurable stomach situation. An autoimmune disease. Oh, I don't mean to, gloat about anybody's health conditions, but it's just this sort of mindset that's just sort of like not based in reality, that we can somehow extend our life like indefinitely. Oh, we're longevity. We just need more longevity clinics. Like, it's just very Maha brained, right? Like, it's RFK brainworm thinking. Wow, really competitive about the micronations. That guy did not respond well to having another micronation mentioned. I think it sounds like maybe similar situations to micro penis havers. It's not clear, but it feels like a similar situation, sort of like envy, right? Like, oh, don't talk about the other one. That'll just make like this one seem even shittier.
I never sucked any ding-dongs.
Stick to that agreement.
So, will we be able to visit Liberland?
There's conditions for visiting Liberland from Croatian side because I've got this 5-year ban from Croatia.
And what's that for?
That's...
Yeah, and while I was watching this, I thought to myself, does that mean that this BBC journalist could also get caught up in all this, get like arrested? Probably. I think basically, they're potentially could run into some issues with Croatia or Serbia, I guess.
Yeah, but they still...
They went to like a disputed region and then said, actually, this is Liberland. It's deranged. These guys are fucking crazy. It's like almost like a it's almost like a quasi-military action, honestly. Dude, this is like, I know I've been calling Jared Kushner and Ivanka's little project in Albania Firefest gone, Epstein Island gone Firefest, but this actually gives bigger Firefest Epstein vibes than that one somehow does. I don't know how. They've outdone the Trumps. Like, this is wild. Like you got a bunch of billionaires who are like vying for power on like a stolen piece of land to build some sort of like techno dystopia where ownership of a particular crypto like it gives you voting power in your government. Like, yo, this whole thing is just insane.
Some people in Yangon likes this car the most, they say.
Really?
Mercedes as a brand, yes.
Why does he love it so much?
It's his favorite brand, they say.
Okay. A man of taste.
What a weird thing to say.
And how does he get them in?
Oh, if you have money.
You notice that he just sort of unprompted just mentions that? Like, nobody asked him any questions. He just sort of starts talking about how this is Kim Jong-un's favorite car. It's a really weird thought to just kind of have. You know what I mean? Like, outside of the context of like a specific question geared towards that, why is he talking about it? Like, it's just such a weird choice. It definitely gives, like, weird authoritarian vibes. This is the best car because Kim Jong-un loves it. That's why I spend 100,000 euro on it.
Who you allowed to join the project?
Yes, if you make a no-zero selection and you say whoever comes on boat is welcome, we would end up like UK. We don't want that.
Is that liberty?
So you get...
Is that liberty? That's weird. That doesn't feel free. We're gonna say who comes and doesn't? That's wow.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Wow, wow, wow. Bunch of freedom-hating losers over here. I thought this was Liberland. Sounds like... I'm trying to think of a good one for this.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Sounds like repression land. More like it.
Side who joins
Who on board?
Who comes into the castle, basically.
Yes.
Do you see how thrilled he is
to be
about
picky.
this? By the way, you'll notice that he peppered in that quick phrase about how we'll become like the EU, quote unquote, as some full-on racist dog whistling right there. It's almost not even really a dog whistle, right? Like, you just like, we'll be like, we have to only let in white people. By the way, has anybody noticed it's only white people around here?
Anything and who
This
just
is
demands
never gonna-
something. Then on the other hand,
Thankfully, this is never going to work because libertarianism is a complete fantasy. But the fact that this is what these guys are shooting for out here is real disturbing. You know? And it's no shock that they run into a bunch of problems along the way. It's just, it's a fever dream. It's a nightmare for anybody who's not, you know, a white millionaire. And I assume the white millionaires are probably going to be subservient to the white billionaires. That doesn't sound free.
but he's got it.
Yeah. Of course, like I said, this sort of system can never work. It's just a completely selfish system that just doesn't function. Like, you can't not have taxes and also have a government. You just have no government then. People, they're trying to trick themselves into thinking that they do, but they don't. This is apparently something they released in 2023, a Liberland postage stamp. I don't know why you would need that. But there it is. You can clearly see the Bitcoin emblazoned on the middle of it. Like, this is what I'm saying, though. Like, all these crypto weirdos are, like, deeply obsessed with this plan. And who's the guy most notably involved in crypto as of late. Donald Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
All of his kids and all of the the Lutnick boys. Like these and like there are ties that exist between some of these people. Okay, let's leave the EU. That crazy fantasy. Once again, no one's ever actually going to live there. Or maybe they will, but it's not going to go well. All right, let's talk about the Middle East a little bit. A lot's been happening over the last day. And over the last week, Hamas has decided to dissolve the government that was set up by the Board of Peace back in last September. It's actually shocking to me that it lasted this long. Here's Al Jazeera from 19 hours ago.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
I'm David Enders, and this is The Take. As Israel's war on Gaza continues, we're coming to you on Sundays with a weekly roundup. This week, 284 days into a ceasefire, Israel has killed at least 1,092 Palestinians in Gaza. The U.S. attacked Iran multiple times. Israel continued killing Palestinians in Gaza as Hamas dissolved its government there. Today is Sunday, July 12. Israel has killed at least 73,221 Palestinians in Gaza since October 7, 2023. The United States bombed Iran again on Saturday, claiming strikes on more than 300 targets in the past week after U.S. President Donald Trump declared the ceasefire reached between the two countries over. Iran announced it had fully closed the Strait of Hormuz until U.S. attacks stop, and attacked U.S. targets in Oman, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar. This is Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi reporting from Iran on Sunday morning.
Iran came out very clearly to say that the consequences are going to be for the United States and Israel, and also for the third countries, the territory of which is being used.
Okay, hold on, I'm going to skip ahead to the Gaza part of this. This is just like a recap of a number of things that have happened recently. When do they switch over to? I think it's here.
There has been escalation this week as a result of what the United States says was Iran shooting on commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Good outcome for Iran.
In Gaza, Israeli attacks have continued as summer temperatures top 30 degrees and Palestinians there once more struggle with shortages of water. Al Jazeera's Ibrahim Al-Khalili filed this report from Gaza City.
For the hundreds of thousands of people spending a third summer in displacement camps here, the heat is making already dire conditions even worse. Finding clean water to stay hydrated is no longer a guarantee. People have to wait in line for it. One man told us that when he found water while digging a well near his tent, it felt like a divine intervention.
I dug about 5 meters underground, expecting the water to be salty since we're only 20 meters from the sea. But by God's grace, it was a miracle. The water was fresh and clean, enough for my family, other displaced people, and all our daily needs, from bathing to washing dishes and laundry.
Officials warn that the combination of extreme summer heat and severe water shortages is creating serious public health risks.
On Tuesday, Hamas announced it would end its governance of Gaza. Al Jazeera's Hani Mahmoud reported from Gaza City.
Hamas says it's dissolving its civilian governing body in Gaza after nearly 20 years.
The announcement comes as Israel intensifies its attacks, and the question of who will govern Gaza remains a contentious one. Hamas says it will transfer its responsibilities to a new national committee for the administration of Gaza. The proposal by Hamas leaves many questions unanswered. How the national committee would be formed, who would oversee it, and whether it would gain broad public and international support remain unclear.
Maybe I've misunderstood this story all week. It was my understanding that... Is it a different international committee, or is it the fucking peace board? I've been so focused on so many things. I actually was wrong. Okay, that's actually wild. That's actually fucking wild. Like, I just misinterpreted. I mean, like, I listened to everything at like 2x. And we barely... I don't think we even really talked about this earlier this week. Like, I think we had a clip, maybe. But it was like really fast. And didn't have like any real details in it. This is the most detailed I've heard about it. And I was listening to this like way too fast apparently earlier today. Didn't understand what's going on. But yeah. It's crazy because Israel has not stuck to a single element of the peace plan. And yet Hamas has announced the dissolution of its governing bodies. You're shitting me. Wow. It's not a complete dissolution of of Hamas itself. And it sounds like the military body will still continue to exist. But they are literally going along with the entire plan. They're doing everything. And Israel's continuing to murder people in Palestine. It's insane. It is utterly insane. I thought this was a crazy enough story as it was. This is wild. Okay. Yeah, because even with that announcement, footage like this, yeah, I misinterpreted it because I had multiple clips going on, and it only made perfect sense. It was like, yeah, of course Israel's going to do this and continue to do more war crimes after Hamas decides to say, go fuck yourself. But Hamas didn't say, go fuck yourself. Hamas said, we're going to keep following everything that's been laid out basically for us. And we're continuing to do all of those things. Israel, meanwhile, in mass murdering people in the strip, minding their own business.
Illegal.
I honestly cannot believe. Did you see that strike? That must have been 4 or 5 1,000-pound, 2,000-pound bombs. Those are the big boys. All in succession. In a clearly civilian area, which is, yeah, is it just rubble? But that's all that's left, so... Oh... And once again, this is after Hamas started dissolving its government. They're still doing this. Because it's got nothing to fucking do with Hamas. Like we've said 100,000 times in the last 2.5 goddamn years, it's got nothing to do with Hamas. It's a genocidal campaign. The fact that this isn't all over your screens right now is fucking crazy to me. Like, I can't believe, like, I saw this and like This is part of why, you see now why I misunderstood what happened? Like, that last clip was like 6 different topics. And I was listening to it like 2x or whatever it was before the stream, trying to get myself ready. And then I saw that. Can you imagine? Like, I mean, I think it makes perfect sense that I was confused by what's happening here. Because that was just a blatant fucking war crime that we just watched. Looked like the bombing of Dresden or something. Look at this image. Oh, very frustrating.
منطقة حي الصبرا والتخفيف في حارة الريف الآن استهداف
That was rough. That's fucking rough. More than rough. I don't even know what to say right now, honestly, because it's just like, at some point, like, the hypocrisy and the madness needs to break. Yeah, like, there must be some, I keep saying it, there must be some point where it's just too blatant for the entire world, including the United States. The United States government, not just the people, because the people are already sick of this. The government's the one that has been repressing the people in every way it possibly can muster to avoid ending all of this. This cannot continue. There's just no way. Every day this continues, the worse, you know, like the state of humanity becomes. I don't know. There's that. I know there isn't like a. I know we have a doomsday clock, but do we have we don't have a clock for the point of no return on humanity's collective soul. We're like 1 second to midnight right now, it feels like. All right, let's move on from Gaza and talk about Iran and what's happened in the last couple of days has been certainly disturbing. But of course, if we just listen to Donald Trump, we would think everything is very good. Perhaps great. Perhaps better than ever before.
We went back and took a look, of course, at what President Trump himself has said over the period of days that David was describing. I want to play for you what that has sounded like over the course of the last several months. Let's watch.
They want to make a deal.
Well, they want to make a deal so badly.
They want to make a deal so badly. I do see a deal in Iran. It's looking very good that we're going to make a deal. This process should go very quickly. We're going to end that war very quickly. We're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal. And they want to make the deal a lot more than I do. We have our deal done with Iran, and it should be successful. We're making an amazing deal with Iran. They want to make a deal with us very badly. They're dying to make a deal.
They have been dying to make a deal for like 3 fucking months. The guy is out of control. They're dying to make a deal. Like very soon, immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if
Gonna
not
be a deal.
sooner.
We're gonna have a deal. Any day now. 2-3 days. 2-3 years. Very soon, immediately, everybody's saying it, if not sooner. Last time we counted was 38. Was it 38 times? It's been a lot of times. It's been suffice to say, there's been many, many times that he has dozens and dozens of times that Trump has been saying the exact same sentence to us. That they want a deal. It's going to happen immediately, if not sooner. And yet here we are, July 13th. When did this start again? February 28th? There's a very problematic dichotomy at foot here. Real sort of inequity between the words being said and the IRL shit that we're all living through. And it's starting to make me go a little cuckoo bananas.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Okay, I'm fine. No big deal. Now, a little over a day ago, Oman and Iran were meeting, discussing the potential to smooth out transit in the Strait of Hormuz. Here's Al Jazeera on that optimistic development.
Have held talks in Muscat. Iran's top negotiator, Abbas Araghchi, says they discussed the security situation in the Strait of Hormuz. Also on the agenda were what are being called appropriate mechanisms for ships to safely pass through the strait in accordance with a memorandum of understanding signed almost a month ago. The Omani foreign minister has repeated his support for diplomatic efforts to prevent further escalation. Russell Sarder has the latest from the Iranian capital, Tehran.
After days of escalation between Iran and the United States, the mediators are intensifying their diplomatic efforts. A Qatari delegation on Friday visited Tehran, trying to convince both parties to return to the negotiating table. On Saturday, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi traveled to Muscat, the capital of Oman, to meet his Omani counterpart, and the meetings have lasted 4 hours. Wow. So they have focused particularly on the Strait of Hormuz and how to establish an appropriate mechanism to manage the maritime traffic through this critical choke point.
Yes, hours and hours of discussion between Omani and Iranian diplomats. Deep into the night, trying to figure out how to come to an agreement of some sort. And tentative announcements came out, and while they were making the announcements, the IRGC declared that the Strait of Hormuz was closed as a result of a U.S. warship trying to break the blockade. All right, not literally. I don't know. I can't speak the timing with that much certainty, but that's basically how it went down. Here's Al Jazeera English once again. Also from yesterday.
At the I want to bring you some breaking news out of Iran. IRGC, that is the Revolutionary Guards of Iran, has declared the Strait of Hormuz closed until further notice. That's after it fired a warning shot at a ship attempting to transit the strait on what it called an unapproved route. Now, the IRGC says the ship stopped after the warning shot. It has gone on to say that no ship will be permitted to transit the strait until, quote, the end of U.S. interference in the region.
Yes, and I mean, so to my understanding, it was actually a U.S. ship, and it wasn't a shot. I think it was actually a drone. At least that's my understanding at this point. And not only that, but Iran also launching strikes across the Gulf. Around the same time, Israel offering its support. Let me find this fucking stupid tweet. Where is it? Is this it? No, this isn't it. God damn it. Yes, here it is. All right. Now, this is from the New York Post. So take this with a grain of salt. It is the weekend, after all. We're working with limited information here. It's always a desert of news. To work with what I got. Israel ready for more war on Iran should Trump ask for backup, sources tell the Post. Israel's willing to join future attacks on Iran should Washington seek help after President Trump declared the ceasefire with Tehran is quote-unquote over, sources in Jerusalem told the Post. Quote, we've proved that we stand with the United States. No, I don't want to sign up. One source said, quote, I'm not sure it'll be interest of them, of the U.S. that Israel will join on this, but, you know, we realize that we need to stretch our muscles. Really. Yeah. It's been a disturbing series of news events this week. Really. And now we're starting off the week with some real shitty ones. Because this war is back on, and is back on in as big a way as you possibly could have it be, really. I guess that's technically still not counting Israel's returning to the war. I still don't think that they've done that yet. But Iran doing a number of different strikes across the region in the last 24 hours. Here's Forbes. Now this is apparently footage of a Qatari air defense systems intercepting multiple targets over the country. You can see the clouds of smoke. Now more strikes were launched in the evening by Iran, targeting more U.S. assets.
MashaAllah.
As an ICBM, I'm pretty sure massive missile launches coming out of Iran, supposedly, throughout last night. including strikes that apparently were either directed at Jordanian targets or something in the region. Here's CNN 12 hours ago on that situation.
The Jordanian government now says it intercepted 8 missiles launched from Iran toward Jordan right now. The U.S. Embassy also alerted the incident just minutes ago. Iran said it was targeting a U.S. base in Jordan. Tell us a little bit about what's going on, because in the past, when Iranians have fired missiles that went towards Jordan, they were designed to continue towards Israel.
That's right, Wolf. And one of the key things to note is this is the area right in here where that U.S. base actually is. So we're talking in that northeastern corner of Jordan. So any type of flight of a missile that would go from Iran into either Israel or Jordan would basically take the same flight path. That flight path, would probably go across the area where that Al-Mufawwaq air base is, which is the one that the U.S. uses quite a bit. There's also, of course, activity near Amman, Jordan, which is right close to that point right there on the map. So Jordan is clearly in the path if Israel were to be attacked, but it looks like what the Iranians were trying to do was attack the U.S. base in Jordan.
Yeah, because that Jordanian base is really important to Israel's security. Like, having a U.S. Infrastructure to the east, just geographically, to get early detection and potential interception on missiles coming from Iran, incredibly important to Israel. And if Iran manages to take out that critical infrastructure, that would spell bad things, even worse things for Israel. As we already know, the last time Iran was launching strikes, Iron Dome was not doing a good job of preventing those strikes from hitting their targets, or at least, at the very least, doing damage on the ground. Jesus. Good guy. Whew. Okay. I'm all right. That was a forceful sneeze. What was I doing? My brain just broke. That sneeze just broke my brain. Yes. Let's move it along to this. So strikes supposedly targeted at U.S. assets in Jordan. That was from 12 hours ago. I don't know exactly the timing on those strikes, but you would assume it was in the last 24 hours or so. As a result of these upticks in strikes and whatnot. Now in the United States. And of course, we skipped a few things that have happened because we did the week ending report yesterday. But just to remind everybody, the United States did multiple strikes in the south of Iran in the last 48 hours over the weekend in multiple southern cities, not just in the ports or at, military sites. And in the last, 12 hours or so, more U.S. strikes were seen in southern Iran. Here's Al Jazeera English from 6 hours ago.
Attacks on southern Iran for yet another day as the standoff over the Strait of Hormuz intensifies. Iranian state media reporting explosions have been heard in at least 4 areas. The port city of Bandar Abbas, as well as Sirik and Jask, have been hit. Qashem Island off the coast of Iran has also been a target. These latest strikes come after U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, confirmed it hit at least 140 military targets in Iran overnight on Sunday. In the past hour, CENTCOM confirmed U.S. forces began launching more strikes against Iran to continue degrading their ability to attack civilian mariners as well as commercial ships freely transiting the Strait of Hormuz. The commander-in-chief has directed these strikes to hold Iranian forces accountable.
Well, Heidi Jo Castro is live for us in Washington, but first of all, let's speak with Tawhid Asadi, who's in the Iranian capital. Tawhid, what do we know about the latest US attacks? Explain why these areas are being repeatedly targeted.
Yet another night of escalation we are witnessing in Iran, and now we have a list of, I would say, a longer list of different cities being targeted in Khuzestan province, also in Hormuzgan province, and in Sistan Baluchistan.
Thank you, Paul, for the bless. You know where that came from? At least my understanding is this is saying bless you to people whose sneeze came out of like the plague or something, because everybody thought that if you sneezed you were gonna die. So you had to ask for God's help every time somebody sneezed. Please God, bless them. They've sneezed.
Some province.
I don't want to get ahead of things, but hopefully, I'd like to think I hopefully don't have the plague. Knock on spacewood.
We've got several cities. Initial reports say that at least in 4 cities of Hormuzgan province, Jask, Sirik, and Qeshm Island and Bandar Abbas, attacks have happened, explosions are reported, and these places are critically important, seeing their geostrategic role when it comes to the control and authority that Iran is trying to practice over the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, the very fact that they are actually hosting radar sites and military facilities for the country. Qeshm Island, for instance, is the largest island in the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz. But added to that, in Khuzestan province, located in the southwestern parts of the country, we've got cities of Omidiyeh, Mahshar, Behbahan, Desful, and...
Okay, hold on. I think there's one more part of this I want to do, and then I have a fucking story that I want to read out of Haaretz.
Now, correspondent Heidi Jo Castro is there. Heidi, what's CENTCOM been saying about these attacks?
Yeah, we've since received a statement from the spokesperson for U.S. Central Command, Captain Tim Hawkins, who tells Al Jazeera that over the past hour, IRGC forces fired at commercial shipping transiting the Strait of Hormuz. He goes on to say U.S. aircraft have successfully shot down an Iranian cruise missile and one-way attack drone so far. Now, that is in addition to what we knew earlier, that Central Command announcing this fresh wave of U.S. attacks on...
Okay. Now, I just want to read this, because this is, I think, the most consequential part of all this. This is a blatant... What we're about to do, we're talking about, is a blatant war crime. Actually, wait, I want to talk about the Strait. Actually, let's talk about the Strait before I get to the fucking war crimes. Although some of these are probably war crimes, too. Parsing that out right now, perhaps not important considering what we're about to talk about.
Attacked on those territories if these attacks continue.
Thank you, Tawhid Asadi, there live for us in Tehran. Let's get it back to D.C. and what Heidi is there. President Trump has been saying the strait is still open. Is it?
No.
Well, that's the big question here. If you ask those who are trading oil at the moment that have caused the price of Brent crude to tick up to $79 a barrel since the opening, apparently they probably don't think it is, because ultimately, just no matter what the president's rhetoric is, what it boils down to is how many barrels of oil are getting out of the Strait of Hormuz. And the latest figures from Kepler, which are from last Thursday, just as these attacks were escalating, was 22 ships a day, which is paling in comparison to the 130 that would have crossed daily prior to the start of the war.
Yeah, and most of them are probably having to pay Iran right now to get out. And or in. Which is also straining the economy to some degree. Now, to this. Because as the thumbnail and title suggests, the United States attacked a civilian water pumping station. Maybe the most civilian thing you could imagine, aside from like a hospital or a school or something like that. A water pumping station in southwestern Iran, according to state media earlier this evening. This was literally right before I went live. And there was no, sorry, hold on. I gotta, this thing is glitching out. Here we go. Yeah, 1 killed, 4 wounded in U.S. strike on water pumping station in southwestern Iran, according to state media. July 12, 2026. 7 hours ago. Haaretz. Oh, my God. Iranian media also reported a power outage in Avaz. This is completely fucked. It's just a headline. But this is also reported by Reuters. I think that's the original source for this headline. And Iran already has enough problems with water, but doing this in any country is a war crime. In any conflict. This is already a water insecure nation, one that was having such water insecurity last year. I argued that that was part of the impetus that started the protests, the mass protests that we're seeing, because people were so sick of it. Because, like, honestly, there was a serious water shortage last year, in like September, October, November. I think it lasted until at least. And we just went up and blew up a water facility because we're sick, twisted maniacs.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Jennifer's right. Again. Shock of shocks. Demented, unintelligent. Honestly, it's almost hard to call him a person at this point. That's the only part of that statement that I'm starting to disagree with. It's like a lizard. It's like a lizard man with no humanity inside. Wait, this is in the wrong order. Hold the phone. Alright, well, that's it on the Middle East for tonight, but we do still have some other things to talk about. First, in South Asia, to the problems, the dark side of speedy delivery services in India. France 24, 3 days ago. Quick commerce.
Imagine you are in the middle of cooking a meal and run out of an essential ingredient. Ordinarily, you would try to cook without it. But what if you could get it in under 10 minutes? Sounds impossible? In India, you can. A range of instant delivery applications like Blinkit, Swiggy Instamart, and Zepto, companies founded just 5 years ago, have transformed how Indians buy everything. Isha is one of Blinkit's 10 million average monthly users who has come to rely on it increasingly.
Quick commerce entering the scene, I have very clear memories of me, my mother, my father sitting down at the start of the month, noting down all the groceries that we needed, planning out what we wanted to eat for the rest of the month. I just never imagined that it would take over to our lives to a point where we're no longer going to the supermarket. I don't think there's a single day where I go without Blinkit. It's for everything. Sometimes it'll be for water, it could be for ice, it could be for groceries that I need, toiletries, maybe something for my cats.
In over 200 cities in India, the streets are filled with riders zigzagging busy roads. A network of over 4,000 dark stores or warehouses like this one that have mushroomed across the country support these quick deliveries. As orders are placed, workers pack them in seconds. In Delhi, dark stores are a feature of almost every neighborhood. To see how these deliveries actually work, we accompanied Anuj, a delivery worker for Blinkit, on his workday. Anuj is one among Blinkit's 473,000 average monthly delivery workers. he delivered several orders in under 10 minutes. As temperatures crossed 45 degrees in Delhi, this was grueling work.
We try our best to deliver within 10 minutes, because if we deliver quickly, we'll get the next order quickly, and then our payout becomes better. There is a risk riding on the road, but what can we do? My family tells me to leave this job. It's just that I haven't found anything else yet, otherwise I would have quit already.
The companies say that their 10-minute model is safe, as riders only have to complete deliveries within a 2-kilometer radius of the dark stores. But Anuj says they are incentivized to cover longer distances.
This is the payment per order. I got 30 cents for 1.8 kilometers. I got 38 cents for 2.7 kilometers.
The convenience of 10-minute delivery has a darker reality for workers.
Oh my god, they're getting paid nothing for this stuff. It's crazy. 30 cents to go 3 kilometers, to do a 3-kilometer delivery. By the way, one of the reasons why I thought this was a story we should probably watch is I feel like this kind of stuff is going to start popping up in other places. You know, the United States has been trying to do all sorts of crazy shit with delivery. I wouldn't be shocked if somebody starts trying to pull this kind of shit. Oh, we can make it safe. Oh, don't worry.
Like Anuj. Defined as gig workers, they face unprecedented precarity as the sector remains unregulated and governed by opaque algorithms. Unionist Nirmal Gorana regularly meets with workers to help navigate hurdles and raise awareness about their rights.
This is an organization called Gig and Platform Service Worker Union. It's the voice of workers. In India, there are about 44 labor laws under which, by being defined as workers, people can receive benefits. This includes minimum wages, gratuity, pension, equal pay, and other rights. But for gig workers, all these laws have been excluded on the basis that they are defined as partners.
You see what I mean? This is the exact same strategy that's already being implemented in the United States. It's just a matter of saying, you know what, we're going to start doing this. Yeah? Like, this is exactly what we've talked about. It's India's version of the independent contractor. Yeah? Like, I don't think there's almost any discernible difference between these things. Right? Like, there's regular employees who deserve, you know, like all sorts of different things that come along with them. But hey, if you're a partner in the business, it's disturbing. Unfortunately, young Indian men like that guy that was getting followed by France 24 are desperate need of jobs. Serious youth unemployment problem right now in India, which is why the Cockroach Janta Party has been doing as well as it has in sort of this movement it's been starting to get equality, more equality in the country. Economic opportunity and things of that nature, because shit's not going well there either. And there's this honestly serious class disparities that we rarely talk about. But like, the fact is it's a joke to treat India as a democracy. The caste system, I mean, it might as well just be apartheid. I mean, it's not quite the same thing, but you have people of different classes with different rights, like inherently, people who will never be granted anything more as a result of their birth. You know, it's just, you know, it basically is apartheid. It's just it's an Indian version it's actually been around longer, which is why I'm trying to refrain from actually definitely comparing it to that, because this really does go back. This is honestly one of the oldest systems of oppression that exists on the planet, I think. And like, that shit needs to stop. Like, we gotta stop pretending that they're a fucking democracy all the time too. Like, until that stops. GSL treating Americans as the... Okay. Yeah. Yeah. There's that too. All right, let's go to Myanmar. Not far away. To a conflict that is causing a great deal of problems for its neighboring countries and for everybody living inside of it. And everybody who's been forced out. The civil war continues to dredge on in this country. Myanmar's government now implementing a conscription law, a mandatory military service, to fuel its war against the guerrilla factions that have been trying to fight the military coup for the last... God, how long has it been now? 6 years?
Anti-government fighters ambush a military column in Magwe region, western Myanmar. The military's made considerable territorial gains over the past 12 months, but it's come at a high human cost. Aung Lay's aunt fears an attack like this may have killed her nephew. The 25-year-old was seized by plainclothes military recruiters at the beginning of the year, but she's heard nothing since April.
Everyone worries. Did they fall in battle on the front line? Are they dead? Did they lose limbs? And where are they keeping the children? Since none of them are returning now, it really makes you wonder. In reality, I haven't seen anyone come back.
Footage released by the military of marching bands and smiling recruits belies a system that the rich pay to avoid, while others are grabbed off the streets.
Nice of Myanmar to allow the rich a way to get out of fighting for their country.
Follow the rich white man.
Fled to neighbouring Thailand after being conscripted into Myanmar's army last year. 3 months of training was tough, but when he got close to the front lines, he knew he had to escape.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
In his group of 20 recruits, 7 died, he tells me. Others were seriously injured.
Some of my friends came back wounded. I saw people with their stomachs torn open, others who had lost parts of their legs, and some who had suffered eye injuries. Seeing those things made me even more afraid of going to the front line and increased my desire to escape.
Those conscripts that do choose to flee to Thailand face a very precarious life. It's hard to get a job, living conditions are poor, and there is the constant risk of arrest. But given the dangers they face on the front lines inside Myanmar, it's a risk that many are now prepared to take.
Yeah, and this is just going to increase Myanmar's refugee crisis big time, right? They already have the 1.5 million Rohingya Muslims who are ethnically cleansed from the country. You know, you got people self-deporting over the conscription law. At some point, I feel like this country is just going to completely implode. Like, they've been trying to feign democracy. They held these, like, fake-ass elections earlier that excluded all of the regions where the rebels are currently fighting them. You know, where you would expect probably the most opposition vote. Ay, ay, ay. All right, we're not going to go too far. Here's a Sunday fun day story for us. I felt like we needed to end the stream with a few happy clips. You know? It only makes sense. So we'll start in Thailand. What could be happy in Thailand? Oh, I'm sure there's all sorts of things. But there's one little internet sensation that continues to grow up. And she celebrated her big second birthday on Friday. I am, of course, talking about Mudang. Aww. Yep. The internet's favorite pygmy hippo turned 2 on Friday.
She's such a gentle spirit here in this stressful and crazy world. So people really come here,
Look, she's
adults
almost
and
as big
kids
as her
alike,
mommy.
because she's just this bundle of joy, really. And when you see her, she has this burst of energy. You know, it's really nice seeing her in person. It's really different.
She's so pretty. She's grown up to be really beautiful hippo, so it's really great to see. And I'm really happy that there's still a really big crowd, because everyone keeps saying that she's too big and she's not as cute. But I think you can see from the crowd that's going to be here that she's still as perfect as ever.
Oh, she's grown up in front of our eyes, Space Vams. All grown up, that Mudang. Now competing with her mama for a bite at the cornucopia here on her second birthday. Mudang is the most dangerous animal on Earth. Yeah, honestly, she's pretty dangerous, but still cute. Still cute. All right, now to South Korea. Was this South? I think this was in South Korea. The humanoid robot soccer playing championships, aiming to become FIFA champions by 2050. Different robot teams competed against one another to see who would be crowned champions. Hold that golden robot globe aloft. All right, I know I tricked you. I said there would be only one football video. It's two. But figured we deserved it. Well, we got Team Purple here coming from the sidelines, and Robot 3 going to be doing the kickoff. Oh, kicks it to the wrong player. Tries to trip one. One won't let it happen, but one's not having it. I think that's a corner kick. Okay. Yeah, there you have it. Little robot soccer. That actually happened last weekend. Red card? Yeah, I think that was a red card. But what's that? Johnny Infantino, he's gonna allow it. Donald Trump slipping a $100 bill into his pocket.
Illegal.
Not underwhelming at all. No, it was bad. You want to see robots do the haka? That's, I think, a little ways away. Actually, you could probably get it done. You see the Chinese robots doing the kung fu? I think they can get it done. Might not be as intimidating. All right. 2 clips left. They're both in Australia. First, to a guy who's been taking over the streets. The streets of Tasmania. No one is safe from this little fella.
After nearly 6 months at sea, Tasmania's most adored, rambunctious, and sleepy mammal is back.
Aww. What are you doing, buddy?
Neil the seal, the 2,200-pound elephant seal, throwing his weight around and returning to the place he would probably call home.
Come on, Neil.
Come on, Neil.
Neil.
Now a teenager, 5-year-old Neil is making his semi-annual visit to the Australian island as part of molting season, a period when seals shed their fur and outer layers of skin.
Big Clump's got a cruiser, a Land Cruiser, in his way.
His long-awaited return marks 4 years since the beloved creature first went viral for his
I don't know why I love
behavior.
Neil so much,
Neil.
but I do.
Neil. What are you doing?
I don't know why I love Neil so much, but I do. I've never met him, but what a guy.
Aren't I a good guy?
Neil! Neil! What are you doing?
But today, Tasmanian
like he knows
officials
his
are
name.
warning residents to
It's
stay
like he's like
clear
a
and give
giant.
Neil some space.
He's like a giant water dog, the size of a car, that knows his name. Like, it's just crazy. Like, what? What do you want? Why are you saying my name, sir? Can't you see I'm busy walking here in the road?
You can't come in. You're too big.
And admire the world's most famous elephant seal from afar.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay up.
Oh, Neil. What a scamp. What a scamp, that Neil. Is Neil your spirit animal? That's fair. Well, final video of the night to Sky News for my spirit candidate in the UK Clacton by-election. Just a little more Binface.
We're going to hear now from a less conventional candidate, someone you might have seen in the background in some of those very much watched moments of declarations in Makerfield. Count Binface also stood in the election as leader of the Count Binface party, and he joins us now. How did you do? It was a bit of a disappointing night for Binface.
Well, firstly, it's an absolute pleasure to be on your spanking new show, Sophie. Thank you so much. I am on board my starship, the Alboreto, right now. It's a holodeck, sort of decked out to look like one of Britain's premier budget chains, but it's not that, I promise. We're up in orbit.
You see, I left this one in here, Space Bams. I assure you, this is a holodeck and not a budget hotel chain. Makes perfect sense. Continue.
Ship the Alboreto right now. It's a holodeck, sort of decked out to look like one of Britain's premier budget chains, but it's not that, I promise. We're up in orbit. And no, I'm cock-a-hoop. If you were looking at the results, actually, you know, a space warrior, it is a truth universally acknowledged that a space warrior in possession of 95 votes must be in need of a hearty breakfast. I thought you'd appreciate that quote, just like your host, your co-host Wilfred, who's done a runner. And yes, well, I mean, you also someone else.
Look, if you want to talk Jane Austen to me, I'm here all day. I love a bit of Jane Austen.
Well, I tell you what, you might also like a bit of Jake Austen, who was the Liberal Democrat candidate. And Sophie, I was only 68 votes away from one of the so-called mainstream parties. So yeah, you want a bit of Austen, I want a bit of Austen. Bring it on.
Here's my question. Where can I get one of these hats? Make Earth great again.
Yeah, you want a bit of Austen, I want a bit of Austen. Bring it on.
I think my favourite part of your campaign literature was when you said that the Labour candidate is campaigning on a kind of anti-Labour, get Labour out, get the Labour Prime Minister out platform, and that you're not the real novelty candidate in the race. I mean, how much of a bizarre by-election was it in Makerfield?
Well, you've taken the words right out of my my bin there, Sophie. Of course it's mad. Yeah, I turned up on your planet expecting to be the novelty candidate, and each time I take part, this is my magnificent 7th election, and I finished a magnificent 7th. more and more, I'm becoming the sensible mainstream option. You're quite right. Has any Labour or Conservative candidate ever previously stood on a platform or vote for me, the party leader's terrible? It's a curious one. And on top of that, you may have noticed that point 10 in my manifesto, I made it that one deliberately, is that elected mayors should serve the entirety of their office before they're eligible for Parliament. Because, of course, Andy's been very cheeky. But we had a jolly good chat, you know, potential Prime Minister to actual space warrior last night. He was very, very giving, and we had a nice time. I think there's scope for some diplomacy there.
Okay, it's great to speak to you. I have to say, I'm particularly loving the fact that you were broadcasting to us in full bin outfit from a hotel room. Who knew that bins, you know, booked hotel rooms just like the rest of us? Absolutely great. Thank you very much. Count Binface speaking there.
Holodeck.
Bit of light relief because
I'll do this. They cut his mic off, but holodeck. Clearly not a hotel room. He made that perfectly clear. Not sure why this Sky News host is so confused. It's almost like Sky News is living in some sort of alternate reality or something. It's crazy.
I don't want reality.
The fact is, they usually are living in some sort of alternate reality anyway. What's the difference? And there you go, Space Fams. That was your Sunday fun day. Hopefully you found it value-taining.
Are you not entertained?
What a week. And hopefully that was enough value-tainment to get you through this week until our next Sunday fun day. Oh, God. What will this week bring? God, let's hope that this week doesn't outdo last week in terms of bad news. Fingers crossed, Space Fams. Knock on wood. Space variety preferred, but whatever we got handy. Let's not forget Earth is technically part of space. It's just not the best neighborhood right now. Well, we made it through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moenoa, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Petchforge Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frisla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Akios, Emily S, Hikate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, and Tracy Eva. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show with your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month. Earth dollars. So affordable. It's crazy that you're not doing it already.